Hello, folks. Welcome back. It is day 53, and we have finally reached that day. Of course, we're still keeping the streak alive for 53, maybe a little bit down the road, but today is the day. Today is the next tentative talk. So once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Yokoso. So let's see. Where do we start? Well, let's start with lots of disclaimers, prefaces, prefaces, however you want to call them, just so we can avoid some downstream drama and perhaps some vigorous counter arguments or emotional outbursts towards me. So let's make some disclaimers, okay? We got our canvas, obviously, not using our web plugin anymore. See what happens. So we're gonna try to implement some colors to alleviate some things. So I think this is worth some red, right? So what can we say in our current state of mind? So today, let's go over some facts, right? Make sure I'm on the right layer. So some facts, just to contextualize things. This is what I would refer to, and it's still referred to as hey Blue, tentative takes, okay? So I'm still using this phrase, tentative takes, and this would be part 2, I suppose. Part 2, or 2.0. For part 1, facts. Yes. So for part 1, it was 25 days. 25 days of Duo, right? Covered, just as a recap, because I do enjoy my recap. 25 days of Duo. That involves now the updated section 1 plus 2, where 1 had 5 units and 2 had 2 units. That is the new format, because I'm pretty sure I did 7 units back in the day. Just to give a little bit of a refresher, 25 days. And largely now for part 2. For part 2, we have an additional, math has eluded me. No, we have an additional 27 days. I was expecting to end on 25 and do it on day 51. However, we had a surprise super at the end of 50, so I extended it by 2 days. And for 27 days, well, section 2 from units 3, 2, and including 10, right? So this is where we are right now after 27 days. What else can I say? I kept a similar format. I would say about 6 to 7 hour sessions. And I would say roughly it's a 1-to-1 ratio overall average in using Duolingo versus discussion. So oftentimes my way of forming memories and learning is to try to make the balance between using a tool versus discussion while using a tool. Oftentimes, I might get into this. Oftentimes, when you use a tool, it becomes mechanical. We might get into this again. Mechanical versus sentimental. I'm going to use the phrase sentimental. Where... Is that how you spell sentiment? Sentimental, right? And that's to imbue emotions, stories, in order to make the memory and whatever is related to it salient, right? It's often a one-to-one most of the time. I aim for one-to-one. If I feel like I haven't discussed in a while, I actually intuitively feel that it's been a while since I've developed some sentimentalism, right? So we might get into that. So just to give everyone an appreciation for, I suppose, the amount of time, because generally speaking, when a lot of individuals think about learning, right? Learning. One of the factors that often get hashtagged is time. And I understand that. So this is to give you an idea of what my time is. And then much like the time, it's 6 to 7 hours sessions, right? One-to-one. And then in the evening, I may do something which amounts to 2 to 3 hours of what I'm going to say mere exposure. If you're not familiar with this term, mere exposure, typically language learners would equate this to the idea of immersion. But mere exposure can come at immersion passively or actively. Is how I view it. And it can be a combination of both. So 2 to 2 hours of mere exposure. And for myself, mere exposure sessions are dependent on discussions. They're triggered by sentimentalism and discussions. So days that I do have lack of discussion, or which is kind of a rarity for me, things that I don't have talking points, rebuttals, individuals who challenge me, that kind of thing, I would likely skip seeking mere exposure. So things like if someone asks me a very ponderous question, when the stream ends, I spend those hours, if not more. Sometimes it can fluctuate, but I would say 2 to 3 hours of mere exposure regarding the scholastic pursuit of whatever it is that interests me. Perhaps how I handled the discussion, how that other person handled the discussion. What are some talking points? It varies quite dramatically. And we'll go into a little bit of the evening mere exposure. However, mere exposure to me, when it comes to much like the concept of immersion for quite a lot of language learners, is that it is serendipitous as opposed to prescription. So for me, it might be in contrast to some people who would say, oh, I should sort out, right? I should sort out 2 hours to watch anime. I should sort out 1 hour to vigorously read a book. My element and my exposure in personal history is that immersion is serendipitous based on sentimentalism. So the most effective, in my opinion, for myself, the most effective use of immersion time is predicated on being instigated or have the intent of sentimentalism. So do I have a problem? Is there something that interests me? that I must merely expose myself to. So things like, oh, this person thinks I was a jerk and I was way off my high horse. Well, in the evening, I find out if I am truly off my high horse. And with that motivation and those discussions, they create stimuli and motivation to merely expose and immerse in something perhaps controversial to you or something learning potentials, right? So while Duolingo continues to be the core mechanical reinforcement for Japanese, for myself, discussions in sentimentalism is where I complement and supplement the Duolingo experience. Much like a video game, where if you're having trouble defeating a boss, sometimes outside critique and whatnot can motivate oneself to strive to find a solution. And oftentimes that is utilizing your observational skills and your critical thinking. And that greatly, in my opinion, increases the important learning aspects, not necessarily the efficient learning aspects. So what I mean by that is one can learn thousands of vocabulary, but how valuable that vocabulary is likely attached to one's sentimentalism, right? So anyways, that's a little slight digression. I'm not sure if we're going to go into how distinguishing between passive, active, and utilizing this stuff. I'll probably describe an anecdotal example that I'm using, and it requires the other person to infer what that might mean. So this is to give an idea. On average, I actually spent close to 10 hours a day having some conceptual mindset dealing with language learning. I didn't say Japanese. Dealing with language learning. So those 2 to 3 hours of mere exposure may be tangentially related to Japanese. Like for example, last evening, I was learning about the Southern accent in America. And that's not because I was interested specifically about American English and the Southern accent. I was specifically interested in how Japanese diphthongs were treated compared to American accents. However, American accent, the accent I have, use a lot of times pure words most of the time when it comes to vowel sounds, like have, right? Have. However, I know from experience in my American background that there are certain accents that have natural diphthongs on pure vowels. Because what I'm curious about is the relationship between the use of diphthongs, which does happen quite a lot in Japanese. They might not be represented in the same way, but diphthongs are, when you have two vowel sounds next to each other. It comes up quite often, right? And sure enough, Southern accent, I was just confirming if it was. So, like for example, just a little teaser for later. Have. If you immediately say have, you would start getting closer to the Southern accent. As opposed to have. So the have, as opposed to have, right? Things like that. So I was interested, and that's kind of what I'm talking about when it comes to mere exposure. My thought was, how many sounds that are made that are not represented by your formal English that has some overlap with Japanese? As in, if you started saying things in English in a way, and you actually practice the mechanical use of your voice to be a little bit more dynamic. So yes, this may not be the formal way to say have, but have and have have two different mechanical things going on in your mouth. More on that a little bit later. I kind of like using Southern accent because I love the way drawn out and how like kind of lyrical Southern accent is. Anyways, I am not doing Duolingo by... I don't know what that means, but all right. This is still Duolingo. We're talking about Duolingo now. Okay, so just to give an idea, so around average 10 hours of exposure. So that's what Duolingo is now. So let's make some disclaimers, right? Tentative talks are not comprehensive. I have to emphasize this constantly, right? Not comprehensive. Hence the word tentative, or tentative takes. Not comprehensive. And of course, a little idiosyncrasy. By takes, this is inferring the meaning of more of an anecdotal and observational opinion. So before we fly off the horse, right? Takes are anecdotal and observational opinions. My personal anecdotal observational opinions. Right? And other disclaimer. I am not a professional, right? Anything. Especially not a professional linguist. So terminology and jargon are used in an anecdotal sense, not a technical sense. So we're not having a technical discussion about my learning experience. Perhaps instructionally, if there is some professionals out there, they can evaluate whatever I'm saying in their own sphere of discipline. Not necessarily at me, but with whatever I'm saying. Fair enough, right? It's up to them. I'm not like selling anything. So that brings us to the next disclaimer. I am not selling anything. So what I mean by this is I have no agenda to educate per se, life hacks or like learning hacks in these statements. So these particular points, this very session is not for the sake of educating anyone. Teaching, the word teaching is going to come in today because I do have a fun anecdotal story that will frame most of the stuff. It's not for teaching per se. So I did not make a lesson plan. I did not make a schedule. I'm not presenting any direct commentary or advice in this. This is a pure summary of as much things I can recall and things that interest me. So these are lots of disclaimers that I have to make. Do you think you can read short text in Japanese, or do I need more vocabulary? We'll go into that. But since you may not be here for long enough to know, I can read long text Japanese now. And I don't necessarily need any more vocabulary because part of the vocabulary is to discover what the words mean by inference. So you can definitely get away with knowing the core feeling of a sentence without necessarily knowing the vocabulary. But that's a little bit later down the road. I'll probably talk about that in some indirect way. Does my throat never hurt speaking for such a long time? It does. It does get raw. But I stop at the moment it hurts. So slightly when I reach discomfort, Millie, Slightly when I reach discomfort, I learn to lean off or do a task that doesn't require my voice. But generally speaking, back in the day, as a short digression, I used to have problems sustaining a talking voice for like an hour or two. But fast forward 16 years of like speaking in general, I think my speaking voice tends to cop out. I mean, obviously there's strain and intensity and whatnot, but if I were to manage a simple cadence through the entire speech, I would say 8 hours. 8 hours is probably where I would cut it. That is excluding things when I'm trying to voice act or narrate or something that can strain that. But generally, how I'm speaking now is probably going to last me about 8 hours. This thing is going to take about 4 hours in general. So not selling anything. I'm not educating life hacks. I'm not, why did I say learning hacks? Oh, I'm not hacks. I meant to say hacks. No learning hacks, and I'm not teaching anything per se for this very day. So, this is more for demonstrating and summary of things I will do, consider doing, and have done. Okay? For those who like your verb tenses, and English stuff, this is a summary of what I will do, consider doing, and have done so far. And this all relates to Duolingo. Just stare into Falstaff's eyes as he looks at you disapprovingly. Okay? Okay, so that's the disclaimer out of the way. We're gonna wipe this canvas. And let's switch over to green. So let's break it up. Let's break up tentative takes, right? Tentative takes into things I want to talk about today. Well, first one, it will be our review. So this is everything I can possibly draw from Duolingo with an emphasis on the second 27 days. So we might squeeze in a little bit here and there as from the first 25 days, because the first 25 days act as an association tool. So sometimes I might say something like, oh, let's start with des, and then des leads into something else, right? Just the phrase des, or ka, or ni particle, right? If that came in the first part, it's being used as a tether for the other memories. Sometimes I have to work back to work forward. I don't usually work from the end and travel backwards a lot of times, right? So that's going to be the review. It's going to be comprehensive, or as much as I can recall to my knowledge. So as comprehensive to my knowledge, but not comprehensive in the sense that it is the totality of what everything that Duolingo has exposed me to in all those units. I am naturally going to forget, or not necessarily forget, but cannot recall certain things until I hear it and see it again. This is completely predicated, so this review is largely completely predicated on long-term memory. Right? Long-term memory without contextual aid. Traditionally and naturally, this is not how most things work. So when it comes to engaging the memory, usually it's contextually motivated. When you think about how often you use your memory, memories are triggered as opposed to without trigger. The reason I wanted to do this exercise, and not too often, is sentence construction and the creative process, right? Sentence construction often meets the end process of creativity. The creativity is often arguably one of the, you could say, endpoints in a lot of learning experiences, when you start to construct novel things. Not the actual parts, like the parts aren't novel, but the concept itself is novel. So sentence construction tends to come with that type of feeling, be it in artwork, music, science. You might be thinking, well, wait, science is studying things that already exist, right? Yes, but you have to conceptualize why they exist. You have to conceptualize how, discover and ascertain what is it that hasn't been ascertained before. So it is ultimately learn long-term memory without contextual things that are triggering you tends to evoke a different type of way of accessing your memory. So what is it that makes me think of all the predicates that I've learned in Japanese? Not what is something telling me what that is, right? So oftentimes this is the most unpracticed side, and rightfully so. It's not necessary. It's incredibly exhausting. And I would say as your vocabulary grows and your understanding of anything, it becomes overly exhausting. It's not time efficient over time. I do this sparingly every once in a while, which is why I've only done this twice in 53 days. Okay. I do it a small version of it at the beginning of every single stream for 10 to 15 minutes. And it's largely about the previous day, which I would still consider more of a short-term memory-ish adjacent. It's kind of in between short-term and long-term. All right, so that's the first one, which I'm gonna say, let's divvy up 3 hours, maybe 3 hours. It's probably gonna be long. Like, if you're thinking about 3 hours, just imagine having a 3-hour exam, and the exam prompt is, how much do you remember? And for me, 3 hours is rough. I mean, I know you guys, you young lads out there, it's like, oh, that's nothing. I have exams. I know someone who has exams that are, where I recently met someone who have exams that probably average 3 hours. And that's insane for me personally. So 3 hours of total recall is enough for me. I do not want to extend much more beyond that. Okay, so that's number one. We'll have 3 hours of that. Number two, just as a teaser, I tend to pick my favorite discussion or my most impressionable discussion. I like to use the word impressionable because oftentimes favorite would imply like a positive bias, but impressionable, the most impressionable moments, and I'll tease what that is. And I'm gonna frame generally discussions. I talk about, like, I don't know, things that interest me, and it often deals with learning or how I'm learning things, right? So perhaps it will be interesting, perhaps it will be irrelevant, we'll see. And where did this impression came from? It was around, I'm gonna say, day 36. It's between day 36 and 38, something like that. And a very passionate person mentioned these specific words: does not, I'm correcting some of the verbiage. So Duo does not teach Japanese. Okay? That's a spicy meatball right there. So Duo does not teach Japanese. That will be our theme for it. And you might be thinking, oh yeah, is this going to be some sort of rebuttal? Right? Or some sort of equivocating? I'm going to say there are a lot of twists. It's going to be dealing with understanding the English language. And some unexpected bias. Just to tease some stuff. But this is going to be the inspiration of the discussion part. And it will be in the framework of like what I do to learn it, right? There was obviously way more than this. We talk about like what is it that Duo does? What is it that Duo doesn't? So Duolingo, it's going to be about learning. And we'll talk about the story and then how it worked out and then dissecting that. So that's maybe we'll throw 1 to 2 hours here for this. And then 3 usually is what I call the lightning round. And I totally misspelled lightning. That's okay. Lightning round. And that is whatever comes up. Whatever comes up by the time. Whatever comes up by the end of this. Usually it's a lot of rapid points. This is where hot takes come in. Right. And whatnot. So that's the breakup. Obviously, the reason why it's a little bit shorter on written is largely because this is already going to take 5 hours. So at least 5 hours. All right, so let's start with the review. And this one is going to be long. I'm going to take my time with this one. So the first place I actually want to start is technically something that exists in my practice in every way possible. It's inherent to learning Japanese, right? Or inherent to understand these things. And oftentimes we're talking about writing. So let's start our review with writing. And in the interest of time, I'm going to write the kana, followed by as much of the 51 kanji as I can out of context. So specifically the characters themselves, not what the kanji is in its entire phrase. I will probably orally say that or talk about it a little bit, but it's kana and kanji. And the reason why this is going to be in the interest of time is I'm going to write the kana in the structured table and the kanji back to back to back as a way to alleviate having to write the whole all the other words in kana and kanji. It will take me more than a single day to attempt to write everything in kana. So right now, in terms of writing, I'm not going to write everything later where I recall nouns, adjectives, predicates. Maybe way down the line, we could do a marathon or something, right? So let's start with kana, which is how I started my part 1. Gotta see how the Yeol hand is. Okay. And once again, everything I review now if there are mistakes, that's what they're there for, right? So if there are any mistakes, any elements of recall, that's a reflection of what I've learned so far. So if I made errors, that's kind of the idea. You do not aim for perfection or accuracy. You aim for doing your best. And that's kind of where I am. So if any kana is like, I don't really write it that way, it's like, this is why these are reviews and progress reports. I'm not taking an exam, contrary to how long this is going to take, right? Okay. So let's start. And I will just slowly go on and try to zone in a little bit. Okay. Okay, that's first row. Second row. All right, that's the second row. Now off to the third row. All right. Fourth row. All right. Fifth row. All right. 6th row. Yes, the N row complete. Okay, we're on 7. So okay. Okay. 8. 9? Oh, those are kind of big. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. What is that? 10? Okay. And then we're gonna combine these. I typically put the other two in the middle as opposed to stagger them. So it'll make sense what I'm talking about. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Good enough. So there are arcana. And then now the rest of this space is to fill in the kanji. And kanji are gonna vary in spacing and shape and size. You can see that based on the way if I zoom in, depending on the zooming, it changes the space. So it's not quite the same as writing on a piece of paper because you'll constantly always see the full paper. But generally, the way pen tablets work is their space is proportional to the movement of the thing. So I tried to keep it as the similar zoom and stuff, but it still translates on piece of paper. Generally, it's a little bit of an extra step. So you can see that certain things are a little bit bigger, certain things are a little bit smaller. It really depends on the zoom. But the idea is to keep the hand motions the same. And it's going to be the same for kanji. And kanji, not only do this type of zooming and stuff creates a fluctuation in the size, kanji, I do not have the size. The sizing is not correct yet. So it'll still take some time before I really understand, really get into the sizing, right? It's largely adapted because I use this for drawing. All right. So, okay. Usually for kanji, a great place to start would be Oops. Just kidding. It's fine. I don't really like that. I ran out of space. It's fine. I was really hoping to get to 10. Oh, well, yeah, we'll just squeeze it in here. Actually. Oh my gosh. Fine. Actually. No. Good enough. Yeah, see, relative sizing, not so much. And I guess we're just doing all the kanji as opposed to separating. These are the first ones that I'm thinking of. So I'm thinking about them based on units at the moment. So okay. No, wait. No, no, no. That could be that could be sized a little bit better, but that's fine. Uh, it's good enough. That's definitely gotten rusty over the years. I mean, over the days. Okay. This is still actually a review from part 1. Haven't even gotten to the new ones yet. Oops. Wait. Yeah, we're fine. I think now we're finally getting to the new ones. These are the old ones. So part one. Oh, except for a few of these. A few of these are from part 2 because I just wanted to count up, right? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 and 7, I think, are in the first ones. And then Tanaka, Nakayama, Yamaguchi, Watashi, Tokyo, Kyoto, Nihon, Chichi, and Haha are part 1. And then we get Hachi, Q, Ju afterwards. However, they're all numbers, so we start with those. And then let Falstaff stare at your soul for a little bit, their soul staring for a little bit of disappointment in how I've become too lax in my writing because my watashi looks like garbage, but it's fine. All right, now time for the new stuff. That's awful. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay, it's fine. That's okay. It's good enough. And I think this is the one where Ju Hachi Q gets introduced. And then okay. So this one would be mimas, right? These are how these kanji are introduced in Duo. mimasu, yomimasu, yomimasu, ji, and han. Okay. Oh, this one kind of sucks. Sucks pretty hard. Okay. It's good enough. It's good. The top part is a little too thick. Hold up, let's take that back. I really don't like the way this kanji looks. Anyways. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, the sizing on this one is gonna be pretty pep. So I'm not quite sure. Wait. Oh, how did I? Oh, I must delete it by accident. Fine. Looks okay. It's sufficient. So, Duolingo's order of exposure is kaimasu, doyobi, doyobi, right? And B is the appear in Nihon. And then hanashimasu. All right. So then we move on to the other. We have more predicates. Oh, before we and doing this one too. Here we go. That's two. Let's bring them in a little closer. That's fine. Uh. Mm, that's good enough. Yeah. It's good enough. Hmm. Oh, right. Yeah. This is probably the next set. Shinbun. Shinbun. Tabemasu. Nomimasu. And iimasu. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh, maybe. This one's kind of weird. I don't really know. This one's still close enough. The hat. It's the hat. You know? That's a little can't really land on the hat. Oh. Too big. Make it smaller, I guess. Kind of big. I think this is the next set. Ikimasu, ikimasu, kun, and jikan. Jikan is how these were introduced. Right, we're not going over specifically what they mean and all that stuff. If you're an English person, I mean, if you're a Japanese person, you probably know what I'm referring to. That's usually say for our duo sessions. Okay. Hmm. It starts tapering off, so it's not a big deal. They tend to be introduced like 1 or 2 at a time after this. Okay. Okay. It's good enough. Okay. Hmm. It's so spaced out. But this is closer. Okay, sure. So okay. These are the 3. So nani, kakai, and yasumimasu are how these were introduced. And then various uses of them. So I haven't really categorized all the various uses, but we'll go through them once I feel like I've completed. Then I think we had like singles and seconds. I'm pretty sure I'm like 4 off at the moment. One of them would be gatsu. Gatsu for month as a month counter. This is kind of tapering off. Hold up. Okay. And after Gatsu. Oh no. After Gatsu is the nightmare. Gatsu, after Gatsu is a nightmare. I don't know why they placed this one in there. Okay, hold up. Yeah, it's like legitimately a nightmare. Something like this. It's a nightmare. I think this one's a nightmare. Let me try again. Yeah. That's a nightmare. The stroke order is correct, I think. But that's kind of nightmarish. And maybe this is like a little bit more extended. But this kanji is a nightmare to me. It feels good doing it, but getting, yeah, that's nightmarish. And then I'm pretty sure we're on the last two. Which, do I even remember them? Yes, I do. And there might actually be one more. I mean, after these two. Okay, so these are aimono. Aimono was introduced for the left one, and then that's aimas, and then the other one is kinyobi, is how these kanji were introduced. No, I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't remember another one. I thought I might have remembered another. So let's count. 1, 2, oh, there's 10, right? 10, 10, 15, 20, 22, 26, 26, 31, 31, 35, 39, 39, 39, 46. Okay, yeah, I think that's right. Wait, I feel like I'm missing something. Do I know of any other? I might have miscounted. Oh, wait. I am missing some. I'm supposed to have, I think I'm supposed to have 51. So I'm definitely missing a group. Oh yeah, I am missing a group. Hey, Paul. I am missing a group because I skipped one. It's the one that started with Urui. I've done pretty well, Paul. Today's review day. How are you doing? What have you done today? Huh? What have you done today? No, I'm just kidding. Right. Oh, this one sucks too. I don't like how it looks, basically. Okay. Okay. How could I have forgotten Mizu? Mizu. Okay, now I think I've got all of them. Oh, these are kind of big. They're not big enough now. Now I think I've gotten all of them. Because what? That's 6, right? 7 plus 46. Yeah, that's 51. That's all 51 kanji that we know. You've took time for you. Aw. Walk 17 kilometers? Wow, that's a nice walk. Did you see anything interesting while you were walking? Maybe anything that... What? Did you feel anything, or what? Did anything sit with you on your 17-kilometer walk? Did a bit of hiragana? Nice. U and no? Very nice. Very nice. U and no. So I think that's all of them. I think that's all of them. So let's talk about them, right? So to refresh my mind on some of the things that these things are important. Ichi. Ichi is kind of interesting in a sense that there are several variations of ichi. So we have right? Hitotsu. And that's about it, actually. It's not that interesting so far. We got hitotsu or hitori for ichi, right? And now you're going to get some sleep? Oh, good luck with your 6-hour exam tomorrow. Paul, I would love to hear what is interesting and impressionable about the exam tomorrow. And then ni. You walked was good. You visited a medieval city. What the heck? Just get up and visit a medieval city. That sounds so extravagant. That sounds amazing. So for ni, we have like futatsu and futari. For counting things, 1 and 2 changes. 3 changes too. So we have san, mitsu. And honestly, just that one so far. Oh, and then we still had ikai. And then nikai is still the same. Didn't get third. Did we get third floor? No. I don't think we got third floor. But ikai is another variant on ichi. With castles and everything, nice. That sounds so scenic. Yeah, I hope I will get a good art subject. Wish you luck. Absolutely. You don't need luck. Just go crush that exam. Good luck, Paul. Rest well. And then so mitsu was the thing that was different, right? And then yon. What can I say about yon? Yo is some of the modifiers. So like yotsu, right? We didn't go to counting 4 ups. And then there's yoji as opposed to yonji. Yoji. And we haven't said April, so I don't know what that is yet. But that's the only yo. Right? Yes. Take care, Paul. And what can we say about go? Go is just go. Go is so chill. Go has no chill. You know? Go always goes everywhere. For the most part. Yeah. No goal changes. Dok is being neglected most of the time, but Dok is fine. Yeah. Nothing sticks out for Dok. Now, when we get to Nana, Nana. Duo is a fan of Nana. Let me tell ya, Nana. So, Shichi. Shichi is the modifier for the mod, and that's next to Shichiji. Shichiji. And Shichikatsu. Right? Heckin' Nana, man. Alright. Hachi? What can I say about Hachi? Hachi's pretty chill. Hachi's chillin'. Q, on the other hand, is speeding up to second place for eccentricity. So we have Q, but we have Kuji and Kugatsu. Although I am a fan of the Ku. So Ku is nice. And then Ju. Oh wait, actually there is. Oh no, not really, because I forgot. Hun and Pun. When we get to Ju, I get reminded of Pun, right? Was there another Pun anywhere? No. So it's just Ju Pun, right? Ju Pun. And then Ju for the most part. Yeah. Ju chills with G as well. Juji, like, pretty chill. Not so, doesn't play nice with Pun though. So you had Ju Pun. Right? And I don't think there's any of these, all these other numbers, at least if they came up so far, are pretty chill with Hun. We'll get back to Hun in a little bit now, right? And then we have the three main names, surnames or like family names of Duo's repertoire. Tanaka, Nakayama, and Yamaguchi, right? Fair enough. We can talk a little bit about these two. So, it's not revealed, but Tanaka, this kanji, kind of a rice field, and Naka is kind of central, middle, and then Yama later finally been revealed as mountain, courtesy of Duolingo. And the Gucci symbol, right? Gucci is mouth, but haven't been introduced. So not too much. Gucci is pretty neglected. Naka is pretty everything except Yama. Yama did not get neglected. And then of course my terrible watashi. Self-explanatory watashi. Watashi, no, nothing really interesting other than, this right here, this stroke pattern right here on the right is very reminiscent of mu in katakana. We talk about stroke patterns. There are a lot of reminiscent stroke patterns that I use to remember some of these kanji. And then, of course, we get our favorite two cities for the time being, Tokyo and Kyoto, where I typically remember in this order because of capital. Kanji for capital is not introduced in Duo, but this is the character for capital. I think this is East. This is East because of the Mandarin character East. So East capital. I don't actually know if what the To in Kyoto is, but not introduced. That's just a little extra, I suppose. My Kyoto needs a little work, especially the To part. So Tokyo and Kyoto. Up to this point, we do not have kanji for any other city, and there are a lot of them, and we're probably going to cover, or place, like a Japanese place. And we're going to talk about a lot of them. And we have Nihon, right? Nihon. And I. The left side, Nihon, has many uses. Like hi for day. And then B for days of the week. And then hon itself is also book. So Nihon has multiple purposes. Okay, and then we have chichi and haha. They're nice. Pretty cool. Still to this day, I think haha's kanji is the wonkiest. It really reminds me of like a musical note. And then chichi kind of looks like a coat of arms. Anyways. Not much to say about that until later when we talk about family. So, now we get into like the verbiage, right? This is at this point is when Duo started introducing at least 2 or 3 predicates every unit. 2 or 3. When they started off, they hit the ground running a little bit, right? So we have mimasu. And there are variances of this. Like this whole box design with the strokes on the bottom. They came up a couple times already, right? So nothing to say much about mimasu. The left side, yomimasu. We come up again in hanashimasu. So, and then we have ji. Definitely could be a could be a better. G is the counter, right? Time, right? Oh, I guess I should be saying what these mean, right? In English. So 1 through 10, names, and then me, watashi, or I. And then Tokyo, Kyoto is self-explanatory. Nihon, Japan, right? And chichi, haha, my dad specifically, and my mom. And then we have mimasu, watch. Yomimasu, read. G is the counter for time. 30, or half pass, really, half pass. Yeah, I don't have too much to talk about in these. And then kaimasu, buy. And these came as a pair, doyobi and B from Nihon. So B up here. And then we have doyobi, Saturday. And in this same one, which haven't been mentioned, is nichiyobi, which uses B twice. Or this character for nichiyobi combined with, I don't know, the character for day, I suppose. And then hanashimasu, talk. Then we have shinbun, newspaper, and this occurred again. They introduced jikan later, right? And tabemasu, eat. Nomimasu, drink. And also to take, but in a very specific case, for medicine. I forgot that when I was reviewing yesterday. So there's that. And then imasu. I'm not sure how they didn't really take it somewhere like imasu. And usually it's with to because of how to be named or called or something. I'm not sure how flexible this meaning is. We haven't had an alternative meaning for this. And this stack, like this particular stack, it's like a widened stack of hanashimasu's left. Like if you imagine like yomimasu and hanashimasu's left side stack, it's like a wider load, you know, wide load of that side. And then we have the ever-present pair, ikimasu and kimasu. And notoriously, or I guess people who are vigorously objectifying this, it is to go and to come. However, I prefer to depart and to arrive. Or depart, arrive. And then we get into a new counter, hun, or pun. Because hun doesn't really behave really well. They don't vibe very well with ju, so it becomes ju pun. You know, they needed to separate it. Ju didn't want to get next to hun, so it becomes ju pun, right? They needed that little space, just a little distance, right? Add that tsu in the beat in between because they can't get along very well. Okay. And then we have the not so subtle copycat, and in Jikan, it's introduced for hours, so it's combined with our fun friend G, which was terribly written over here, right? Jikan, borrowing some flags from Shinbun, specifically the bun. Oh, and I forgot to mention Shinbun. The Shin is the character for Atarashi, which is at the bottom, and that's why I remembered it, because Atarashi, this kanji is actually the left kanji, Shinbun for newspaper. Then we have Nani, right? Nani, her favorite Nani, which can be modified to Nan. Have many examples of Nan, like Nanji, Nandeska, and it stands alone, Nani, right? And Takai in expensive and or tall, which was paired with Yama, the introduction of Yama for mountains and tall. So Takai, expensive or tall. And then we move to the extravagant Yasumimasu. And Yasumimasu has been used in multiple ways. As a modifier of day, Yasumi no hi, as in the interpretive days off, and Yasumi, take a break, or breaks, or like leisure things, right? Break. And then we have our next counter, yes, which is gatsu or getsu if you're feeling a little frisky. Getsu gets a little frisky when it's attached to raigetsu. And oh boy, which one was raigetsu? Oh, we take our handy dandy kimas, right? I feel like it's kimas. Yeah. We take our handy dandy kanji and it becomes raigetsu. And getsu also, when you have gatsu, you get modified by some of them. It modifies some of the numbers. Like our favorite one, Nana. Nana's be like, I'm out. It's now. I'm getting rebranded. It's Shichi. Yeah. Shichi. So Shichigatsu. And Ku is like, I'm gonna drop the Q. And be like hanging out with Kugatsu, right? Not sure about Yo, actually, because we didn't say April. Alright, so Gatsu. And then single use kanji so far. I feel like it's a very oddly specific use kanji, and it's kind of a nightmare. Although it kind of looks nice compared to the others. Okay. Which is kaimono, shopping. That's all I got. There are very few kanji that we know that looks like this. Although you can see some interesting stroke similarities. But yeah, that's it. Kaimono, not too much to talk about there. I'm keeping track of time. What did we say? 2 to 3 hours? Ooh, that's gonna be tough. The second part is gonna be tough. Only an hour. It's probably gonna be 4 hours then. And then we have I must, right? To meet up. It looks like a hat. And they coincidentally they chose two like roof kanjis for two roof kanji. And then we have our third week of the day, Kinyobi, or Friday. Looks pretty cool. Not much to say here. Other than it kind of feels like moo picked up again on the bottom here. Anyways, and I skipped this. Hurui, right? Hurui is old object. And then atarashi, which is paired with hurui. So atarashi and hurui are paired together. If you remember one, you remember the other. Thank you, Duolingo, I suppose, by association, which is new, or perhaps newly crafted idea. And then these are paired too. Hyaku and sen, 100 and 1000. And then how could I have forgotten mizu? Mizu is water, water, you know. And then these are paired up. So if you know ooki, chisai, ooki, welcome. There we go. And that's for writing. So that's our writing portion. And because I finished my writing portion, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we hop into the vocabulary stuff. Alrighty. So the reason I start with this is largely because the next section, or the next like recall stuff, is going to be in English. And as the way I do this exercise is because every single thing I learn that I'm pronouncing or whatever, these are the characters. These are all the characters that I picture in my head. Not even the extra stuff that I've learned, because the extra stuff that I've learned, they're not very heavy on recall. Like for example, we've had a lot of discussions where like ski, the characters for ski, maybe like benkyo, even kyo in general, jihanki, there are a lot of kanji that has been thrown around in the last 27 days. And because I haven't written it or formally repetitiously do any of it and associate a lot, the first thing that I'll remember from them is the kana, like what it kind of looks like nebulously. However, usually it's the speech and the core of the meaning that retains most of the time, because I spend most of the time discussing about those things. So I'm not going to use any, when I'm thinking about the English word, I'm visualizing these characters before speaking the English. So in the next set, as I'm recalling, generally my routine is to see the kana and write the English simultaneously. So that's kind of my routine that I do most of the time to remember what the kana looks like, while also trying to retain my English, the snappy English translation. So we're gonna move on to our next one. And how we're going to do this is generally categorically. I tend to be categoric about this. Oftentimes you can probably go as broad as like, you know, noun, verb per se, right? Adjective. You can probably go about it doing this way. However, now that our vocabulary has ballooned to over 800 and 900 words, which it's about 700 for Duolingo, so we're tacking on like another 200 for my own personal things that I may or may not talk about. We're gonna try to stick to the 700. So because of this, it's more about not being not comprehensive, but finding where the categorical associations are. So instead of using like noun, verb, and adjective, I'll probably talk about that a little bit. We're gonna do topics. So generally it's gonna be categorically topic related or subject, and not in the linguistic manner, in the figurative, literary manner. So what are different topics that the words group together, and it's going to be a combination of whatever I learned in the last 52 days. And we'll see how long we'll go about it until I hit like a wall. If I hit a wall, then we either move to a new topic, subject, or move to our story time, right? I have a feeling we're going to have to scrap the lightning round. Okay. So let's just start over here and start with a topic that's right off the top of my head, and that's family. Family. So family, right? Now the question is, how far does this go back? At most, right? Chichi. I say father, but I guess let's be a little bit more consistent with the way I feel about these words. So chichi is from the first part 1. Chichi, aha, right? I think part of the first group is still like imoto is younger, right? And then ototo. And then we have older, ani and ane, right? Oops. I didn't mean to do that part. So, ani and ane. So these are the first parts. Part 1. It's important that we know all the first ones, because how family is then introduced is it's related to all of these. So then, yeah, let's throw in some older ones. I think these are also part of the older collection. Tsuma and Otto. Although there isn't a variant of this. It's interesting enough, otto is kind of close to expressing father in the third person sense. We have any more older ones? I think the older ones were these. So, shichi, haha, imoto, ototo, ani, ane, tsuma. No. Is it tsuma? Yeah. I think it's tsuma and oto. Okay. So how are these related? So our new ones is the conversion of going from casual to polite, or referring from first person to third person, or referential. So we have oto-san, which I will be using as the word father. This is a colloquial English thing. Often it's my dad, but your father. If I'm talking about my father to someone else, I'm talking about my father, and I don't usually use my dad. When I'm talking about something personal, I kind of gravitate towards my dad, right? So, and then oto-san and oka-san, right? This is in order to differentiate. In order to differentiate. Although I personally differentiate. I don't think this is not reflective of other English speakers. I personally use father to sound more formal and respectful. It's not necessarily like my dad is disrespectful. It's more casual, right? So, and then we have, I think this is largely adding an honorific in order to achieve this for these two. So imoto-san, ototo-san, or ototo-san, yes. And obviously it's not like I have an English word for that, so we're not keeping it strictly to English. There'll be some romaji thrown in as a surrogate. And then we have one-san, right? So, in a way, how do I differentiate this? Not really. It's the same. So we have one-san and, oni-san, sorry. Oni-san and one-san. Which again is kind of this. I'll probably modify it in the sense that, okay, actually, we'll do it this way, right? Like this. So, oni-san and one-san. There is also the o, as in probably even more honorific, but o, that's converted between ani, ane to oni-san and one-san. And wife and husband just didn't come back up. I suppose you can extrapolate, infer perhaps tsuma-san. No, that's kind of weird. So we'll see if these ever get converted. But yes. So the newer thing is to be talking and describing family members that are from a referential standpoint and a third standpoint, as opposed to using personal words that are reflective of your own, right? Is there anything else? Oh, and then we have other things, right? Oh no. I told myself to remember this word, but I forgot it again. Oh wait, I do remember it. Kotomo. Kotomo. I think. I'm gonna say Kodomo. No. No. Wait. uh. Thinking. I'm gonna stick with Kodomo. Kodomo. And Kyodai. Yeah, Kyodai for siblings. By extension, I suppose we can throw in Kareshi and Kanojo. I think that completes the family category. Yeah, I'll come back if there's something else. All right, so another topic that I can think of. Heck, why not? Let's pull the band-aid off right now. We're gonna go into food. This is gonna be a long category. We might as well go through all the food, I suppose, as much food items as we can. So yeah, sushi, self-explanatory. Tempura, right? Soba. I'm doing all the Japanese. I'm not doing all the Japanese ones first. Udon. Blah blah blah. Ramen. I'm kind of saying it like in between Chinese and Japanese. I don't know why I'm doing that. Any other Japanese inspired things? I guess they didn't really say miso separately, but misoshiru. It's fine. I guess we're gonna stick to try to remember most of the hiragana ones first, or like not hiragana, but the Japanese specific ones. I guess this is kind of Japanese, but ocha, kolcha, right? Kolcha. Onigiri. And I will stop using the English word. I'm basically writing whatever English it is while I'm saying those things. So it's self-explanatory. Read with your eyes, listen with the Japanese, right? Okay. So all right. Let's just keep going. Oh, bento. Actually, I'm not sure if it's considered boxed lunch or box lunch, now that I think about it. I'll put this in quotes for those who like to do a deep dive into the idea of the word boxed versus box. And would you drop the ed? Boxed lunch. Okay. Heck. Might as well. Okay. Juice. In no particular order now. Juice. Cupcake. Chocolate. Ichigo. These are the most recent ones. That's why I'm thinking of them first. Matcha. Ice cream. Ice coffee. You know, and here's another one, right? Is it iced coffee or iced coffee? Right. It's a idiosyncrasy with English about the eds and dropping the eds if it's inferred. So, iced coffee versus ice coffee. And then we're including that as a double because coffee. Coffee. Should we do food related things too? Like kahe. We'll throw in kahe, even though it's technically like food, but anything food related, I suppose. Donatsu. I don't think there's enough space for the amount of nouns that deal with food. You know, it's funny, we didn't get vanilla yet. Huh. We might as well throw in mizu. Hey, water's a food, okay? Don't at me. Well, it's a drink, but you know, categorically, it's something you consume. I was gonna write pan, like the word pan. Pan. Pizza. Pizza. Whoops. Well, that's funky. Hold. Why is this important? Because food is very important to me, so deal with it. Oh, I guess we could do like teishoku. Teishoku. Meal sets. That's kind of like Japanese specific, really. Teishoku. Oh, other phrases like okashi. Okashi. What's my favorite cuisine? Oh man, that's fully loaded. That's a very loaded question. I will make the answer a little bit less loaded by frequency. If I were eating cuisine by frequency, as in what is the heaviest frequency cuisine that I have if I'm living alone and making my choices, it would be it's probably Korean, actually. I was gonna say it's gonna lean towards Japanese, but because of the accessibility, it's Korean by frequency. If I'm gonna like health-wise, so if you're going by like favorite things that you can't eat a lot, but by moderation, like you have to moderate, hands down, American barbecue. Any form. Southern is preferable, but Southern barbecue. However, because it's moderation, it's not the one with the highest frequency. What else we can say? Rainy days. Rainy days, Vietnamese. Pho. A close second would be some sort of ramen or a Szechuan beef noodle, so that would make Chinese, but pho would be rainy days, to give you some ideas, I suppose. Oh yeah, favorite is categorically much too loaded. Although none of those words came up here, huh? Besides, the closest thing is probably miso shiru and ramen. Oh, and udon soup is fantastic. Udon shiru, I suppose. Spring day, dry day, soba is great. Tempura is a moderation thing as well. No. Yours is Vietnamese. Nice, very nice. Particularly, are we talking about pho or more like spring rolls? Peanut sauce. I forgot what that noodle is called. Like, I'm not that well versed in Vietnamese cuisine, really. I'll shout out to a lesser one. That is fantastic, that some should experience to some extent, but is very difficult to find, is adobo, specifically Filipino adobo. So there's that, and still I haven't triggered any extra. Oh, okay. It triggered something. Kare, right? Kare. So hats off to Indian cuisine and I guess Japanese by association. Oh, that now we can say like speaking of kare, there's miso katsu, right? But specifically, I'm saying katsu in terms of pork cutlets, which may be also associated with the schnitzel. So, and then the other one is it's deep fried pork cuts, fried pork chops, but pork cutlets. It's a variant of all of them. You know, I named 3 different variances of pork cutlets. Let's see. So katsu. What other food is there? Let's see. Keiki. So standard keiki. Other things. Expressions like desatto. Make sure I don't spell desert instead of dessert. Desatto. I should have systematically went through this instead of just randomly willy-nilly naming things. Now I'm not going through it systematically, so let's just take a look and see if we can get inspired by other things. Oh. Yes. Sandoichi. I'm just gonna write sando, even though this is also a Japanese word, but sando. I don't usually say sandwich that much anymore. But sando. Let's see if can I get inspired? What else can this inspire me? Oh, Niku. That's a new one. Niku. I figure these just vomit out of my brain, but clearly I have a bias. I guess we had cheesecake. Okay. I'm like rapping through beverages and like common phrases to see if I hit common nouns and stuff, if I hit anything. Oh. Gohan. And then by that we can do other expressions like Asakohan. Hirugohan. And Bangohan. We can say other things too. Like it's kind of indirectly from what you mentioned, but Diori, which is new, right? Diori. Food, cooking, cuisine, and we're not gonna touch the verbs per se yet. Well, we'll keep verbs will be like verbiage, and predicates will be a different section. I won't go into why that's relevant to food. Well, diori. Not yet. This doesn't, I mean, like, look at this. This doesn't look like even 100 words yet. Man. Two and 30 minutes. Okay. Just food, huh? Are there any expressions? No, that's predicate. I guess we'll use things like oishi. Kawaii. This is an inside joke. I feel like kawaii was associated with pastries so many times. I'm gonna just throw it in here. Nah, we're gonna leave that with weather, I suppose. All right, I think this is fair enough. This is fair enough. I'm sure some other things will come up. I got a lot of the new ones. I'm trying to really get the new ones. So not that much new food stuff. Huh. Not as much as I thought. Yeah, we went over the cafe stuff. Pastry shops. Standard lunch items. Beverages. Japanese stuff. Some expressions. Alright. Let's do another category. We have room down here for another category. We might as well quickly, since I've already hit it. Let's do weather. Weather. So weather. Let's start with weather. Tenki. Atatakai. Oh, I remember another one. Cocoa. Only because of weather. Atatakai. Atsui. Samui. Alright, that's about the temperature stuff. Are. Kumori. Whoops. I started writing the emoji. Kumori. Ame. Yuki. Oh, sorry, writing emoji again. That's pretty good. And then I guess we'll throw these in too, right? Aru. Natsu. Aki. Fuyu. Good enough. Let's talk about kind of like we'll say oh no, we should save that category. It's a little big, so let's do a smaller category, like transit stuff. Densha. Basu. Taxi. Shinkansen. I'm just gonna write bullet. It's fine. It's kind of funny. I looked at train and I'm like, wait, is train spelled the same way as train? Only English problems. Is train the same as train? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine. Okay. So we have things like, oh, I'm not sure if this is from the previous or not. So let's do those, like homu, eki. I'm only gonna write station. Eki. Baste. Stop, right? Baste. Oh, right. Hikoki. And then kuko. For a moment there, I forgot what the English word for kuko was. I just said kuko, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm like, wait, what do you call a kuko? Chikatetsu. Oh, this one I did forget. Kaisatsu. And we might as well throw in kipu. And our new one, chiketo. I don't know. Oh, so hira and kata. Chiketo. Right. Because, you know, that. I suppose technically these are kind of transporting related. Elevator. Wait, I don't even know how to spell elevator. Okay. Kaidan. That's associated, that's why. Norikae. This word I forgot on the review. Dekuchi. And then some random stuff like chika. Ikai. And nikai. Okay. I told myself I was going to use two different colors and different colors in general, but I realized I didn't even switch colors. Fine. Old habits die hard. Nah, we're gonna leave those out for now. Is there anything else that's kind of transit related? Do we have space? We have space, so now let's get into the big other big categories. I think this is pretty good. It's like pretty much most things outside of car. But transit, yeah, you can get away with pretty much these things, right? Bullet train, regular train, bus, taxi, plane, subway. You pretty much covered most of the things. Airport. Yeah, you can get around with this type of stuff. All right, weather. Yeah, you can pretty much get around with this weather completion. And family, pretty much all your family members are here, outside of like cousins and grandparents. And let's look at food. Can you get away with what else would I be if I wanted to describe something else? Lots of noodles. Like pastries, yeah, dessert, and then we have beverages. Okay, kind of covered. You can probably get away with most of this stuff too. Yep, that's pretty good when it comes to those. So we're kind of filling out all our purposes, like purpose stuff. A category has to feel complete enough to be reasonable, so you cover all of your first thinking thoughts, and most of these just come out really quickly, so not too bad. Now let's move on to the next categories. Other things. Let's swap up the color. We're gonna say it's gonna be, this category is gonna be time / like frequency kind of thing, right? So Raishu, Shumatsu, wait, yes, Maishu, wait, just kidding, wait, sorry, Shumatsu is, uh-oh. yeah, Maishu, then Maishu. Maishu, Raishu, Shumatsu. Then we have Ashita. Don't have the phrase for, although I did see it in the guidebook, the phrase for yesterday. I think it's the next section because past tense is being introduced in the next section, so we'll probably get yesterday. Toki toki. Mainichi. Maiban. Maiasa. Ima. Kyou. Itsumo. And I guess we can throw in like itsu. And I guess expression of time will also throw in things that deal with time or related to time, like yoyobi, nichiyobi, kinyobi, getsuyobi. I didn't mention getsuyobi during the kanji thing. Those are our 4 days. We can do time itself, right? Pun or pun. Jikan. Ji. Yeah, sure. I think we're gonna skip grammar points, largely because we're reviewing what Duo teaches, and Duo does not explicitly teach grammar points, with a few exceptions, the guidebook. So we might cover the guidebook stuff. The rest, the grammar point is implicitly understood that whatever I'm doing outside of Duolingo is complementing the grammar points. So I'll mention some of those things, possibly. Can you get away with most of these things? I mean, yeah. Like every day, every evening, every morning, sometimes tomorrow, every week, weekends, next week. 4 days of the 7 days of the week. Okay, now, today, always, when... Mosuku. Soon? Mosuku. Okay, this is kind of a stretch, but skoshi. A bit. Skoshi. It can be used in an expression of time or duration of some sort. Skoshi. I think that's pretty comprehensive. I don't think I have expressions like late, early. Okay, this is kind of related to time in a way, and we're just gonna stick it here. Kabun. Right. It deals with time and frequency, really. Probabilistic stuff. Oh, and we can throw in these things too. Like, technically, it's kind of like a time-oriented thing. So, let's say like, Yasumi. And Yasumi no hi. Right? And hi in general, for day. Hi. Because these phrases deal with augmenting time and frequency in your sentences. So if you have a lot of these things, you can more or less express quite a large range of things. Quite a large range of things with these. And obviously we're not going over the numbers that apply to the 3 counters here. You can probably express quite a bit, or 4 counters actually. I see 4 counters here. That's pretty good. I'd say I feel fairly comfortable with this range for adding some sort of frequency, or kind of like what are to expect or when to expect things into your sentences. So what are other things we can do now? Before we hit verbs. We're about to enter the miscellaneous category because I don't know where to stack these guys. Let's see. So we got transit, weather, food, frequency or time, frequency, location. Location, and I'm gonna put in also names. Location names. So this isn't very, it's very specific to Japan, but if I went to Japan, they did cover most of the quite a lot of the places, right? So let's start off at the top. Tokyo. Tokyo. I almost forgot how to spell Tokyo in English. Kyoto. Akihabara. For you anime fans, right? For you anime fans out there, gotta at least take a nod to 3, right? Akihabara, Shibuya, Nagoya, which is a new place. Honestly, I was kind of expecting Fukuoka. Like, Fukuoka is amazing. But there wasn't Fukuoka didn't show up yet. Yokohama. Osaka. Sorry. I neglected Osaka. That's probably higher up on the list. I don't know how much I know about Ueno Koen, but I would like to visit that place too. Asakusa. I'm not sure about Asakusa. I don't know how much I don't know anything about Asakusa. Yeah. Oh, nothing. I think that comes to mind immediately. Did we cover all of the proper location names? I feel like I'm missing maybe 1 or 2. We're not even done yet. This is the surface. There are a lot of name locations. Let's focus on the Japanese ones first. I'm right now in my head, I'm actually geographically going from north to south of the locations that I know in Japan. This is good enough. We're good. Now let's do other things for location and things. Right? Right. America. And I'm writing USA because America is referring to USA, not America, as in North America and South America. I do make that distinction. I'm not represented, just a minority opinion. I don't usually use America too often. I use the United States. if I'm referring to where I'm from. America, there are multiple Americas. Not that I want anyone else to say. I typically say United States. Or the States, I suppose. That's not as descriptive enough. Igirisu. And much like Igirisu, I know people say Britain a lot, but I kind of use UK quite more often. Igirisu. Urajiru. These are old ones right now. Betonamu. Heckin' Betonamu. Fransu. That's a new one though. Malaysia. I struggled so much with these katakana. Holy heck. Katakana, man. Australia. Australia. Struggled with that one too. This might be, I guess some people might be thinking, well, these are all cognates, so you don't have to like remember these. However, what I'm doing is I'm trying to picture the kana, and that is not easy to me. So if you're thinking like, oh, well, you can write USA, UK, they just sound alike, but if you're trying to think of the kana, that's a different story. Like, the kana for these things are butts. They're pretty butthead. Like, I mean, America is fine, I suppose. Igirisu, not so much. And Igirisu isn't even, you know, that. So, the imagining the kana in your head is a whole different story. Hey, SoCal. Hello. It's been a while. How have you been? Alright. Chugoku. Kankoku. Can't complain on weekend now, can I? Oh, it's a weekend? Oh, what a coincidence. I forgot that it's a weekend, sorry. I lose track of time. Or day of the week. Very nice. What do you do on weekends, SoCal? Let's see. I'm missing places, aren't I? This is part of the first batch. This is like the second batch. This is like the fourth batch, actually. This is the third batch. Yeah, we might as well go around the world. Let's see if we missed any around the world. All right, we're traveling. Still traveling. Nope, that's an X. Oh, Canada. Sorry, Canadians. I'm sorry. That's part of the first batch. Okay. We're traveling around. None of that. All right, this is pretty decent for the list of that stuff. Now, more locations and names. It's got more locations and names. How have the studies been? Feel like you're making good progress? I mean, I always feel like I'm making good progress. SoCal, you silly goose. Why would you ask me that? The answer is yes. Right now, you're studying, watching the FIDE, and naturally checking out Japanese learning. I see. FIDE, huh? Of course you would be checking out the FIDE. No shade, of course. Oh, oh, now we have specific cities. I forgot about specific cities. Seoul, New York, specifically New York City. That should be a very excellent clarification for foreigners. It's New York City. As a person who is from New York City, it's very classically New York City. It's much like saying America, America instead of the United States. Personally, minority opinion, obviously. Toronto. We didn't get any city from Australia. No Vietnam, no Brazil, no France. Not even Igirisu. Interesting. Somehow Toronto, New York, and Seoul. Not even Chugoku. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, those are the cities outside. I wonder why Toronto. Okay, all right, so we got other types of locations, which technically we covered some of them, right? Some of the stuff that we covered was cafe, kuko, boste. These are technically locations that you can fill in to help with building stuff, like eki, right? To build your sentences. However, we got more stuff, like the idea of mise, store. However, there's also ya, or shop modifier, ya. All right, since we're talking about location and frequency, we might as well go over all the koso a do. Well, koso a. So we have the days, right? The re, the nos, I guess the that is. Oops, not that is. The other way around. Datas. So these are the coal, so right? So the demonstratives. These are usually, I'm usually referring to these guys as the demonstratives. What the heck? We'll call them demos. The demos. Oh, and there was one extra that I totally forgot, and they only used it once. Is technically still under the kosoa do stuff, and that's
I don't really know how to describe it, but it's more like like a cheetah. Chirera? See, I've already forgotten it. But it's referring to a person. We'll keep that out. It's not, it's only used once, and I would phrase it around that. Like, I wouldn't use that phrase, but fine. Did we forget anything else? Re no ko Re no Rera ko. That's about it. That covers the demonstratives, more or less. There's a few exceptions also, right? Like a little bit kind of blend, like asoko. Asoko. That's fine. Good enough for locations and names to express that kind of thing. Like relative things. Relative location. Do we got any more like location? Company. Convenient. I can't spell convenient anymore. Pep. Send. Help. Oh, wait. Okay. That's my best attempt. Convenient. So company. Company. Departo. The department store. And then we have apato. Uchi. Yeah. I guess we're gonna throw this stuff up here too from transit. Oh. Chikatetsu. And we don't use biru, okay? Don't biru me as well. If everyone's thinking about it, we use tatemono. Sorry. Oh. Shiro. Niwa. Oh my gosh, I wrote Niwa. Niwa. Sure. Umi. I know it means ocean and sea and stuff, but Umi. We're talking about Duolingo here. Yama. Otera. Jinja. So many. There's absolutely no way we can cover 700 words today. That's not the goal. We're trying to cover as many to feel like, ah, yes, this is good enough. Like we can describe location, right? In our sentence structures, it like to put into our sentences. I guess Cohen. That's a pretty nice place to consider. Restaurant. I'm basically just thinking about things that I would describe if I had to describe a location that would be relevant. I covered most of the stuff that would be relevant locations outside proper nouns. We got hoteru, right? That's from part 1 though. Hoteru. The reason why I remember hoteru is because we had robi. We had robi. Oh, kitchen. Living. Oh boy. We might as well throw these objects in too, because technically, beto is a location. Listen, guys, don't take that out of context, okay? Calm down, all right? It's technically a location. Don't at me about that one. I'm thinking about around the house, right? Or around the place. So I guess we might as well throw in some. Oh, no, we're not gonna throw in those things though. Those things are gonna be part of a smaller category. Location and names are outrageous. Are there any other locations that I would need to describe? Oh yeah. Right. Toshi. Tokoro. And Machi. Right? Throw those in also. What else we got? Don't know how to say that yet. All right, I think that's good enough for location. All right, what is another category to fill in sentences? Oh, we might as well throw these things in too. So, de. That's technically location. And yeah, we can throw in a ni as a reminder. Lots of knees and days have been used in our newest sections. Okay, these are technically belong in location 2. Chikaku. Toi. Chikai. Okay. I think that's good now. All right, what's another thing that I would say that I need to fill in my sentences? Let's go with another big category. I guess we might as well just lump this all together, right? We'll call this the activities. This is probably the largest category, the broadest. Activities / tasks / actions category. And honestly, hold up. Let's use a new color for this. I'm feeling we're going with this. Let's use a new color. Change up our palette a little. So activities, actions, tasks, right? All right. Here's everyone's favorite, where I'm going to trigger every person who keeps telling me that, why aren't you using the plain form? Why aren't you using the plain form? Time to trigger everyone, because this is duo specific. Okay? So, we have, let's start with pairs. Pairs are pretty nice, right? Ikimasu. Ikimasu. Oh, this one's gonna be all right, fine. Arimasu. Arimasu and imasu, right? And desu. I guess we might as well write them out in a way. Oops. That's a very specific thing, so we're just gonna put that in quotes. It's fine. Dekimasu. Asobimasu. Dekakimasu. Gorimasu. I'm gonna put this in quotes. Tetsudaimasu. Suwarimasu. Oh no, I don't remember the one that I reminded myself that I need to know because I've forgotten it. Oh wait. Hold up. No. Norimasu. Oh, there's that situational one too. Yeah. Kairimasu. I guess shimasu. That's an old one. Tabemasu. Nomemasu. And then the very specific one. Yomimasu. Mimasu. Sure. So this is more like oh no. I thought these would be regurgitated pretty quickly too. I must. Anashimasu. Did I use the other ones? Yes. Okay. So this one is abimas, and that abimas is shower related right now. Abimas. Oyogimasu. Ashirimasu. I guess like skides and daiskides. I guess, yeah, okay, like sundemasu. You can put like Sushin too. Sushin? Skurimasu. There are definitely more than this. I know ones that I actually can't see the kana in my head. So I'm holding off on them to see if they come back to me. Oh, we got a new one too. Machimasu. Right. Okay, technically this is something too, and it's more like the O order. So it's an implicit order. That's a task, right? O for order. That happened a lot in the recent unit too. Oh, I have more locations. Hold up. Locations? What'd you call it? Locations? More locations. 动物園. Oops. 動物園. And Iroba. And Bijutsukan. And the reason why I remember these is Byonin Hospital. And technically, if we're gonna talk about transit, if we go back here to transit, we can put, I know this is gonna be a little bit controversial, but we could say kyukyusha, ambulance. It's part of transiting something, so all right. Anyways, back to this. All right. Back to this. We left some space on the other ones because there's a chance I will remember stuff as we go. Are we crossing the 4-hour mark? We haven't crossed the 4-hour mark yet. It's not time for stories yet. We're not even talking about what I've learned. Like, it's interesting that when people think about what I've learned, this would be probably what people think of when you think about what I've learned. I didn't really learn these things. I memorized these things, right? And that's gonna lead into that story we're gonna talk about later for like the rest of the time. But I memorized these things. Like what I'm doing right now is I'm recalling from memory as opposed to demonstrating what I learned from these. So I haven't actually demonstrated anything I've learned or understood, so to speak, is what people classically think of when you're doing this. Okay. I mean, you can express quite a lot of things now with these. Yeah, we'll see if we recall more things as we talk about actions and activities. There's lots of activities, like old school stuff, right? Basketball. Bareball. Yeah, bareball. Or it might be bore. No, bore. I don't. That one's a little questionable. Bareball. Yeah. Bareball. What other stuff we have? Gameu. Eiga. Oh, we do have another big category as well. We'll stick with not using that category right now. Things to express yourself in terms of activities and tasks. And we can also lump all the other stuff like kaji, shikoto, I mean, we might as well throw in hanabi. Technically. Soji. Sentaku. Yaku. Yaku. Saka. Tennis. Wait, does tennis have 2 ends or 1 end? Oh no. My English. It has 2 ends, right? Oh gosh. I think that looks right. Okay. Manga. Anime. Oh, wait, we got a new one. Oh no. Do I remember this? What are my context clues? Dang it. I don't know what my context clues are. I think I'm thinking of... I mean, I guess it's technically something too. So, this isn't the word I'm looking for, but ryoko, ryoko. I'm thinking of the one that's related to this. I had it yesterday. It was yesterday's unit. It's kind of fresh, but kind of not fresh in my head. Well, that's not gonna happen. There's some other stuff like storechi, storechi, no, yeah, storechi, gardening, gardeningu. I suppose task can be, no, that's a descriptor. Well, we'll keep descriptors out for now. Skudai. Oh, which now we need to go back. I got one extra location. One more location. Gakko. All right. Okay. Can't get the... What is that word? Nah, it's... I can't think of it. It's okay. We might as well throw this in here. I don't know where else it's gonna fit, so... Rayon. Like going to the zoo. Rayon. And, Jashin. Jashin. And not the task, but the looking at stuff. And this is what I mean. The word I'm like leaping around is sightseeing. It's gone to the wind. It's fine. It's the most recent unit, so we'll see it again sometime. Yeah, are there any other activities and tasks? Oh. Neimas. Okimasu. I hope. Okimasu. What else can you do with your life? Let's see. Oh. Like, Newsu, which you can place also Shinbun. Oops. Because I do that. I guess you can put in Hon. And... Zachi. Ugh. Oh, right. Yeah. Doku. Jazu. Ongaku. Oh, I just remembered. What was it? Here? No. Here? For family. For family, I remember stuff for family now. Forgot about these. So, kazoku. For family. Kazoku. And then we have the honor. The honorary stuff. So, go. So, go kazoku. Go fam. So, 両親 両親 and we have ご両親 Okay. Now we go back. How did that make me think about that? Okay, there was a tether to that made me thought about it. Oh. So we still have like old stuff and new stuff, so Isha. Isha. Bengoshi, sorry. Bengoshi. Kangoshi. That's one that I forget a lot. Sensei. That came up again. Sensei came up again because we talked about... we might as well add it here, right? Nihongo. Nihongo. Chugokugo. Right. And then Kankokugo. That's how sensei come up again. Gakusei. Daigakusei. Oh, okay. Is there anything else you could do? Ish. Some other stuff if I were to describe something that I am doing. Oh, I forgot this yesterday. I'm gonna say it's like Miyu. No, Yumi. No, Miyu. Oh no. Oh no. I was trying to say hobbies, but we'll toss that into the endless void that is my brain. There's still a lot more, like judo, karate as a pair. I don't even know what things they're part of anymore, like units and stuff. Kochi. All this stuff is it's everywhere. Like it almost feels like that the vocabulary just doesn't end anymore. I'm trying to keep from saying things that are not relevant to this group. There's at least, I passed on at least 100 to 200 words that are not confined to this category. It's trying to like focus group these things. Like J-pop. K-pop, right? Where do I even put the random stuff? Because there's some random stuff as well. You know, there's a lot of random stuff. What's another big category? Okay, I think we're pretty good, right? I mean, all of this is technically in the category in sports. I feel like I missed so many. There's so many verbs. I hit all the ones that come up very, very often, I suppose. As far as I know. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this. I'm not the most satisfied. I can sort of think that I have maybe 6 more predicates somewhere. 6 more predicates. Let's try to see if I can round up 6 more. Maybe 2 more. 2 more is pretty good. Oh, right. Ikimasu. And of course, we also have to take a shout out to the volitional form, the polite volitional form, polite volitional form. So things like, oh, that reminds me, kaimashou, right? Oh, technically kaimono, kaimono. Yeah, I'm missing at least 4 more predicates. And there are ones that I don't know how to, it's not off the top of my head anymore. To enter. So let's put them in different colors. So here's the one that I can't recall, but if I see it, I'll know what it means. So, to enter, and it's not exactly introduced this way, to enter. It's introduced in a sense of, oh, where do you even place this as well? So, ofuro, ofuro bath. But this phrase is kind of like taking a shower. It's a very specific way of using this one, and I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember it. And then it's a very specific use case, so hence not very well reinforced. The context would be you're entering something, so it's probably gonna be pretty self-explanatory. Oh. Yasumimasu. Right? Rest. I guess here we'll throw in chanto. 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 To make sure, technically. It's kind of like a task. Chanto. It's pretty crazy thinking this is the foundation, I suppose. This is the foundation of around 50 days. I forgot to put the total number of hours. If we were taking like raw hours, this is where I am about at 220 hours, I'm gonna say. Conservatively, this is 220 hours. And without demonstrating anything I've learned so far. This is just pure memory. Although I'm kind of cycling through a lot of the things I've learned in order to get some of these things. And then we have a lot of other things I'm not covering, like greetings and like very distinct exceptional phrases, like hajimemashite, sumimasen, onegaishimasu, irashaimase, surprisingly, yokoso, konnichiwa, konbanwa, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. And like expressions like Ken-san wa hontou ni. Oh no, that's a different category. We're gonna go into that. And lots of questions too. I guess we'll throw in. We're gonna start our miscellaneous category. No, not yet. All right. So let's swap up colors again. We'll use this color. Oh wait, there's more. I think I thought about categorizing them, but then it's a mess in my head now. So let's do adjectives. I told myself I was gonna do it this way, but we'll call them adjectives, modifiers, flavor. Lots of flavor words. Flavor words. Right? Oishii. Chisai. Oki. And we're done. That's all you need. I'm just kidding. Kawaii. Kakoi. Furui. Atarashi. Takai. Nikiyaka. Also, let's make sure we introduce the new thing to those are safe. Nikiyaka. Na. Right. Kirei. Na. Yume. Also na. Omoshiroi. I'm gonna write interesting. Urusai. You know, of all the things to describe, I haven't received the word for happy. Interestingly enough. You know, of all the words that I would use very almost as much as omoshiroi in many different ways, the biggest utility word that is not here is happy. In a very different way, in many different ways. Or do I have it? No. Usually it's like healthy or okay, right? Daijoubu. I guess that's decent enough. I guess this expression is pretty good too here. Guai ga warui, right? Feeling sick. It's paired with daijoubu. More flavor. We need all the flavor stuff. So flavor stuff would also be like hora, fantaji, comedy, dorama, renai, these are all flavor words, adverbs, adjectives, flavor stuff. Because you can just stick with like gameu and leave it to the imagination, or you can add flavor to it, right? So what else we got? Mystery. Technically the music stuff was also flavor. You stick with music, but the rest is flavor. That's good enough farming like katakana there. Go with some other stuff. Abunai. Yasui. Shizuka. Also na. No dirty. In the opposite of clean, or oh, hideous. Oh no. Oh, dasai. Not sure if dasai is a na verb because it barely na adjective because it was barely used. Cute, cool, okay, small, big, tasty. No bad tasting or like disgusting. Maybe you use dasai too. I don't know yet. Most of the stuff comes in antonym relationships, so you get a lot of antonym relationships, classical approaches to forming association. Oshare, fashionable. Synonyms and antonyms. are easily paired together in memory. So like something that's famous can also be fashionable. That's how the pairing comes. Unfortunately, or not fortunately, but abunai, instead you can say daijoubu desu, right? As a counter to abunai. And then sickly, or feeling sick and stuff too. More flavor stuff. What? Technically, weather has a lot of flavor in there, but that's fine. Things that we haven't mentioned. Oh. Atama ga ii. Well, don't use that very much. Oh, I remembered something. Last one right here. This is from an old one actually. Engineer. Dang it, I thought I had something else too. Darn it, I thought I had something else. Alright. Alright, we're going back. Okay, more flavor. I'm basically avoiding all like sentence structure stuff, you know, days, ols. Those things are grinded into your face so hard. It's almost absolutely necessary that you understand how that works. So all the vocabulary is built around that now. After the first like 25 days, you have to grind your stuff into that pattern. And that's outside of Duolingo afterwards. So all the pattern seeking stuff, I'll talk about it a little bit later, where when it comes to sentence structure and construction, that has to happen outside of Duo. However, once you get the patterns and lots of foundations that Duo exposes you to, and then you seek grammar points and whatnot, most of the time now Duo becomes a resource for looking forward to things you can use in your command of the sentence structure. And I would say my sentence structure outside of Duo is between N5 and N4 at the moment. So it's simple enough to know how I can categorize the vocabulary to be useful to me, how I'm organizing the category. So you might be thinking like, why these specific categories? It's largely how I structure and construct sentences. So things like, oh, hey, I need something to talk about. Here are some stuff I can start with as the activity, action, or task. Or I need to think about, oh, maybe I'm curious about the frequency of stuff. It's like maybe they're talking about going to places and whatnot. So these are the building blocks of the sentences, is how I'm structuring my recall. I'm thinking of all the ways that I modify and increase the complexity of the sentences. It's how I construct my English as well. So you can go simple, you can go big. Usually my structuring tends to be how I modify things and add more flavor on top of the structure. So you have this like bare bones skeleton right now, and you add more modifiers, adverbs, and all that to make it a little bit more personable. Although it's still very restrictive to only have like an N5, N4 sentence structure. We have not. Duo may there is a chance Duo will introduce like compound sentences and all that stuff. So we'll see. I myself have not delved into compound sentences. Okay. I feel there's a few more things. That I didn't mention before. Yeah, they really stick with these, honestly. Like, oh, no. I'm gonna say asogashi. It's probably asogashi. Busy. I think I covered at least 300, maybe half of it. Touch on a lot of the like new stuff. We're gonna go into the miscellaneous category now, right? Whatever I haven't mentioned. Ayai. Oh no. We have oh, we have semi cramped, which is juxtaposed to shiroi. No, not shiroi. That's color. That's oh, I forgot about color. Hiroi, spacious. And then we have whoops. Shiroi. Or is it shirui? Think about it. What sounds right? Shirui, shiroi. I'm gonna go with shiroi. Shiroi sounds right. Shiroi, kuroi. Yeah, kuroi. Akai. Aoi. And then we got our new one, Midori. There's more here too, obviously. I think these are fine. Largely these adjectives are it. What kind of adjectives would I want? Let's think about that. Oh, right. That makes sense. I hen, and Tanoshi. Tanoshi. Immediately, if I have to think about things that I have to say or want to say. And then, man, I don't know about that expression. I'm gonna say it's Tanoshimi, looking forward. The first kana is hazy right now. Like ni tanoshimi, tanoshimi desu. Might be kanoshimi desu. No, like tanoshimi. That's the newest stuff. Oh, I guess chotto or more wachotto. Don't really like, I suppose. That's still very situational. Oh, which reminds me, personal use. Want hoshi desu. Or have the desire. I guess you could put desire here. And then personal desire. Okay. That's paired up with this. Wachoto. All right. And then we're gonna, in 4 hours, we'll try like 30 minutes. Oh, hey, thanks, Nojo. I don't know how long that's been there. Sorry. So let's go with a different color. Let's do blue now. Okay. And this is the miscellaneous category. So basically, unorganized, random thoughts, random vocabulary at this point, because I either missed it or it's coming to me. And one of them would be gomibaku. Gomibaku. Gomibako. Trash can. Denwa. And Denwa Bango. Nihongo something desu ne. And that kind of looks like benkyo, because someone indie used it a couple times, like study or is that ganpate? I don't know. Ganpate? That might be ganpate actually. Thanks, Goat. Something like Japanese is going well. Yeah. Gomibako. So miscellaneous. So what else can I pull that is just random because I didn't put it anywhere. I didn't place it anywhere. Let's see. What else we got that's random? Kutsu. Oh, you know what? Not yet. Not yet. There's still one more category. We can do this because it's technically it's far more an older category, but let's do an older category just to make sure. So like we're gonna say possession items. I don't want to call it clothing anymore. So like kasa, kutsu, saifu, chizu. Whoops, I almost wrote the romaji. Chizu. Boshi. Koto. Pants. I just get pants. Scatto. Whoops. Hey, Sub-Zero. Hello. Do not have those. This is not the time to contribute, I suppose. Do not have that. Smaho. And then we can put in Genwa. That's why it started reminding me of that stuff. Taberu, I suppose. Oh, that gives us a chance to say reizoko. And sochiki. Suck machine. Sentakuki. Might as well throw in beto. Renji. Oh, Denji. Sorry, Denji. Like look around the place. Ishatsu. Hmm. Hmm. We could put in the transit section, but might as well put it back here. Passporto. And then related to that, postacado. Kabang. Kabang. Oh, let's go back to here. And one that I commonly miss is kaishain. Okay. Okay, let's go back here. All right. I think we're crossing the 300 mark, which is where I kind of want to... I'm fine with that. Crossing the 300 mark. There's a bit of like 10 to 20% of it is kind of from the first week. Doing about 300, relying solely on total recall is pretty good. I think I'm okay with that. Other than that, the rest is obviously, I'm pretty confident I know about 700 to 800 words right now. But usually I need context or some motivation to dredge them up in some way. Necktie. Necktie. That's a pretty random one. Would have thrown it under like random. Jaqueto. Jaqueto. Yeah, jaqueto. Jaqueto. Where was food at? Food. I thought of another food that doesn't come up very often. Sarada. Sarada. Okay. Going back. Okay. Oh, possession? I guess these are items, right? Otearai. Otearai. It's fine. We'll just throw it in here. Activities. Something that doesn't come up too often. Dagio. Dagio. Oh. I don't know where this stuff goes. I have quite a lot of random words. It doesn't really have a place at the moment. Gue. Gue. I don't know where this goes either. So I have 2 random words that I have no idea where to go at the moment. That's fine. Okay, I think we're gonna finish it up with miscellaneous. Let's go with this color. Actually, let's go with okay. Miscellaneous. Just like unorganized, whatever. Really have nowhere to go at this point. As I ran out of stuff. So kusuri. Oh, you know, I thought of another flavor thing. Where's our flavor? This is our flavor one, right? So, oops. Amai. Okay. Come on, Duolingo. What else? Oh, I almost wrote Romaji again. Mono. Because of Amai from the recent one. And I guess technically like stuff. So stuff. Right, ri and tsu for stuff. Usually we have the hitotsu, hitori, hitotsu, and stuff like that. Futari, tatsu. Seki. I don't know where that's gonna go. I guess you could place it in the transit section. We already have days for frequency and time. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I guess technically you can possess a suitcase. 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 Right? Ugh. I think we're good. We skipped something. Zero. Just where am I gonna place these things? I feel like there's another one. Oh, omiyage. Hana. They're so randomly placed in it. Hana was associated with Yama when it was introduced. Not the flower, not the nose. Oh, like keisatsu. I hope I don't have to use that when visiting. There's also like for time, like goro or urai and goro. Tsuki, like next, right? Tsuki. That's probably what it went with the frequency and time and area where I place like tabun and stuff. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I think we're good. Pasta and stuff. All right, that's good. 4 hours. What does 4 hours of total recall look like? Let's see. There you go. That's what 4 hours of recall looks like. This makes a great thumbnail, doesn't it? This is what 4 hours of recall looks like. Stacked on top of each other. We'll take a breather and appreciate how Falstaff is still visible from all of this. I'm gonna take a snack. I'm gonna take a little break before my part 2. The part where we talk about learning and stuff as opposed to doing this stuff. I don't actually know how many words I remembered. I'm saying, if I had to think about it, it's about 300. Let's see. So, there's our kana, or our kanji on the right. I'm basically just approximating space usage at the moment. No, that's about 500. It's about nearly it's about 500. 500, not too bad. It wasn't comprehensive, but I think it's about 500 with the like all the mutations, like technically the volitional form of all the verbs that we've used, like the predicates. They probably count as another word per se, or something like that. Different variances, right? Part 3 is gonna suck. I don't know how I'm gonna do part 3. I think we're gonna change up for part 3. We're not gonna do this like raw recall thing. It's too unwieldy. Okay. All right. Take a break first. Intermission. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, it's time for personally my favorite part, which is not contributing to a 1,000-year-old language, because that's all set in stone. People have done and gone by this. So now we're getting into the story segment. We'll use this pink color. I like this pink color. So, I only brought one story for the time, and it's gonna be woven into my anecdotal experience with things. So, let's talk about what some other stuff that Duo does not do and does do, or how have you. And it all starts with this story. So I've met someone who is quite passionate about, I've actually met a couple. So let's talk about this idea that what sparked this story is often someone who have used Duo before and made a very bold statement. And you know, as well as I do, I particularly like bold statements as a leap off. So the bold statement here is Duolingo does not teach you Japanese. So this is where it all started. So after a while, you have a conversation, and oftentimes it's about what Duo doesn't explain, what it doesn't say, and we've kind of covered a lot of that in part 1, where there are obvious things from 25 days of use that are by design not in the scope of what Duo is designed for, and here are some recommendations or things that I have personally shifted to doing. However, meanwhile, somewhere around day 36 or so, someone had claimed that Duo does not teach you Japanese. In fact, it was a little bit even more harsh than that. It's the idea that Duo doesn't teach anything. Right? So let's explore this, because when we explore this idea, it will give me a framework in which I can discuss what impressions I get from Duo's design language versus what is actually happening and the expectation of this particular stranger, right? So a lot of times, this phrasing becomes, so I typically try to acknowledge what this person is trying to communicate first, because the strongest argument and strength you can build upon is first understanding the person's challenge, right? If you can understand their point of view, the task becomes much relatively easier to rebuttal or compliment, what have you, right? So Duolingo does not teach Japanese. So how I interpreted this was that let's take out the word teach. And let's break this down, at least in my perspective. Teaching is an incredibly passionate and, I'm going to say, important word for me. So when someone makes a bold claim like this by throwing around the word teach, it makes me think quite a lot. So how does one who claims, just as a background, this stranger, thank you, stranger, by the way, if they ever see this, I always appreciate the challenging comment. This stranger also claims, not much after, that they learned, perhaps this was inferred, or better word they would use is they used Duolingo for multiple languages. That also includes Japanese. Now, in part 1, I focused on the idea that you can, using these types of blanketed statements would require that one has present knowledge. So obviously the question is, when did you use this? Right? And that's kind of a part 1 focus, where a lot of echo chamber stuff. So a lot of echo chamber stuff. Oh, good old English. This is chamber, even though chain can be spelled CHAIN, right? Echo chamber stuff. What usually happens is this is more historically resonating. So what I mean by that is, when you think of stereotypes and generalizations, you often start thinking about echo chamber. And the first question you typically ask when you think of characteristics of an echo chamber is, when did this happen? Because like in part 1, my emphasis is that when you say you learned or use Duolingo to learn something, you must qualify it for when you use it. Duolingo is a live service product. So much like in part 1, it became absolutely clear to me with the people who stay here and accompany me and advise me and share their experience with me, their experience dramatically differs from mine, not because we are different people, but the product itself is no longer the same. For better or for worse, there are OG people out there that say, man, bring back old Duolingo and stuff. But the Japanese course has undergone refinement even within the 53 days that I've used Duolingo. There was a refinement, and there are bugs too. So when you refine, there are also bugs. It's a software, right? So I did encounter one of these, and we'll talk about this in a little bit. So I didn't get this answer, obviously. And then this person implied that they also went on to learn another language, and they professionally learned, like they learned it in a different way. And so my impression that I got was they learned or used Duolingo for Japanese greater than 2 years ago, is my conservative guess. And the biggest overhaul to the Japanese course happened within the last year. Right. So that's fair enough. That's coming from a perspective. So I'm trying to understand this person. This person clearly used Duolingo when Japanese course was very not the same one that I have. I don't know if it lacked anything because I clearly can't use that version of Japanese. So there's a dissonance here when this person suggested that Duolingo does not teach me Japanese. But specifically, it's a generalization directed towards the person using Duolingo, me. So let's talk about another thing that could qualify this, for example. So it's the idea of the word teach. So teach has become such a, and you might be thinking, oh, well, why is that important? It's like, well, we are a language learning channel now, right? Like if I'm trying to talk about language learning, we got to at least even explain and qualify English words. It's quite important. So teach. So oftentimes, teaching is a one-way streak. It often views as a, so there's dichotomies in teaching, or not really dichotomy, I guess a spectrum that ranges from one-way exchange to two-way exchange. Okay? One-way versus two-way exchange. And then these two can also be categorized. Oh, I don't want to use this arrow style. This arrow style is going to be a little bit messy in the long run. We're going to say there are properties that are on continuums. You have one-way exchange, one way on a continuum with two-way. So what I mean is, does teaching go one direction or it goes both directions, right? So there's that. And then there's implicit versus explicit, right? Does Duo explain everything in detail and point out everything to you verbatim versus, oh, you got this wrong, figure it out. Like, we'll repeat it again. Did you get it wrong again? Did you figure out what the pattern is? Implicit. Okay. And then teaching is an element on these continuums. Is it one-way design, bi-directional design, implicit or explicit? In other words, instructional, and observational. And then we have time, right? Which I covered on part 1. So slow and fast, right? Thanks, Akihito. Right? This one is self-explanatory, right? It's the pacing. How and then we have repetition. Repetition versus novelty. We can also call this dynamic to some extent. And slow and fast would be like, if I had to say it more, we're gonna say process oriented versus end goal oriented, and or efficient versus inefficient, right? So what else can I glean from this person's comment? There's self correction versus direct feedback. This is kind of the same as kind of explicit and implicit. However, it's specifically how the person reacts to it. Like what is the control of the person? So let's think about these contrasting things about teaching in general, right? So when I think of someone saying Duolingo does not teach you Japanese, usually the biggest telltale sign of someone who can really throw that out there, even having used it and probably learned something from it, is the idea that teaching is this person is teaching is a one-way streak. It is explicit in nature. It must be fast and end goal related. And if I had to infer something because of the way this person spoke, I think this person is focused on novelty. And they expect direct feedback. And this is how you get to a point where Duolingo fails to teach something. Now, if you think about how Duolingo works, it's a two-way streak. It's predominantly a two-way streak. On this side. It focuses on implicit observational skills. It is slow because it's a process-oriented design, as in you build foundations, and it's the slow, steady foundations that ultimately build into something that you don't know what it is until you do it. It's, if you think of Duolingo as an end goal, like I want to become fluent in Japanese, you go into Duolingo, you will fail. Or you are very, very likely to fail. As in Duolingo itself, you will think it's a one-way streak, and Duolingo will fail you if you're thinking about it as an end goal. Okay? And then novelty, obviously Duolingo is gravitated on slow repetition. Okay? Repetition and the process-oriented. Repetition itself is slower. I mean, it's just a single tool. Being able to teach you a language would be crazy. Yes, but it's not the idea that whether it teaches you or not. this tool, according to this person, has no capacity to teach in general. So a tool can teach something. Now, we're getting to the crux of this, okay? So this person expects direct feedback. I'm inferring that they expect direct feedback because if you think about it, guess what? Duolingo is where it works on self-correction. And then there's one more aspect. And it feeds into dynamics and feedback. Human versus tool. And that's Sub-Zero. That is where we're going. What is Duolingo? It's a tool. And this person is expecting human-like comprehension. So what I mean by this is the idea that someone can say a tool is expected to have human-like comprehension is using the transitive property of this tool is made by humans. So therefore, it should have human-like comprehension. That is a leap of logic, and that is a logical fallacy. As in, when you meet someone like this, their first argument is to attack the people who made the tool, instead of evaluating the tool as a tool, not an extension of something that they wish it has. So if you think about it this way, if you're getting into this person's head, which I'm taking liberties here, you can see that pretty much all the things that I consider in the teaching idea, and this is a narrative, by the way. It looks like it's so neat because it's a narrative. So take it with a grain of salt. These are the things that I want to highlight to present how I interpret this person's ability, who claims to be a bilingual person, maybe even polyglotted in a way, with the emotional intelligence of someone that is 16 years old or less, maybe pretty young, like definitely not at the age of professionalism. So without the emotional blinders of emotional intelligence, right? Develop emotional intelligence. This is how I would argue for this person, argue that Duolingo does not teach you Japanese, because it is not someone giving you a one-way exchange like a teacher, a traditional teacher, someone you hire, for example, in a classroom. One-way exchange. Oftentimes that's referring to a one-way exchange. This teacher is hired to offer you a service in a one-way exchange. That's not the same as a university. A university is not a one-way exchange. It's often emphasized to be a two-way exchange. You talk to the person, that person offers you something, and you offer back. It's a discussion. It's an intellectual exchange, not a one-way exchange. Duolingo is not designed to be a one-way exchange. As in, if you take it by the idea that Duolingo's value is whatever it's offering to you, you're going to fail. Like, it's not going to feel right. Like, Duolingo isn't there to offer you everything. It's a tool, right? Like, it's not a human being that collectively have some sort of comprehensive knowledge that adjusts to your liking or something. It's trying to be. That's where machine learning and AI stuff comes in. But it's a two-way response. You see something, you get a response. Now you either contribute to its development or you don't. If you don't, then it sucks. It doesn't teach you anything. And then it has to have explicit instructions. So cue all the people who roast Duolingo for not having grammar points, repeating patterns with no explainers, so you can maybe develop bad habits or develop habits in which you can't explain them. I get it. That's true. That's pretty much not what Duolingo is designed to do. Its primary design cues are implicit observational stuff. So if you don't observe it, then you will develop habits without knowing what it is. Right? If you don't observe the pattern, then you're not interested in knowing why that pattern exists, then there's no explicit instructions to provide for that. So this person clearly wanted explicit instructions. They wanted grammar points. They wanted a one-way exchange for a teacher or a human being to provide all the explicit instructions. That's legitimately not how Duolingo is designed. So there you go. And then fast. That person brought up efficiency, how long it takes, what's a waste of time. Duolingo is a waste of time. They talk about fluency, talking about the end results, and they constantly talk about their own competence. That is an end goal perspective. It is not speaking like, oh, around 30 days, I felt like my progress was slowing down, so I decided to add other things in the progress. Then around 40 days, then I swapped it up a little. I still went back to Duolingo when I wanted to do, well, that's process-oriented thinking. It's not, oh, I spent 5+ years and now I'm fluent. That is end goal perspective. That's where I gathered that this person is largely focused on end goal and efficiency. They're not focused on evaluating a tool that is process-oriented. So how reliable is that? I don't know. I'm a bad teacher for this person. It's kind of like one of those things when someone asks, so what is your ideal? Well, you want a human being that does all the stuff you want. Well, guess what? As a human being, if you hire me as a teacher, I don't actually do these things. I don't think it's a one-way exchange. I don't provide exclusively explicit instructions. I don't only focus on end goal efficiency tools. That's the one-size-fits-all stuff. Like, if you can't hang, then you would think I'm an awful teacher. If you can hang, then you would think I'm the best teacher ever, because you selectively decided polarly that these are the qualities of a teacher. What does a successful teacher look like? Straight down the middle. And then when you get a student, right, you do this. And how big this range is in its flexibility is how consistent you become as a teacher. The bigger this flex is between these dichotomy is how dynamic you are as a teacher. You not only can command implicit strategies, you can also command explicit instructional strategies. You bounce from two-way exchange and then you use one-way exchange when there's no possible response from the student. Because you use two-way exchange when you know a student can respond and be intellectually engaged on a productive level. If the student is completely ignorant of that stuff, you have to use one-way exchange until it becomes a two-way exchange and back and forth. You introduce new novel stuff using one-way exchange, and then once they become slow and repetitious, you use two-way exchange. A teacher uses both tools and themselves. There are a lot of teachers that gravitate towards being human, as in you go into a lecture and the only thing they use is themselves. Well, they can be really goated and awesome, and their voice can last like 10 hours, or they have an eidetic memory that can remember all the dictionary words in the world, or they use tools and teach the student how to use tools. And those tools remain static or dynamic to some extent and get reinforced. So what happened here, in my opinion, is that I can understand exactly what this person is looking for, and they probably found it because they learned 3 languages. However, when they throw around a word like teach, be sure to qualify it, because I do all of these things. When I see a person that can self-correct, I'm providing less direct feedback. When I see someone who is very interested in dynamic learning, I keep introducing new things and recontextualizing new things while reducing repetition. When this person is really focused on the end goal, I give them mini goals to achieve so that they don't get bogged down by the mundaneness of repetition and process-oriented thinking. I give them mini goals. Hey, finish this project in 1 week, as opposed to finish this project in a year, because it's very daunting as it goes up if this person is focused on end goal response. And emphasize that I am human too, so I make errors. That's why we use tools, right? That's all of these things are in flux. However, when you gravitate towards one thing, it's so much easier to get in the mindset of something that does something and doesn't do something. So this Duolingo is either going to teach this person Japanese or not at all, as opposed to Duolingo teaches me something and doesn't teach me other things. And that's where my segue from this story is going to go into. So ultimately, does Duolingo not teach this person Japanese or teach me? Incorrect. That's gaslighting. Duolingo does teach me some things. It also doesn't teach me certain things too. If this person is projecting their emotions, as in it didn't teach them anything, which is likely the case, they're projecting their frustrations. So they went out of their way. Let's just put it in context. They went out of their way to sound impressive. As in, I learned a lot of languages, etc., right? Went to someone who used the tool for greater than a month consistently, only to tell them that it doesn't work. Let's place that in context. The likelihood of all of these things to be true and still be reasonable and logical to explain is because this person is emotionally compromised, and they're projecting their frustration. And their frustration is backed by this, in my opinion, an outdated echo chamber of things like, oh, it was bad, but it still continues to be bad because I don't have the patience to see if it improved or not. And this is my uphill battle using Duolingo, I suppose. It's a welcome battle. I really like that there are opponents and like divisive things. Oftentimes it promotes change and improvements and whatnot. So this is where it all starts. So now let's talk about things, right? I've already put up the framework of what Duolingo doesn't do and does do as a tool. We're not going to go into like the aspects of teaching or anything, but specifically things that I did and I noticed that it didn't do, for example. And that comes later, which a very impressionable person. I don't remember it was like the last week. I think maybe even 2 different people. Oh, actually it's one. It's likely just one. They asked me your standard question. Is Duolingo worth it? And you have to You have to decouple. You know, it's a loaded question, and oftentimes when I am presented with a loaded question, I try to provide conditionals to make it more specific and possibly a little bit more informative, other than saying yes and no, right? Something a little bit more constructive. So let's talk about what I said. So what did I say? And this was a teaser primer for this type of things. So things that it does, and things that, yeah, not really, that don't, right? Duolingo's does and don't. I know usually is do and don't, do and don't. But what are the things that they offer? I think I'm going to use different words. We're just going to use offer and don't offer. Okay. So in our second part, I'm going to try to emphasize things that I haven't mentioned in part 1. So in part 1, it was only 25 days. It have only been 25 days. And you already notice very strong things that are confirming all the suspicions. So let's talk about those things quickly. I'm actually going to place this with a different color. Okay. So what does Duolingo offer? Vocabulary. Enough said. Right. This is not the main topic. But this is kind of like a combination of lightning round. And what does it not offer? Grammar. And what I mean by this is we're gonna switch these words again. I don't like offer and don't offer. It's too restrictive. Priorities and secondary. Okay, so these are the things that most people agree on. Whether it's bad or good is up to the preference of the person. For me, it's neither bad or good because I learned to compensate, right? Or I learned that I observe these things and I'm going to get them somewhere else if I need them or if I don't want them. So what does Duolingo offer? Vocabulary. What is secondary to Duolingo? Grammar. And what I mean by secondary is it doesn't necessarily not offer. It's not exclusively void of grammar. It does have some grammar. However, it's secondary. And oftentimes, the reason why I place these next to each other is they are often looked at relationally. So, this thing has a lot of grammar. This thing has a lot of grammar, so it needs to take time to do grammar stuff and less time to do vocabulary stuff. Oh, this thing prioritizes time because these are time sinks. And what they observe is time sinky. So oftentimes, if you belong in this continuum somewhere between these things, it often does Duolingo strike the balance between grammar and vocabulary with respect to time. And in most cases, it doesn't invest any time, like barely any time in grammar. It invests all of its time disproportionately into vocabulary. For me personally, I don't feel as though I learn as effectively in person classes in uni as opposed to spending that time going over the lecture in my own time. I see. I don't blame on the professor, so in the same sense, I also don't think you can blame Duolingo for not being effective for you specifically. That's right. So, when you blame a tool, the tool doesn't have any feelings. However, you can blame the people who made the tool. And that's the transitive ad hominem argument, right? I don't blame a professor largely because I don't understand the professor. I've struggled a lot with specific professors. It's up and down. And the idea is that struggle also leads to learning potential. If you walked away and say, oh, I didn't learn very well, and you didn't discover anything about yourself or the person, then yeah, sure, it's going to make you feel like it's not effective. When you struggle with something, it's also incredibly rewarding in the learning process. It does teach you something. What did it teach this person? It teaches this person that whatever I'm about to say that Duolingo prioritizes, it's not for them. They don't take that in. It's not effective to them. So instead of evaluating a tool for what it can't meet your expectations, you can evaluate a tool based on what it has and how you can use those things. Whether Duolingo chooses to give you things or not is not up to the tool, right? It's up to the developers. So in that way, that's largely how they can blame Duolingo as a projection of the developers. So most of the flaws in Duolingo is largely due to the people who made them. That's kind of where the rationale comes from. However, for me, there's a big difference between design philosophies that mutually exclude a characteristic that you want versus they forgot. So the question you have to ask yourself, and this is an ad hominem argument that I'm not saying I know the answer for, as in, do they prioritize grammar over vocabulary? This is observational, right? This is from my observational standpoint. The answer is they do not prioritize grammar. You can see it, right? At least I can agree with that. So when someone says, I want to learn grammar, like, is it worth it kind of thing, I would ask the person, so what are you looking for? How do you effectively evaluate and value things, right? Are you looking for something that offers grammar points? Do you learn from grammar points? What are you looking for? Because there are very specific characteristics of Duolingo's design language where they disproportionately contribute their time to something else at the expense of something else. These are connected. The more time they spent on the repetitious nature of acquiring vocabulary, the less time is available to integrate grammar points. When you introduce grammar points, it will take time away from vocabulary. This is where that time sink problem comes in. These two are relational because these two properties take up a lot of time. And instead of focusing on one tool that isn't trying to do both simultaneously, you can have two separate tools that specializes in those things, right? Why is Anki so successful in its advertisement, or like its expectation, is that the people who use Anki has certain expectations, and those expectations meet the prioritized design language. What I can probably list a bunch of things that are secondary to Anki's design. However, the vast majority of the community don't use Anki for that. So the question is, when you log into Duolingo, when you use Duolingo, are you expecting grammar points? And it, in that way, can be the responsibility of the developers because the PR team is responsible for communicating these things. However, if they're using polite language or language that's ambiguous, it's also partially the fault of the viewer or the consumer who inferred what that means. Oh, you learn about, so it's kind of like teaching, right? You learn about something. So that means if I learn about language, it must have grammar and vocabulary. Well, no, it doesn't. When you learn about a language, like for example, where am I in English? Well, if I want to learn English, I'm learning vocabulary. There are many ways in which you can infer it. And Duolingo, a responsibility of mine in terms of these review is to be observationally clear about what Duolingo doesn't have. If someone is asking me for advice on using Duolingo, I have to state objectively things that could be desirable, may be desirable, or may be detractors. And one of them is that if you are saying, oh, is it worth it? Do I learn a lot about grammar and sentence structure? The answer is no. Do not use Duolingo, please. For the benefit of the developer's health, the benefit of the developer's health and your health. So that person that's asking me for advice, for the benefit of your health and your respect for me, as well as the respect for the developers and their priority, if you are looking for a product that prioritizes the understanding of grammar before anything else, because you love grammar so much, this is not the tool. It's a lose-lose situation. Not only does this person look and focus on a thing that is not being focused on, prioritized, they will get diminished return because they will be excited about the thing if it comes up, but not excited about everything else, right? So you spend the majority of the time focused on negative feedback. Oh yeah, I wish they did this. I wish they brought more of this grammar. Like, man, the grammar part was the best part. It's a shame it's only like a small amount of it. It's not, if you read these comments, the people are obviously observant enough to notice these things about the tool. To me, it's more of a dissonance between their emotional state and their intellectual state. They clearly know what Duolingo is lacking. Now, are they emotionally aware enough that they were expecting something that perhaps it's not a priority for the design? There are attempts to making more grammar stuff, right? However, even in the last update to the kanji section, it did not introduce any grammar. It kind of did, like one or two little pamphlets, right? But the vast majority of the time is about exercises using vocabulary. And the second priority is improving your observational skills versus how should I write this? Your intellectual skills. Oh, I should use a different color. So oftentimes there's this idiom that I like to use when it's appropriate. When someone is like, oh, I see you're very unhappy. And one of the things is, and I'm going to use these words very carefully because they are stigmatized and biased at the same time. Are you a work hard person? Or are you a work smart person? And the reason I phrased it this way is both of these aspects are desirable, as opposed to saying something negative about one side and another negative thing about another side. So what does this have to do with that? When you use observational skills, it takes longer because it takes a lot more repetition. It takes a lot more space to recall all the observations you're going to make. Like, for example, if I told you, here's a box, tell me everything that's in the box, versus this is a hospital room. So when you go in, you will be intellectually inclined to associate all the things that deal with a hospital room, and it will aid you in being more efficient at remembering what's in the room. Now, if I told the observational person, the observational object is go into the room and remember as much as you can. One is going to feel like it's working hard, and the other one is going to feel like it's working smart. They're on that side. So, what is secondary to Duolingo? It's most definitely not about leveraging your intellectual side and working smart. Like, it's not telling you about patterns, which fills into grammar and stuff. It's not telling you like, hey, did you notice this? If this is conjugated into this way, then all of these other ones can be conjugated that way too. Now you have to remember less instead of remembering all the words individually and then memorizing all the other individual words as they appear. Working hard versus working smart. Sometimes you can do both if you want. Generally speaking, in the way that Duolingo is counter-arguing is often which side are you on more of the time? And usually the side of grammar is on the side of intellectual. It's leveraging being a secondary language acquisition, right? If you are a secondary language learner, you have leveraged all of your prior experiences with your first language and maybe some other hobby language, right? And you leverage that to make yourself more efficient, more kind of intuitive, but more intellectually noticing. So you like grammar is a depiction of patterns, structure, things that simplify having to raw brute force knowing this, like just blatantly remembering exactly what it is. Like this word is only associated with this word. Like there are exceptions, there are examples of this, like shawa o abimasu, right? And that to me is already, I'm only observationally being able to know that's it. That's that. Now, how do I compensate for that? So here's one of the things, right? We'll go into that compensation in a little bit, actually. I think I want to cover one more thing that it doesn't offer. And that is another big thing that I do kind of miss a little bit. And that is self-correction versus direct feedback. Right? So are you someone who, hey, I made an error. I want to know the answer. I want to know what I did wrong. Can you tell me in the best way, most explicit way? I am encouraged to correct something as you're getting it wrong. Or you use your observational skills of the vocabulary to notice patterns that keeps reoccurring. Oh, snap, I keep getting this wrong over and over again. Maybe I should see how to explain this, right? That's one big thing. Usually instant gratification on the intellectual side is like, I don't want to get it wrong again because I got it wrong once. If I don't get direct feedback, then I don't know what's wrong, and it's the tool's fault because they didn't tell me the right answer. So it sucks because when I get something wrong, I need to know why it's wrong and why it's right. Which makes you preoccupied with the context of grammar and whatnot, as opposed to, okay, well, I got this wrong once. Let's see if it happens again. Like, well, I noticed that I always get it wrong in this context. So like in this order that I'm raw remembering. Okay, so I'll try to remember specifically what the correct answer is. So you're self-correcting based on your observations. Okay, it's not that these are mutually exclusive. None of these are mutually exclusive, by the way. That's why it's priorities versus secondary. It's secondary to provide direct feedback in Duolingo. There's no these things are pretty much purely non-argumentative, as in the vast majority of people will probably find that these are the observations they may make. Duolingo vocabulary, which this person that said doesn't teach stuff, that's exactly what they said too, where like it's a tool to be used for vocabulary, and like it's very repetitious, and you are going to need things to learn about grammar and how to be more efficient, and then how to sound more native or natural and have direct feedback, right? So, and just as a little bit of a lightning round for this person to be very fair to this person, secondary to me is native versus variety. So one is more like a shotgun approach versus a pre-selection. And this one's gonna be a little bit contentious because my line is that I take it as a shotgun approach. So what is that? The voices I hear, it's a combination of as many synthetic combinations as they can get. It's about variety. It's a shotgun approach. So if you're used to hearing a whole string of variances, you have to take in those variances and then tune them when you're in the situation. If you're focused on native speak, like pre-selection, the native pre-selection, then effectively you will get native. Like it's always going to be native, right? To me, I don't view being native as a selectively autonomous, like end all be all thing. In fact, a lot of times my appreciation for language, not just Japanese, is the idea that a tool is comprehensive in the sense that they will experiment with as many combinations as possible. And as such, I will be exposed to both things that don't sound right and things that do sound right when I take the time to complement grammar, intellectual, and direct feedback. And that's what I do in my off time. I do all the secondary things in my off time to complement all the things that Duolingo prioritizes, right? So whenever someone sees me start my stream, and then 30 minutes in, and they tell and then they hear me spend like an hour talk about, oh, you know what, that's kind of strange sounding. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it sounding this way before, but you could really mess around with that sound. That's coming from my secondary things. I'm bringing my secondary things to Duolingo, not complaining about what it lacks. There's a difference between stating what it lacks and discrediting it by saying, oh, because they lack these things, Duolingo lack these things, it's obvious that the developers are stupid and that they forgot these things. Let's try to provide a little perspective here. If you're working intellectually, you are rarely ever working observationally. These are very dualistic things, except for maybe vocabulary and grammar to some extent. The equalizer in vocabulary and grammar is often time. So what is contributed to one thing can take away from another, and the other ones are approaches to learning or teaching. But really, in this case, to be fair to that person, we're not talking about teaching anymore, because teaching is from the perspective of the tool, which is an inanimate object. However, learning is from the perspective of the person. So I won't go into a lecture about the difference in understanding what your strengths are as a learner, or what your preferred method. What I can say is that instead of focusing on what it lacks, because if it has these things, it will likely diminish these things. So when someone says things like, oh, I wish it had more grammar because Duolingo moves too slow. It can only move slower with more grammar. It's related. So it's like, oh man, I wish they spend almost all their time on grammar. Like, okay, if they spend all their time on grammar, then you don't have vocabulary. Like these like polar comments. I'm talking about polar comments. We're not talking about anyone who's in the middle somewhere, right? Like not the healthy person who's doing this. We're not talking about someone who keeps going back and forth between the two. In fact, Duolingo's preferences are closer to this, right? That's what I'm saying. It's over here. Duolingo is over here. A learner would be somewhere, a reasonable person would be somewhere in the middle. That's their range. And someone who is projecting like a toxic dump onto anyone who uses Duolingo is over here. So the only thing that they value are all the things that Duolingo doesn't do. And therefore they can project statements like, oh yeah, a tool that a bunch of people made that tries to teach language clearly doesn't teach language. That requires a very, very strong selection. Usually when you have an expert or someone who uses a lot of tools and experiences, it's somewhere in the middle. There's going to be pros, cons. It does this, but it doesn't do this. It does this, it doesn't do this. If you don't have something that this doesn't do, I know exactly what it doesn't do, so let's find something that does that. Meanwhile, I continue to use the tool. It's kind of like expecting Adobe Photoshop to mix music for you. Or having Python make C++ scripts. Or having Japanese be English. They don't do that. Language itself is a tool, by the way, so, you know. But I do wish, yes, I agree, Sub-Zero. I agree. I really do wish there was a one-stop shop for tools, right? What does a one-stop shop look like? What do you think it looks like? To me, it means I'm either the president of the United States and I have a cabinet of 16 experts. That's the one-stop shop. And it's not the greatest example, but like you would have a whole council of advisors. That's like a one-stop shop. Is a tool going to be anywhere near that? Well, the idea is you hope in the future that the tool becomes more and more comprehensive. But in this case, when someone says something that's blatantly not true, I'm not worried about whether they care if I'm learning anything from Duolingo. I'm worried about, in my opinion, how do they see everything else? Like, do they treat other human beings like that? Or like, oh yeah, hey, you clearly are not, you're clearly not you're not Dutch. By the way, this, in case you're wondering, this filters into why that person doesn't speak to me anymore and all that stuff. So he clearly treated me like his fellow Dutchman or something, where he said like, oh yeah, I'm direct and I prefer to be direct. So therefore I should be used to their directness. That sounds like someone who's on a scale of always thinking about what they expect as opposed to what they're evaluating. So not only do they not see me, I'm clearly not Dutch. I don't have a telepathic ability to understand this person's cadence and personality, so we discussed about it. However, this person then continued to project what is true, but not. Like, Duolingo doesn't teach Japanese. that is almost unequivocally incorrect. They could say, I strongly believe that Duolingo is deficient in teaching people like me Japanese, as in themselves, projecting the emotion to me. And my first comment would be, oh, that's very reasonable. You must be looking for a lot of things that Duolingo doesn't offer. Or maybe perhaps it is an oversight on their part. And there was another comment from this person, because this person said, and just to demonstrate how secondary, how biased, native pre-selection this is, this person suggested that anyone who is very considerate and use the subjunctive, we talked about the subjunctive and the indicative form before, any person who uses the subjunctive is more inclined to be disingenuous, shy, scared to be direct and attacking the person. Like, well, guess what? You can be a subjunctive and you can tear and rip a conversation a new one. Who do you think are governing your countries right now? Do you think they're expressing the subjunctive, or do you think they're expressing the indicative? Because the last time I remember that a governing body uses the indicative, you saw what happened. And I'll let you use your imagination to who are likely governing people who do not exercise compassion and open-mindedness, to understand that they govern a body of people who collectively may have similar demands. However, they must remain flexible enough to be accommodating. The last person, use your imagination, the last person that ruled with an iron fist, that is what that person is suggesting. That individuals who say may or might, or oh, I see, may I offer a suggestion, or can we exchange ideas so that we don't remain closed-minded? And sure enough, this person's first comment is, I'm not narrow-minded. I am open-minded. Like, well, that's not for you to determine. It's for the person you're speaking to. You spent your whole time provocatively presenting an opinion of which I differ, and you suggest that you're not open-minded. I mean, I would even suggest I'm narrow-minded because I'm defending Duolingo. As in, this person presents a case that is unemphatically inaccurate. So it prompts me to defend Duolingo. So that would give the other person fairly and justly to determine that I am biased. I am being narrow-minded in this case because I'm presenting a case opposing that person. However, if that person was in fact open-minded, we would actually share the pros and cons of Duolingo. Right? You don't get to determine if you're open-minded. The person you are talking to gets to give you feedback if you are open-minded. If you spend most of your time telling other people what you are and what you focus on and what you deem most important and what you think is a fact, that's legitimately the essence of being narrow-minded. It's not a bad or a good thing. Sometimes narrow-mindedness means focused, specialized, talented even, right? If the goated thing is something you focus on and you're narrow-minded about it, it's exceptional. So not only that, the irony here is that person is being narrow-minded about being open-minded. Being open-minded has its pros and cons. So does narrow-mindedness. It has its pros and cons. So that's how it's a lot easier to take this apart and frame what Duolingo has. So these are the things, okay? These are the things. So what do I do in response to these things? So what did we do just recently? Well, I can confidently say, if you are reliant on observational skills and you are self-correcting and you don't mind, someone mentioned this yesterday, they hate how some things sound. Some things sound. And that's reasonable. That's reasonable because in a shotgun approach, they're going to pick a bunch of things. And some of it's not going to hit. Some of it's going to hit. Some of it's going to be like, what the heck? And some of it's like too high pitch or too low pitch. It's going to happen. This is what happens, right? So you're going to get diminished return from shotgun approach. Generally, you get diminished return from using a shotgun. That's, some hit, some don't, right? So naturally, language learning is very gravitated towards pre-selection, native pre-selection. That's perfectly reasonable, honestly. And so I did these things. And, what I just did for 4 hours was, I think I'm pretty confident that I retained over 95% of all the vocabulary and even all the observational patterns. And it's not without spending a heck of a long time. So when you work hard, it means you also use up a lot of time. Because when you work smart, you decrease time usage. You focus on efficiency. You want to get the big bang for your buck. And I totally get that. Am I evaluating Duolingo for what it isn't? Or am I evaluating Duolingo for what it offers so that I can better advise other people for what it has or doesn't have? So if you like working hard, Duolingo. And vocabulary, even more Duolingo. If you like variety because you don't care about pitch accents and you just want to hear a bunch of synthetic voices at least help you expose yourself to all the frequencies, still Duolingo. So how many of these checkboxes do you have? So when I go back to answering that guy's question, is it worth it? The first thing I do is I break down the 4 or 5 factors that most people focus on. Grammar versus vocabulary. Working hard with a lot of time, or working smart with a little amount of time, or being efficient. Do you find yourself always correcting yourself over time and not developing bad habits and have no fear of developing habits and changing habits? Duolingo might be for you. If you need direct feedback so you can prevent the insecurities that build up from building bad habits and you hope that you don't waste your time in the long run and you're focused on the end goal because you want to become fluent in Japanese, Duolingo is probably not for you. You probably want to get a teacher or something. Probably. So in this self-correcting thing, we still have, the end goal versus the process, right? All these align really, really startlingly. The reason why I'm saying this is, I didn't choose. It is not a coincidence that I picked this product. Because it's incredibly divisive. And when I mean divisive, it has a binodal distribution, as in you're either loving it or you're gonna hate it. And oftentimes when you have a situation where you have a substantial body of people who hate it, not in the middle like mixed bag, and in a substantial body of people who like behaves religiously to it, like, oh yeah, I gotta get my streak on, and that sounded really weird. Sorry kids. The idea is that its design is probably polar, like polarizing. It makes sense that a product is divisive if it's polarizing. So its design are these things. These are the talking topics that I would say reflect almost 90% of Duolingo evaluations. Does it have grammar? Well, it has a lot of vocabulary, but it has no grammar. It doesn't teach you all the patterns and stuff as an extension of grammar. So then I'm always wasting my time remembering patterns when I don't need to remember the patterns because I can just work smart, right? And then I'm backing this person up. So I'm backing the opponents up. The opponents would make the argument, it lacks grammar, and without grammar, I can't work intellectually. If I work intellectually, then I can reduce the amount of time that I'm spending because I know the underlying grammar structure and stuff, so I don't have to remember things all the time. It saves time, it saves resources. And I need to be self-corrected because grammar is about executing. Structure is about executing what is correct first. It's about direct feedback. I must get it right from the start because I'm focused on time. And Duolingo sucks at this. And then native. Everything has to be native. I want it to sound exactly like Japanese people. I want to only sound like a Japanese person. And I also treat myself as a wannabe Japanese person who will eventually become Japanese myself and naturally turn into a Japanese person. Check, check, check. And also my end goal, I want to become Japanese. I don't care about what the tool does. I don't care about what it does, like what it's going to do in the process. Get me to my end goal as quickly as possible. These are all the criticisms of one side. And these are the criticisms I take very, very seriously. So when someone asks me for advice, I look for these things. And that when that question happened, I asked them, so, do you need like structure or explainers for learning? Right? That's one way to gather an advice on grammar. How are you an intuitive person? Like observationally intuitive person? Or are you someone who likes to know why and what and how before you do things, right? You want to know the outcome and stuff. How much time do you have? Do you like bootstrapping? Like, oh yeah, I've done this like 10 times. Let me do another 100 times so it becomes salient. Versus, I only want to do this twice and hope it sticks and forever not go back to practicing it, right? And then, does it bother you? Does it bother you if you make a mistake and you don't know what the answer is and you hope that later your mistake will become apparent to you? As in, like, I know I make certain mistakes from Duolingo, but because over time I've been exposed to a lot of things due to the fact that Duolingo just keeps pushing forward, that eventually when I go back to the old things, I could explain all those things. Right? It's so much so that Duolingo is actually closer to an immersion perspective than it is a structured perspective. That's very counterintuitive, but I have treated often more like an immersion thing, where I mean, this Duolingo does everything that I have done very less of for quite some time. Like, for example, I don't understand how Dark Souls, like Souls-like people, right? Like the people who play video games, like Souls games, how their approach is to do the boss over and over again and incrementally discover and fine-tune a no-hit run on it from that, as opposed to, for me, I would sit down, break up all the boss's animation, maybe even do some data mining and deep dive and look at all the active frames, my data, and then correlate and then execute an efficient plan on which I need to do less tweaking in the long run. What does that sound like? The right side, the right hand, the green side of things. So how does Duolingo do that for me? Duolingo has taught me how to be young again. And yes, I agree with most of the criticisms. Duolingo treats, and this is green because treats adult learners like they're kids. Whoops, that's not the right word. So it uses a lot of time-tested things that deal with youth learning a lot of times. What is a youth learner? Well, hey, I'm gonna throw a ball at this kid, and if the ball hits the kid in the head, that kid's like, oh dude, that sucked. I throw the ball at the kid again, and the kid's gonna try to catch it, but they, still didn't really develop the coordination, and then get slapped in the head, right? But they tried. You throw the ball again, at the kid, and then now the kid is gonna catch it, and then you throw the ball at the kid again, and they're gonna catch it and throw it back at you. What happens is exposure. Exposure, repetitious exposure, self-correcting, observational over time, and you only know the abstraction of, like, you only know the literal abstraction of the thing. You're not in part on what is the most efficient way to catch the ball and throw it back without that person noticing. Or how did that person throw the ball? Maybe if I know how that person threw the ball, then I would know how to catch it and throw it back like that person. That is the right hand side. And for me, I love doing that. That is my bread and butter. But for Duolingo, I'm deliberately not doing that while using Duolingo. To maximize Duolingo's approach is to take advantage of these approaches. And then when Duolingo is off and I'm not streaming, I'm doing the rest. What am I doing on my off time? I'm doing grammar. I'm figuring out how to explain all the patterns. So I'm figuring out all this pattern, all the hard work that I'm placing in, the time, the repetition, all the things that I need to self-correct for. I'm spending my off time doing that. So I'm finding direct feedback. I'm finding the intellectual explanations to all these things that I spent a lot of time on. I am listening to native sources, conversations, anime, whatever I can get my hands on that makes me feel comfortable. And then I can go back and do it again. As in now, after I do this, I bring all my observations back to Duolingo. And then after Duolingo session, I bring all of Duolingo stuff to my secondary stuff. And that's how I personally think that I got to about N5 or past N5 in this amount of time. Okay? It's not a race. It's not a marathon. However, one of the things that I tend to focus on is you got to know what the thing does and it doesn't do. You can definitely share your opinion about overall, like, oh yeah, this tool, I wouldn't recommend it. Like, if you say something like that, I recommend Duolingo for the people on the left side. I don't recommend Duolingo for the people on the right side. So as someone that is a teacher and an educator, if someone is going to ask me, is it worth it? It's not about me, because if you're learning something, you got to know what kind of learner you're talking to. So my first inclination in evaluating products is to understand what it does and it doesn't do. Formulate the questions that I need to gather naturally. I wouldn't say like, oh, are you an intuitive observational person? I would ask them, do you remember patterns really well? Like, say if I gave you an apple and an orange and a pineapple, and then I told you to repeat it back to me over and over again, and then if I switch the order, you can notice these things. That's ways to get at these questions. What type of learner am I talking to? If they say, oh, I'm up for everything, then that's an open-minded person. An open-minded person, in my opinion, rarely ever asks, is it worth it? It's not a bad or a good thing, because it also means you take too much time just doing everything, whatever have you. So if you're an open-minded person, you wouldn't ask that question. You would do it and make it worth it. If you're a narrow-minded person, you're going around telling people what your opinion is. You don't entertain the idea that that person may have a different opinion than you. And for better or for worse, when someone expresses their opinion, it helps me work smart. I'm cutting to the chase, so I know what type of person I'm talking to. So it allows me to not like offend the person as consistently. I probably offended the person because I was very nitpicky about that person's language. In a language learning channel, naturally I would focus on language. However, I was a little bit rude in the end upon reflection. So I did do a lot of this thing over here as opposed to this thing, because when it comes to communication and people talking to me about learning techniques, I'm usually on this side of the spectrum as opposed to on the left side. I do apologize in advance a lot of times at the end of the discussion and show my appreciation that, yeah, I should spend a little bit more time observing before jumping to conclusions or using all my data and experience and then providing direct feedback immediately, as opposed to filling it out and just like, okay, I mean, I see where you're coming from. Like, yeah, that sounds pretty nice, right? So these are very collaborative. So this is what I've come to expect now going into... Actually, what did you say? The dictionary won't teach me pronunciation, and therefore it won't teach me the language. Sub-Zero. It's... Really wish it could do that though. Yeah, I really wish a tool could do pretty much everything. Don't ever tell MAKU that Duo is good for learning again, isn't good for learning again. No. Like, okay. Hear me out here, Sub-Zero. I don't want someone to tell me that I'm okay with someone telling me that Duolingo isn't good for learning, as long as they give me the time to explain why that is the case. That isn't necessarily completely dependent on how frustrated they are and attacking someone. Right? I think one of the vast majority of arguments that I've been approached from in the second half, like from day 26 to 52, was the idea that Duolingo developers are stupid. They don't know what's important to language learning. Those are the comments, and I'm paraphrasing because I actually think those are kinder words than how stripped down and unfeeling a lot of the comments are. Like, oh yeah, you know, it was going too slow for me. It's like, that sounds like a you problem. Like, well, it's too easy for you. That sounds like a you problem. If I'm being very direct, just as the other people, like, that sounds like, because if you can go slow, you can go fast. Choose to go fast. Being slow isn't necessarily a learning design flaw. Like, do you want everything in the world to go as fast as you and as slow as you? I would beg to differ, because one day you're going to get caught up in a skill that you need to slow down, and you want your peers to be understanding and around you. It's like, oh yeah, hey guys, we can slow down for this guy, because the slowest speed is the baseline. Your bottom line is the determinants of learning language. So if you're that kid that's impatient in class and you're getting angry at the other kid who needs the teacher to slow down because they're falling behind, and you get frustrated and you want to like kick that kid in the face, then perhaps it's time to find a different environment for you. Not necessarily an environment that invokes a malicious, almost malicious and unfeeling ad hominem arguments. Don't get me wrong. I was one of those kids. I couldn't understand why I became so frustrated all the time when the course and stuff doesn't move beyond my comprehension speed. Like, it was not challenging. It was boring. It was easy, etc. All those things. Now, if I stepped into another class and I see myself getting, I don't know, a perfect grade, right? And then I see 4 classmates that are struggling, and then the teacher is slowing down for them, I take it upon myself to say, what am I doing that is so effective? Or what am I doing that's working for me? And I go to them and say, are you open to trying the things that I am doing so that the whole class is moving forward, right? What is the biggest challenge for someone who thinks that they know everything or they're better than other people? Challenge yourself to teach someone who isn't as good at it. What does that mean? Well, it means my favorite comment that I do all the time. I learn so that I can teach. I don't care if I'm a master at anything. You can always teach someone who is below, like who is struggling below you. The true essence of learning something is often being able to pass that knowledge along. What is that? It's a two-way street. One day, that other person might have a skill that you're not so great at, and you would have peers around you that will do the same for you. How lucky is my life? Well, I tell people that my life is pretty lucky. But that's not because of me lacking trying. I tried my best to be useful to other people. Meanwhile, they are also people who strive to be useful to other people as well. So if you're going around saying you are always right, or you are right and they're wrong, I only want things that I want, look around and ask what type of support system you have. Do you have a support system in which everyone thinks they're right and everyone has their own predilection, so they always make the choice for themselves? That's a lot of independent people. That's perfectly all right. That's not an environment I thrive in, though. So I choose to be people who look out for each other. And you might see that as a weakness, but hey, I choose to take on the weaknesses and the strengths of being in a collaborative environment versus a environment in which you tear down a product because it quite secondarily not focus on the things you value instead of doing something about it. Well, actually, I take it back. Most of these people do something about it. They go on to find Anki. They go on to move to Japan, uproot their life, become a weeb, get nationalized as Japanese people, become a Japanese teacher, etc. Whatever you have to do to truly embrace what you're specifically looking for. But keep in mind that when you do these things and you spend most of your time in a sphere of influence that you are, and I love the way people like Dogen and others interview each other, like, and they share like, oh yeah, I see. So that's not my area of expertise because I focus on doing this thing. It's very polite and discussing because they understand that if they keep focusing on certain things, they become really great at it at the expense of other things. Being able to know what you don't know because of your predilections is exceptional. It is the mark, truly, in my opinion, of the life skills that I like, which are critical thinking and problem solving. So if I asked you, what does a product that does lots and lots of grammar and vocabulary both at the same time look like? Well, it is a very, very heckin' slow product that also becomes super, super overwhelming, like a textbook, and you might end up having a product that's meh in both. Not only would it not excel at working on vocabulary, it won't excel at helping someone retain grammar. What does that look like? It kind of looks like a school that expects all their students to be super people. Right? So, in my opinion, much like a lot of tool developments, tools are a reflection of a commitment to specific things. They cannot be comprehensive by nature. I mean, a human can't be comprehensive by nature. How do you expect an extension of a person to be comprehensive? Like the Duolingo, yes, I can except that is an extension of a group of people. But boy, it's an extension of a group of people. If people can't even offer comprehensive knowledge, how do you expect a tool to? Logically speaking, right? So let's conclude this stuff with a little bit of what I'm doing right now. So most of this is still true. I think what are new things? So if we are to take inventory, right? Let's find out what are new things and old things. So new discoveries and old discoveries on stuff, right? It's everything I talked about is old. So, or most of the stuff, but let's just make an old category. So, something that's old. Grammar is lacking. Check. Right? It continues to be true. I was under the impression that maybe in section 2 or section 3, as you get further, they'll lean heavier on grammar. But usually, yes, grammar is lacking. So it's still just relevant points. Relevant points, but set more like trivia as opposed to urgency. So it's not a pragmatic approach to introducing grammar. So, like for example, if they introduce Hoshi desu, Hoshi desu, right? They're not approaching it in a way that, oh, if I'm introducing this word, then I need to introduce this grammar point. It's not that. It's more of a triviality, as in, hey, here's a interesting fact about the things you have been doing on Duolingo. Did you know that aru and iru can distinguish between animate and inanimate objects? That kind of thing, okay? So, that's still true, and it continues to be true now. I was expecting it to subside and be a little bit more like, they would have one prompt appear and one prompt, and they would compare the two prompts and say, this is being used as in a noun, and this is being used as an object. Okay? Keep that in mind. And it'd be like a related word. Keep that in mind for a moment. But what is new is they do exactly this, only implicitly. And to me, it was awesome that I saw that. I recognized that. Because through the observational bootstrapping that I work very hard for, I think, relatively speaking, I'm working way harder than I need to. Without a doubt. Because, again, on that continuum, I'm not working smart anymore. I'm working hard. And most of the time when people think of working hard versus working smart, it's not efficient. And so I absolutely agree. It's not efficient, the way I'm learning. If the whole goal, if your end goal is to become fluent in Japanese, working hard is not the solution because you're concentrated on efficiency. But that's not what I'm doing this for, right? So I'm getting value somewhere else. And this is kind of one of them. So implicitly. So what they did was, like, for example, when they introduced the na adjective, they gave you two statements. And the adjective is used in one case without the na, and another case where the na enters the picture. So what they're doing is, yes, grammar is still lacking. It has no relative points. It's pretty trivial, and there's no urgency to pragmatically know what this is. But what they do, once again, is rely on observational skills as opposed to intellectual skills. The idea is, oh, here's one. It's na in this. It's not na here. It's na here. All right, remember that pattern. Proceed. And they continue to do this. It's the same. That's what's new. And the new thing is fill in the blanks. fill in the blanks from part 1, I haven't had fill in the blanks. I don't even know if they added it retroactively or not, but they were fill in the blanks, response questions, and chat questions or chat prompts. And that's about it. And I noticed the other day, because I have Super, that in Legend, when you do Legend, there's only there's listening only ones, as opposed to this response is reading response from reading. So all of these, what they do is they try to contrast all the different situations. So situations that are near the same, they're nearly similar, and you have to spot the differences. So even what else is new, right? For grammar points, for example, or like not grammar, yeah, kind of like grammar points. This is more like linguistic points. We'll call this linguistic points because I don't know what this is called. This is more like writing system related stuff, or homonyms, things like that. So what they did that was new is the kanji section. The kanji section got overhauled, and now the kanji section includes reused kanji. And they added lessons for those. So you reuse kanji, what they do is they compare use cases for all the kanji, as well as the kana related things. So for example, you will have might as well write these, right? You have something like whoops. So you have like shichiji, nana-sen next to shichiji. So shichiji and nana-sen shares the same kanji. However, the kana changed. So the points that they made, the 3 like quote unquote grammar points, they actually inserted the reminder of the grammar point or the linguistic point, is that kanji can be reused literally for the sound, or figuratively in the sense that it is reused but it has different sounds or even meaning, or both. So all their stuff turns out like if you have like a pair 6 and 6, you could have all your counters on one side with nana, and you would learn by implicit observation that nana-sen is shichiji, and it's also shichigatsu, right? Shichigatsu versus nana-hyaku, right? So that's kind of where they went. So it still comes down to, they kind of explained it, and they only explained it once. They only showed like a panel on the first time panel, maybe twice actually. They have a panel that says, oh yeah, hey, kanji can appear the same but sound different, and they can also mean different things. So like E, right? E is B in doyobi, right? So yobi and hi are different things, even though they share the same kanji, right? Their kanas change. So that's kind of the thing that they're doing. And the old, yes, they're still not really gonna remind you over and over again. And they tell you once and it's gone. This is gone. So you have to accept it. Okay? So it's still working at implicitly in observational skills predominantly. And how do you remember all these things? It's through repetition. Repetition once again. What else is new? That was the biggest new thing. So now the kanji section records all the repeated kanji and have exercises that contrast with all the other uses of that specific kanji. So it is incredibly visceral at how knowing all the kana behind it. So you can't, it's so hard to partake, unnecessarily forget them. Like, nana is legitimately attached to shi, shi, okay? Like those two are locked in. Yo is attached to yon. Ku is attached to q. So ku and q are locked together now. So every time you come up with new kanji that's kind of like repeated, those are the ones that get grounded, like grinded into your mind, and they are so easy to remember. So now you're thinking things like, oh yeah, but if the old would be an expectation of grammar points, it would explain to you all the numbers and counters. So they introduce like G, right? You would expect that they would tell you what G is like with all the numbers immediately. Well, I don't know all the numbers. What they do, and they continue to do in an old-fashioned way, is they focus on exceptions. And they use exceptions as the focus, while the new thing is to all the normal, the rules, like the standard, the common trend, is used as noise. So for example, when you know all the cases so far that you use shi, shi, if you know all those cases, all the other cases are nana so far. So what they do is they pick the most unique, and then fill in all the others over time. So right now, like for example, if you're someone who's about completion, intellectual things, you would want to know all the days of the week, for sure. How many days of the week do I have right now? I have 4 of the 7 days of the week. Do I remember them, and do I know how to write them? You bet your butt I remember how to write them. Because how do I know? Because they're related to all the kanji that overlap already. So yobi, do is unique. So I remember that. However, yobi is related to all the other ones because they get repeated over time as well. And bi is related to he, and he is related to nihon. So that's how the system works. You take your observational skills, you see the pattern, and later, if you so choose, you can go out and explain those patterns. And the moment you get to explain those patterns, because you've been holding on to those patterns, it feels so good. It feels so good. Like, oh, that makes so much sense. Like, for example, finally, after a lot of time with like different counters and different numbers, I was curious, like, what is the underlying principle between changing like hun to pun, or yo to from yon to yo, and shi, shi to from nana and stuff. And there were a lot of theories and explainers that explain why these sounds are changed. And what happens is the moment they explain it, all your patterns come flooding back, and like that makes so much sense, right? Like, so what happens is on your off time when you're not using Duolingo, you are maximizing what you're doing. You're learning intelligently. You're intellectually leveraging your smartness and your grammar. So you're focusing on that. When you're using Duolingo, what are you focusing on? If you're like that other person, of course it's not going to teach you Japanese. You basically focused on the thing that it doesn't do. There's a difference between having a state-of-the-art, like it's kind of like getting a Ferrari to drive 10 miles per hour on a street legal, like a school zone. It's irrelevant what your anticipation or what your comment like of the product is if you're effectively not even using the product for its intended purpose. In my opinion, respectfully, if it doesn't do that, you move on and you find another tool, and that's what most people do. However, it doesn't prevent those people to go around and echo chamber all the crap, in my opinion, that is a projection of their emotional frustration. Like if someone used this for a year and they realize they learned nothing, like Duolingo basically taught them 0 Japanese in 1 year, I would be pretty emotionally compromised as well. And then it is reinforced by the echo chamber. So you surround yourself with everyone who is also upset and only sees the things that don't work for them. And then they go to someone who thinks it's working for them and convince them that it doesn't work for them or it doesn't offer anything. That's entirely different from someone who goes and asks them, what works for you about Duolingo? Like, oh, that's interesting. It didn't work for me. Share. That's an entirely different aspect. Like, hey, what are your favorite parts about Duolingo? And then, that person would answer. And then they would say, oh yeah, you know what? That's a pretty great, that's a pretty interesting perspective. I found this part and this part to be less effective for myself. However, these parts are pretty good. I just didn't stick with it because the parts that it's lacking supersedes the parts that it don't, right? So those are the ways, in my opinion, that would illustrate that someone actually did not project their emotional response as opposed to trying to, I don't know, save my feelings. Ultimately, if you are saying one thing and doing another thing, it may work on an incredibly impressionable mind that is a young impressionable mind, but I am not a young impressionable mind anymore. I come with more questions when someone tells me, oh yeah, Duolingo is not working for you. It doesn't teach you Japanese. Meanwhile, I can recall 98% of 800 words I know, and 700 of them come from Duolingo. And not only that, I can construct sentences without even knowing what the heck the grammar points are originally. Now I know what the grammar points are, but it didn't come from Duolingo. But I can tell you, I can construct sentences without even knowing what the grammar points are. But the glorious thing is when I find out why they work, they feel amazing. That's using a tool that's offered there, as opposed to not. It's kind of like, what's a great one? Buying an electric saw? Oh, no. I got a better one. No, that's not a great example. I was going to say buying an electric saw and sawing manually. So then why did you buy an electric saw? Well, go buy a manual saw. If you don't want to use it for its intended design, then how can you possibly think that you have an objective or even a remotely appropriate subjective take on what the product does? You literally just said you hate the way Duolingo is designed. I'm glad you found Anki. I'm glad you found LingQ. I'm glad you found whatever it is that had a design that suits your needs. if I was learning Japanese, I would do the same thing. If I'm focused on learning Japanese, I would definitely do the same thing. I would find the best tool, the most efficient tool to get me to my goal. If you were open-minded, right, Mr. Stranger, if you were open-minded, you would ask me what my goals are before inferring that my goals are to learn Japanese, because that would make it less confusing for you to understand that Duolingo does teach Japanese and how I differ in that manner, because I'm evaluating the tool for its teaching methods, not for whether it teaches Japanese accurately or not. It's a bonus, though. It's a bonus if they're teaching Japanese accurate or not. That's kind of contextually relevant, right? And I'm trusting Duolingo to some extent on teaching it. If not, I have plenty of people who are more than passionate enough to inform me when they're inaccurate. Personally, I'm starting to feel like it's less the case, because the last time 3 arrogant people approached me and offered me advice, they were incorrect. Legitimately. Like, what was the last? Actually, I got more examples in this. The first one is where is it? The first one that I got, due to the arrogance of people, I suppose, is the stroke order of Kyoto. They were convinced that this stroke is 1 stroke. That's incorrect. And this is from a self-proclaimed linguist. It's not 2 strokes, apparently. It's 1 stroke. And almost unanimously, it's 2 strokes. Okay? I mean, I assumed that they're correct. That's why I go and look. For me, if I don't know something, I have to take the person at their word and then confirm, right? Because I thought it was 2 strokes. So what they were really doing is they were blaming Duo and thinking Duo get these things wrong, so they look for what's wrong. And it was not wrong. It was correct. What was another one? Another one was always suggesting that because Duolingo uses synthetic voices, that here and there it's like, oh yeah, they're pronouncing it weird. Like there's no way that that's what people do. And I still cannot find in evidence in which that is not how it sounds. It could still be me. Obviously, my ears are different. They're pepped. And like, I'm an old person. I don't speak Japanese. Perhaps it's me still. However, I still fail to find evidence in which that is the case. And oftentimes, even those individuals, I would play the sound again and they would be like, oh yeah, I hear it now. But yes, much like the same way that if you try to get an English person to hear something and they don't hear it at first because you're used to it, right? Like, I know I'm hearing things that I want to hear because of English. I'm not saying I want to hear it because I'm right. I'm hearing it because I'm used to it. And I'm aware there are a lot of things that I hear that isn't happening with my voice. So when I say things like arigato, right? Arigato, I don't know if it sounds right or not yet. With enough references, I might tune to it at some point. However, I'm not going around and saying, oh, that's wrong because I hear it wrong with absolute confidence. I accept that those who are that confident are knowledgeable. However, in the last 3 or 4 times, I didn't even reveal this. I usually take people's advice, see for myself, find some converging evidence, and sure enough, there's only 1 instance of 15 advice that I could find unanimously correct. As in, like, there are very few people noticeable that would ever suggest it's something else. Other than that, all 14 times, it was variable. It was so noisy that there's enough people to constitute like It's whatever. Even in Japanese. So a lot of times, then you go move over to English, and I don't even want to start with English because I actually understand English. At least I think I understand English. Hey, here's a funny meme for those Japanese people, and I love this meme because I watched it from a skit from Dogen. But one of the memes is, if you want to become native in Japanese, you get worse at English because of like the intricacies of the dualities and contrasts and stuff between English and Japanese. And I'm like, yeah, I already feel that. And even though it's a joke, the reason why it's kind of funny is because there's some truth to it. When you master Japanese, you might have to sacrifice something. Well, all the time that you sacrifice, it's kind of like vocabulary versus grammar. You still have time. Time is a normalizer, right? So for me, if someone asks me, oh yeah, you should definitely listen to natives. Natives are the only way you can truly be native. Okay, hear me out, my stranger friend. I know you're an open-minded person. So if you're open-minded, did you ask me if I wanted to be a native Japanese speaker? Because if you didn't ask me, then all that's telling me is you're narrow-minded. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't mind if Duolingo is using synthetic voices that annoy the heck out of you. The question is it pragmatically enough to reach my goals? And I'm glad to hear that the Norwegian pronunciation is pretty good. And I imagine the Spanish is great, right? The Spanish has got to be great. I'm looking forward to Spanish. Mandarin might be interesting. I'm curious what kind of recording quality. Like, did they use synthetic voice for Mandarin, or did they use like trained recorded people? We don't know, because all the courses do vary. It's not almost unanimous. It's hard to assume that they are able to train so many synthetic voices so quickly. So there might actually be courses that don't even have use of synthetic voices, right? So I'm only specifically talking about Japanese. And this here, and I want to end on one last point that's very rewarding when it comes to new and old. So oftentimes people ask me, right? Or people inform me a lot of times versus new and old. So an old experience between part 1 and now, the end of part 1 and now, is the idea is, can I understand? I had this question a few times already. Can I understand Japanese content? As in, can I read stuff? And I listen to stuff without subtitles? And so on, right? That kind of thing. Using, and this is inferring from the use of Duolingo, right? That's kind of a really burning question. The burning question about this. And this is my anecdotal experience. And it's, if anyone know me long enough, it's going to be a mixed bag answer. I don't have answers as in hundreds and zeros, or like ones and zeros. I have mixed answers, because that is the most realistic outcome when you're observing everything. So the answer I can say is yes. On the one hand, I can read unassisted everything I've learned from Duolingo. So what I mean by this is it's so sharp that when I go to read like a book, I either know it all because it was in Duolingo, or I basically have no idea. So what does that mean? What does that mean about Duolingo's approach? It means that Duolingo doesn't enforce contextual understanding. It reinforces pattern dependent strategies. So how does that look? What does that mean? What am I saying with these fancy words, I suppose? So, for example, imagine Tetris, right? And you want to insert one lane down here. And you were given a block that looks like this shape, right? So if this shape here is not this shape, then you have no idea what to do. If it was this shape, you immediately know what it is. All right? Because what you're practicing is you're practicing pattern recognition. You're not practicing contextual understanding. So for example, when you're listening to my nearly 6.5 hour spiel on the second part of my learning exercise, and you're learning as English as a second language, if you're learning with Duolingo, you're probably trying to ascertain all the patterns you recognize in my speech. However, when I speak, they don't fit specific patterns. They have personality to them. They have turn of phrases. Things are being shuffled around. Rules are being broken and constantly reimagined over and over again. Stress, pausing, fragmentation, those things happen a lot. So even at the reading perspective, if that sentence is not in a structure that I recognize, it takes a very, very long time to figure out if I even understand the parts of the sentence. That is due to the idea that you are so good at recognizing a pattern you are familiar with, but you are not flexible and dynamic enough to rearrange the pattern. So I did notice this. However, it's not as bad for me probably, because most of the time I'm already creating flexibility when I learn Duolingo. So for example, I see a prompt and I'm like, what's the essence of this sentence? If I were to only pick up 3 words, what are the key words in this sentence? And then how can I shuffle them? How can they mutate based on my collective knowledge of patterns? Is one pattern associated to another pattern in which I can flexibly move those words? Like these nouns, if I shuffle them over here, can that still make sense? Those are the things that I now consciously do while I use Duolingo. I almost said play. While I use Duolingo in order to offset this thing that I observe around like day 27 to 28. That actually it's probably a little bit later, because I started reading these things called grade readers offered by Lotus, and I noticed that when certain things don't fit a certain structure, I pause for a very long time. So the idea is, why does this matter? When you immerse in conversation, right? Or you listen to conversation, eventually this noise gets denoised. It doesn't start with a perfect pattern. Imagine like playing music. You read a sheet music and you perfect it to mechanical perfection. So now you sound exactly like the sheet music. So if anyone else plays that sheet music and practice just as much as you guys will mechanically and auditorily sound similar. How do you differentiate between the two? Contextual noise. So the idea is, If I said a really complicated sentence, can you still understand the sentence without understanding all the words? That's contextual understanding. And that's not what Duolingo reinforces. So, yes, the answer in a short answer is yes, I can absolutely read stuff and also listen to stuff that I learned in Duolingo. As in, even beyond the like the weird synthetic voice and the kind of skewy synthetic voice, if something sounds anywhere in the neighborhood remotely similar to what Duolingo has to offer, it's picked up like nobody's business. It like sticks out so much that I almost forget about all the stuff around it. So yes, you can listen to stuff without subtitles and read stuff without subtitles, but there's a gigantic caveat. You start losing essence. You become more of a mechanical person and less of an intellectual person. You mechanically are very good at picking up everything you've learned mechanically, and you've lost the intellectual component. What does that sound like? It's everything Duo is designed to do. Duo is designed to do pattern recognition, train your observations, look for vocabulary words, and only recognize patterns without any explanation. So naturally, when you go and look at anime and read manga and stuff, you are looking mechanically for something. And here's the biggest irony. The people who criticize Duo for that, they do this exact same pattern. They go to a product and they're specifically looking for the only thing that matches their expectation, and they ignore the rest. They sideline the rest. It's a very similar approach. So when I go and watch anime and when I go and read a book, I'm hardcore programmed now, practice to look for the exact situation in which the things I've learned in Duolingo shows up. So how do I complement that? It's not ideal. I am a contextual learner. Like, I'm a contextual speaker. I don't like the idea that I want to sound like a robot. I want to stop sounding like a robot, right? A lot of times, one of the biggest drawbacks or the telltale signs of someone who doesn't sound natural, as in their secondary language acquire, is that they sound robotic. They sound super formal. They sound formulaic or incredibly structured. Duolingo does do that. You are a robot before you become a real boy, okay? Or a real girl, or what have you. Before you become a real kid, you are a robot. You learn things mechanically. That's Duolingo's scientific backing thing. I imagine the whole scientific backing thing is childhood development into young adulthood's time-tested true way of mechanically reinforcing patterns. So how do I go beyond that? Well, I spend most of my time now in Duolingo. It's probably like from day 45 and on to day 52 and so on and so forth. Now I'm no longer looking mechanically for things. I'm looking for contextual understanding. So there are some exercises that do emphasize contextual understanding, like the listening ones, where they'll tell you like 4 or 5 sentences and you have no like text or no nothing, and you're answering a question that not necessarily have the same vocabulary as a text. And sure enough, I turned my brain off. I turned my Duolingo's pattern recognition off, and I spend more time thinking like I was speaking in English. Ironically, here, not the literal sense of thinking of English words, but the approach of how to form sentences, how to hold a conversation. I leverage that type of mentality. It's like, I see the question, someone's asking me about a question. Can I find out in that paragraph where the essence of that question is? The rest, it doesn't matter if I catch it on the first one or the second one, I can answer the question. So you're now conceptually understanding keywords. And in anime, I have been doing that for so much of my life. I love anime, but I don't actually necessarily read all the subtitles. When I talk to my parents in Fujonese, I don't necessarily require subtitles because I, in essence, know what all the patterns feel like. It's like my mother is clearly upset, even though I have no idea what the, like, word for word what she said. I know all the key words that would suggest to me that I know exactly what she said, cursorily. That is the essence of that whole contrast between immersion and intellectual learning versus mechanical and observational learning. You work smart by cutting to the chase. So when someone explains to you, you go to a lecture for one hour, your notes will be a facsimile. It would be an approximation of your own interpretation of what is taught in that 1 hour. That is what you're doing naturally with language and communication. So when people say, oh, are you going to become a natural, are you going to become fluent using Duolingo? The answer is no. Because the reason why I say no is the person's question is probably going to tell me that they mean, can I sound native? The answer is no. There isn't anything that's supposed to be native in any way. Like, so there are approximations of natives. So the most things you can take from it is using the flexibility. So now I'm at the point where I'm accruing vocabulary, but I'm no longer dependent on sentence structure, like basic sentence structure and whatnot. So nowadays, I'm thinking about clever ways of using all my vocabulary. And that is complementing the absence of sentence structure. So what is old that is still old there? There's an absence of sentence construction. And what I mean by that is active sentence construction. Everything, the active sentence construction. There are passive sentence construction. Basically, you move word banks and you see them being made. But active sentence construction is also not the same as listening to anime. It's not that. It's not listening to anime. It's not reading books. That is still passive sentence structure. You are being exposed to a larger range of patterns. So you're doing Duolingo in a wider dynamic range, and you're hoping that will translate to an active use of those patterns. Meanwhile, for me, I'm using Duolingo, and now I'm trying to find all the exceptions. So what is another way to express something? What if I put in, like if I put in a noun here with ya, is that valid or not? And stuff like that. It creates active use even when you're not actively speaking to someone. But when you speak to someone, then you have to do that regardless. So that's kind of assimilating that. So I'm simulating something that Duolingo doesn't offer so that I can make use of what Duolingo does offer while compensating for what it doesn't do. So I'm actively constructing sentences in my head with the limited patterns that Duolingo are introducing, but the entire breadth of the vocabulary. So today, when I say I do these review sessions, like all these things, right? This craziness, it's organized in my head so that one day when I listen to something, I can pull out the keywords and I can fill in the rest of the sentence structure, the rest of the sentence stuff. There's got to be a ni here. There's got to be a day here. So what happens is I can pull out all the keywords. So if I'm listening to someone, I already know what they're talking about. And then if I need to go form a sentence, I use the keywords I have, I plug in the structures that I require, the minimum structures I have, and I have a sentence moving forward. That's usually how I go about listening to people. I pull the keywords out first. And that's what is natural, in my opinion. That's what it feels like to be, quote unquote, what people are talking about, fluent. When you're fluent, you're looking for meaning. You're not looking for semantics and mechanics. If you're still concerned about mechanics, you are still in a mindset that is not fluent yet. I know fluency has so many arbitrary definitions and whatnot. My baseline is, it's the bottom line when you start listening and reading for meaning, and you stop reading and listening for structural accuracy or mechanical accuracy, because you're no longer dependent on that structural accuracy or dependency in order to understand what that person's expressing. Off topic, but I forgot to mention that I found some really good books for learning Chinese. If you're interested, hold on to those. Hold on to those, Sub-Zero. Make a list. If anything motivates you, in my opinion, keep on looking and reading good books for Chinese. And when I go to learn Chinese, I would love to use all those resources that you spent time and effort sharing with me. So, if there's any motivator, find good books for yourself for learning Chinese, and then one day you get to bestow that experience and knowledge on me, if you know what I mean. So for now, I would totally love that you are focusing on your like Chinese ventures, and one day I'm probably gonna more or less take advantage of all your hard work. And maybe if you're interested in Japanese, I could return the favor or something, you know, something like that. But I would hold on to it for sure. You've already read one of them and it's been really helpful, dude. Keep that in mind. I think if there's anything that motivates you, right? If you learn to collect good things and you want to share those good things, I think that also makes you even better. And it's the whole thing about what I'm saying about if you're learning for the whole point of teaching, everything becomes useful, in my opinion. Most things become useful. Like if you're learning to suck, as in sorry kids, if you're learning and you made a mistake, that mistake becomes valuable if you use it in a way to instruct someone else. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. So like, yes, I'm using Duolingo. I'm probably gonna know a lot of things that I had. Like this is an example. This is an example, right? I've noticed this immediately. Like when I started reading books, like graded books for like beginner Japanese, immediately it was such a sharp contrast. Like if the whole book is structured in the same in an alien way, I can't read it. It took me so long. So I moved to another book, and if it's in the same structure as Duolingo, I bolt past through. Like it's like a flashcard thing where, oh, that sentence. It's kind of like Duolingo, like the exercises. If you go to the view, you're a robot. You just go through and everything fills in the pattern. So I notice these things, and what I'm trying to reveal here, at least for myself, telling myself, and maybe anyone else is interested, this is likely how you're going to feel. It's not that you didn't learn anything. In fact, I would even argue it's counterintuitive, but you learned something so well, you've become a specialist that is a hindrance to your original objective. Now, here's the rebuttal here. If I go to Japan now, you bet your butt that I'll remember all the stock expressions that will make me sound like I learned from Duolingo, right? What is the meme here? When someone types a phrase, it's like, dude, nice phrase, buddy. Did you learn it from Duolingo? Absolutely, because that's what Duolingo does best. It teaches you a specific pattern, and you can whip out that pattern at any time. Now the question is, how do you expand that pattern? You look elsewhere, right? Or you become really, really creative. I don't know what that looks like right now, The idea is Duolingo is so good at giving you very specific patterns. Those patterns may ultimately become your crutch. If your goal is to not literally sound like someone who learned from Duolingo. I don't know if you guys understand. I'm not sure if I can communicate this even more than I can already. That is an incredibly impressive feat. Think about teaching someone, and you can teach them in a way that they can't even divorce themselves from the way you teach them. That is incredible. And that's what video games do, right? Like, for example, if you take a person who's very, very good at a video game, and you basically take the video game and you skew it by 2% anywhere, right? Everything would be inaccurate. Like, if you ask someone who's incredibly good at something, right? Take a person who, I don't know, play basketball. The moment that ball is slightly deflated, this person will notice, because they are so trained at the specific feel that they can tell when something is off by that much, and it will effectively make everything bad because they will be precisely off. Now, those are extreme cases. Most of the time, the athleticism and the athlete can adapt, right? So that's kind of what I mean by it's a very sharp contrast. Duolingo is so sharp because of its like perfectionism thing, like one answer, maybe 2 or 3 answers tops, right? The right idea is you're fixated on a very small range of flexibility. So it doesn't accept almost right answers, almost wrong answers. It doesn't force sentence construction that provides abstraction. Where do you get those things in the future? Well, in high school, eventually you get into open prose, like prompts and stuff. In college and university, you get lots of open-ended questions. Those open-ended questions, while they take time to grade, they also are very efficient at teaching you things that don't necessarily have correct answers. Well, Duolingo has answers. Whether they're correct or not, they are used as correct answers. So when you're having conversations, of course you're going to trip and get stuck on things. You're looking for the correct structure. You're not looking for the essence of the structure. So when other people learn English and stuff, even people who learn Japanese through Anki and sorry Anki, I keep picking on Anki because that's like they throw it out so often. Like 99% of people throw out Anki all the time, for better or for worse. Anki, LingQ and stuff, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, you should say it this way. That's exactly the way you should say it. Like, this is the way. That's still evidence of a secondary language speaker, in my opinion. When you are hyper-focused on the idea that structurally it's the most important thing to focus on is getting it exactly the way you imagine, as opposed to, here's a possible way you can express this. And then someone else comes in and is like, oh, I was going to express it this way. Like, do they sound similar? And then they discuss about these things. This is the flexibility of conversation. And ultimately, in my opinion, that is the gateway to what I would consider as fluency. Not the breadth of your vocabulary and how robotically, grammatically correct you are, in my opinion. It might not be the same. It might be to a lesser extent on Japanese. However, last evening, I was trying to tell myself, am I behaving very similarly to other Japanese people who are trying to provide advice to English speakers? So I role reversed and asked myself, what are the advice on YouTube about English to Japanese? And so many times, the comments are a double standard. The comments are that English you don't need these rules, because American English has screwed all the pooch with rules, and you can get away with a lot of rule breaking. So that's why you need to learn by immersing yourself. Ironically, immersion is the way, because you have to get used to 8 billion infinity problems, right? Like patterns. So Duolingo kind of sucks at that. They pick very specific patterns on which you build your foundation on, and hope that you build on top of that. Much like Duolingo can't accommodate for like 60 to 70 regional pattern diction variations in American English, they will have to choose something. And boy, are they good. The way they structured are good at specifically conditioning yourself for very specific patterns. Now you have to break away from that if you so choose. For me, you bet your butt that if I enter a restaurant right now and I know what that restaurant is serving, I will be able to order something at that Japanese restaurant. Now, does that person think that I learned it from Duolingo? Probably. Is that a bad or a good thing? Well, it tells me that Duolingo taught me that. And if that person says, you sound like someone from Duolingo, I'm like, absolutely, because Duolingo is very good at pragmatically telling me all the patterns that I need to at least express something, not to sound like a native speaker. So if you're looking for one of the things that hasn't changed, one of the old things is you don't sound native. Well, that's because it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It will strive to do that as much as it can. But I don't even think that's a priority. Like, I don't think so. They use a shotgun approach once again. So the shotgun approach is to be varied as possible within a extent, not to make everyone sound the same. So like if you have your favorite Japanese voice actor, they're not going to provide you 7 or 8 people who is reflective of your favorite Japanese voice actor, and you then end up sounding like your favorite Japanese voice actor. That is not how the approach is. Variety is best. Most tones, most pitches. And you know, someone made a comment yesterday that said, oh yeah, I really hate the high pitch noises. Why would they have high pitch voices? Well, you're going to probably suck at listening at high pitch voices then. It's a preference. So the people around you probably don't have high pitch voices because you don't like high pitch voices. It's one of those things you give up. You will become much better at listening to low pitch voices because you spend most of your time surrounding yourself with low pitch voices. It's like that here. So, in the end, am I listening to anime far more efficiently with or without Duolingo? It is. So I pick up so many things in anime. And actually, I would even argue Duolingo almost deliberately prepared you for the most common things in anime. Like, for example, one thing that people don't mention often is that, oh yeah, conversations, the polite form is, you don't use the polite form outside of talking to strangers and stuff. Well, if you're visiting Japan, you're going to use that perspective. And then in anime, I can't tell you how often that most people talk in the polite form because the conditions for anime is a situation in which people are not comfortable with each other. So half to 2/3 of the anime that you're watching probably uses the polite form. And it comes up so regularly that you're hyper trained. Like, oh, hey, that's okay. They're talking about swimming there. Oh, hey, they're talking about helping there. Oh, hey, they're talking about eating. Now they're talking about drinking. And then what you need, in my opinion, what I've been doing when I'm watching, so I watch anime at least once a week. For a very long time, with friends or without friends sometimes, as a way to see where I am. And I can tell you now, if you can pick up the key word in a sentence and you can pick up the verb or the predicate and you know 1 or 2 particles, it is a dramatic different feeling. Because what you gather is like, this person's talking about what they're eating. That's great. It seems like they're happy from the language, like the animation. So when you're talking to another person, right? When you're sitting down and you're talking to another person, it's like, oh, hey, nonverbal communication. That person's really happy. And yeah, they're talking about something that is very, very entertaining. Oh, yeah. And they said they're looking forward to something. Huh. Oh, I heard that they're talking about a video game and they're smiling. That must be, I get it. They must be really excited about that video game. Now I have something to talk back with. So meanwhile, while they continue to talk and you're trying your best to keep the stuff, you can form your sentences while they keep on going. You can continue to form your sentences, right? You know how to respond properly in some way. And that's kind of the idea. So naturally, it's so much easier because of Duolingo, in my opinion. One thing that Duolingo can do for you is if you listen for something with an objective and it matches what Duolingo shows, you will pick it up like gangbusters. So ask yourself for like tomorrow, like, what did you learn in Duolingo? All right, go to your favorite anime or like whatever source and see if you can pick it up. It's so ingrained that you know when it's not there and when it is there. Like you won't even miss it. As in, you go in and say, okay, I just learned arimasu today. And maybe you'll make a list of 10 words that you've learned in Duolingo. There was enough exposure. So now you watch like 10 minutes. Did any of these words come up in the entire dialogue? I would imagine if they did, it will light up. It will light up so much that dopamine, that final hit of dopamine, not from Duolingo, the dopamine that Duolingo is relying on, it will send you so ecstatically satisfying, in my opinion, because it's built up for so long. You put in a lot of time on Duolingo for like pattern recognition and stuff. And the moment you hear like tetsudaimasu, your brain is firing on all cylinders. It's crazy how satisfying it is. So, long story short, it's not only really, really obvious what you know and learn in Duolingo, it's also incredibly obvious that you cannot be flexible outside of everything else. You are not told and instructed and pushed to be flexible. Now, there are some exercises that are much less emphasized, like the listening exercises are fantastic to get you to be a little bit more flexible. Like move it along, like you forgot all the words, but you forgot some of the words, but it's not about learning all the words. It's about getting exactly enough to answer a question and then build upon that. So there are listening exercises that do that. And when I have super on this past 2 or 3 days, that's what I've been doing. I've been bolting past. And the reason why it's like that is because if you use legend, so if you're doing a legend thing, like a legend thing, if you get it wrong, it doesn't repeat that thing. It just keeps moving. So this past super, I was going back and doing all the legend stuff. So what happened was it keeps pushing me forward regardless if I made mistakes or not. So what happened is I seized that opportunity and I became as efficient as I could be. Not in the sense that I want to collect every single word. I'm filling in all the gaps. So for example, in the keyboard typing, right? In the keyboard typing, a lot of people will say like, oh yeah, a sentence would come by and then you picked up like one word here, and one word here, right? And I don't even listen to it again. Say, well, I know this word, and I definitely know this word because Duolingo has trained me really well. So can I fill in these things? Sure, why not? Full send, whatever this is. And then you look at the answers or even the choices, or heck, if you want to go balls deep, you would use keyboard when there's no word bank, right? No word bank. And you would just make a sentence. Just because it ends up being wrong, the question is, did you make a sentence? Make a sentence, because I did. Like, hey, if it's so, usually when you make a sentence, you pick up enough things that you can make the sentence correct. If you don't, you still make your attempt to make a sentence out of these words, these key words. So even if it's not the right sentence, I will attempt to make a sentence out of those key words. That's what you're doing when you're constructing sentences. You're taking someone else's idea, whatever their discussion point is, and you're using their discussion point to make new ideas in your sentence. So that's kind of what I did with super. Unfortunately, it's a super thing. I can't always like rely on the idea that I'm gonna have time to like get the hearts back and all that. So maybe I'll have to switch it up. But the other thing is, okay, you have word banks, right? A lot of times what's old is word banks, as in people will look for right answers. So before they even consider what the answer is, they look at the word bank to form the right answer. Instead, when they do something, ask yourself, right? Okay, you didn't pick up all the words, but say you pick up 1 or 2 words, like deliberately. Say, I'm not going to try to listen to all the words. I'm going to listen to, yep, I heard zoo, I heard lion. It's probably about taking pictures. Then you go look at the word bank. It's like, yep, fill it in. I don't even have to listen to the thing again. So what you're trying to do is you're looking for essence and you're looking for context. And the context restricts so much of what Duolingo does that it becomes effortless. Like, I stop paying attention a lot of times, and you might be thinking, oh yeah, well that's a bad thing because you're gonna start forgetting certain things and certain things. Well, actually not necessarily, because you still have to get the answer. You still have to get the perfect answer because Duol forces that. But what I'm doing now, and I've been doing it for the last month to 10 days, as in I've swapped up my approach to answering these things and doing these things, is the idea that I'm no longer focused on finding every individual things. I don't even listen for certain things anymore, because if I need to, I will. If I don't, I'm just going to pick up the regular stuff, and then I know the rest. If you know the important things of the sentence, you know the rest. And where does that come from? Well, like grammar points. Right. Like if you saw ni, you can probably help find out your predicate that you forgot in the word bank. Or if you know the predicate, you probably know what the particle is. So as choppy as it becomes, what this helps me with is at the end of the day, when I read books and watch anime, I no longer stop thinking like, oh, I need all the words to understand what's happening. And sure enough, for me personally, I'm not sure if this works for anyone else. I'm just describing what's happening with me. This is how I watch like Cantonese and Mandarin. No, there's no Fujianese content. And Spanish. So whenever there's Spanish content, I'm like, okay, all right. And then what I do in the end is, some people say without subtitles, right? So a lot of times, this is one of those things that I am contentious about this point. The idea, like the goal, again, goal-oriented people. Their goal, even if it's not to speak fluently or something like that, their goal is to hear something without aid. So a lot of times this is subtitles. And I'm like, sure, that makes sense. It makes them really happy. For me, subtitles are always on. Like, it's always on. But you're making an assumption here, narrow-minded people. when I say I always use subtitles, they're not in English. My subtitles are in Japanese. If I can find them. And if it's not, then it's in a different language. And it's not because I want to learn the language, it's because I'm associating like the patterns with the sound most of the time. So much like if I'm not staring at the screen, I don't have time to read the subtitles, but I want to at least hear the essence of the voice and stuff. So a lot of times I watch programming, like Mandarin programming, and my imagination takes over. So someone says a line, and I only recognize like 30% of the line because it's very technical speak. But I use my imagination to say like, maybe they're talking about zombies. Or it kind of sounds like they're describing spiders. I look over and I find out it's one of the situations. And I can't write what zombie is. I can't tell you what the Mandarin word for spiders or zombie is. I just comprehend that it's about zombies or spiders because of the nature of speech. Like, for example, I can't tell you how like dynastic people speak. But I can most definitely tell you when I'm watching a feudal time like a C drama, like a canto drama, I can tell you that they speak a certain way for sure. That you're watching like an emperor being addressed by a group of their subordinates. It's very, very classical. So these are the things that I would say Duolingo challenges you to be observant. Now, the problem about being observant is oftentimes when it becomes too repetitious, you inherently stop learning. So like it becomes so automated that you might not have the motivation to continue learning. And what happens there is that's what feeds into that echo chamber about people being stuck with Duolingo, right? And it's not because Duolingo sucks as a tool. What it's designed to do is so effective that others do not go beyond Duolingo. So what Duolingo has to offer is incredibly effective. The thing is, it causes a dependency on it that restricts the growth of the person. So I totally agree when someone says, oh yeah, you need to learn other things, you need to do other things. Is that, yeah, much like if you only use Anki, you only get so far. You reinforce certain techniques that Anki is designed to do because you're self-reliant in Anki. Much like everything else. So I think it's counterintuitive to say that Duolingo sucks as a tool for learning. The learning is very narrow. It's incredibly narrow. So what am I doing now as new things? So the new things I'm doing are how to make new things, like new strategies to do. Change it up, because now I'm not looking for patterns anymore. Like, not so much. I'm looking for patterns in a way to get the answer, but I'm adding an extra layer of things to talk about or things to think about in order to like kind of destabilize the pattern I'm getting into. And then in the meantime, my after hours, my 2 to 3 hours of mere exposure, I'm applying what I do best, what I do from Duolingo, to see if I can enhance my understanding using my other strategies. What I mean by that is I'm very good at looking at patterns now, once again. So I'm very hyper-focused on looking at patterns. So I'm going to leverage what Duolingo has given me to build upon that. So in anime now, I first use the most efficient thing I have, which is to look for or listen for very specific Duolingo structured phrases, and then it alleviates that time, and I go try to see if I can pick up something else immediately after that. It's like, oh, so they said the word for help. Okay, did I have enough time to pick up any other thing next to help? And I build upon that. So everything that Duolingo has taught me is increasing the speed in which I don't have to think about certain other things. I don't have to think about desu ne. I don't have to think about ii desu, right? Like, I don't have to think about a lot of the predicates, really. If the person is speaking in polite speak, I barely have to think about that, because if I either know the predicate or I don't. And when I know the predicate, it gives me time to find all the keywords that are associated with that predicate. As in, what do people say in anime when they say nomimasu? Right? Like, it might not be the most engaging thing, but if you hear nomimasu, what else? What else can you pick up? And you're using the essence of what Duolingo does. It's find a word. What are words that go with it? Find a word. What words go with it? And over time, it becomes pretty blatantly obvious that Duolingo's efficacious approach is to give you the most common things that come up. So then what happens in anime over time is that, oh yeah, have you noticed that they basically say like ne in everything? And then you start thinking, okay, so what else where can we grow from desu ne? Like, how do we grow from this? Like, pick up everything that has ne and ask, what is the thing that comes before it? Whether you know it or not, you can pick it up probably over time, and you can look into it. So that's kind of how I'm doing it right now in my off time. In interviews, like, arigatou gozaimasu, and then what else follows? Or, somebody's name, desu, what follows after it? Because I no longer need to figure that out. All that stuff is ingrained in Duolingo. Everything that Duolingo offers means you don't have to pay attention to those things. You pick it up and you find the associated words. It's much like a puzzle game. In a puzzle game, you discover rules based on observations and pattern recognition. Then they introduce new rules. So the old rules are there to aid in understanding what the new rules are. Right? Like a baby in a puzzle game. With some of the most efficacious puzzle games are, you're dropped into a world that has changed as many rules as they can. As many rules. Now you still have some basic rules. And basic rules are like, you can walk in 4 directions, right? You can walk, or 3 directions. You can walk and whatnot. And that's the same as you can read, your eyes work, right? Your eyes work, your ears work. So all those are still there. But the whole time in a puzzle game, you're trying to find out what are the rules that have changed. And oftentimes they start with very specific rules. As in, they're not rules in the sense that you can see the underlying grammar. Right? You're not looking for the underlying grammar. You're looking for the patterns. And then over time, puzzle games kind of like to give you the underlying rules at some point to maybe like, aha, so that's what it is. Sometimes they just skip it completely. And then once you get to the next level, you go back to rule hunting again. But now you have the rules you learned from the previous point. So you no longer really have to look for previous rules. They're practiced. They're the foundations. And that's why I feel like the word foundation and core are so, in my opinion, are misused so often. The core and foundation is what's first, in my opinion. If you commit to whatever's first, you can make that your foundation and core. So a lot of people say this, like, oh, you should start with a plain form first, right? Well, yeah, then everything will be relative to plain form. Sure, everything will be relative to plain form. And Duolingo is often criticized for starting with polite form. Specifically, the polite non-past form. But everything is relative to this. At some point, all of these barriers are going to be removed. But core and foundation is what you start with first. A lot of times people compare like, oh, plain form is better. Starting is better. Whatever you start with is your frame of reference. So yeah, there's no point. I don't have a problem going from polite form to plain form if that's the way I'm gonna learn it. Eventually, it's moot. The point is moot because you go back and forth, regardless where it is. So oftentimes, that's kind of why puzzle games are interesting in a way, because in puzzle games, nowadays, what is a great puzzle game compared to a not so great puzzle game? So oftentimes puzzle games used to be serialized series. If you don't know rule 1, if you haven't discovered rule 1, you cannot proceed to rule 2. Right? Nowadays, a lot more modern take is you have rule 1 and rule 2. And these lead to rule 3, rule 4, 5, and 6. And then sometimes this rule 3 connects to rule 6 and rule 4 connects to rule 5. Or the other way around, goes this way. They're actually different. So what happens is, if you think of it as a linear progression in terms of language learning, linear progression, like one directional in language learning, my only comment that I can really emphasize is that most of the time it looks more like this, guys. And what happens is, if you're focused on endpoint, well, yeah, it's going to be pretty simple, right? It's a straight line. That's the most effective way. Meanwhile, if you're focused on process-oriented learning, what does that look like? Well, I can tell you, my path looks very obscure. And this is why I'm using this time to reflect on what I do and what I am doing, right? Puzzle games and lots of games nowadays, when it comes to logic, there's fuzzy logic, right? There's fuzzy logic. And the elements, in my opinion, one of the biggest core of becoming fluent, or having the feeling of fluency, not some arbitrary metric or some objective thing. The feeling of fluency comes from the idea that your fuzzy logic is sufficient for communication. So like, someone is talking a really long time and it's like, I got the idea. That's great. And now I have a way to communicate with that person. And over time, the fuzzy logic feeds back on itself. So the moment, I would say, to me, when you get fluent, is the moment that you stop focusing on an end goal and a straight line. You start living in the idea that whatever you have now, you can build upon it. That's how I feel about Duolingo. So when someone asks, does Duolingo help you read and listen to anime? That's absolutely 100% accurate. If you go in and say, today I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna keep track of these 20 words and see how many times they come up, you bet your balls you're going to hear it. And you can work from that. So the Duolingo, in the end of the day, you know, just to wrap it all up, does Duolingo teach you Japanese? Well, you don't have to agree with me. It most certainly taught me Japanese. It's to the point where now I actually feel like I need to find ways to engage myself in Duolingo's design language. Duolingo's design language. Because much like other games, like game design, if you understand the design language, you're taking full advantage of the design language. So what I mean by that is, like, oftentimes a game itself is not efficient. It's never made to be efficient. However, if you play the game enough to understand its design language, you become a speedrunner. It's not the other way around. You don't start by being a speedrunner. If you start by being a speedrunner, then what you're really doing is you're looking for the best tool that tells you what's the best way to do things. That sounds like pretty much 90% of the comment and feedbacks that I have from people who are no longer listening to me anymore. The best tool tells you what's best. As opposed to, well, Duolingo kind of sucks in many ways to these people. How can I use all that it offers while making up for whatever I feel is lacking? This is different from the best tool defines you. This is a tool, and I can take whatever I want to make the best me. You're using the tool now. You're not dependent on the tool. So the difference between someone blaming a tool for not doing something is because they are defined, in my opinion, by that tool. So they're constantly looking for the best tool because they believe all of the things that they can do are restricted to the tool. I just don't see that, in my opinion, personally. Respectfully, I decline. If you give me a tool, I'll take the best aspects of it. I'll use that and then use other things. Like, the last thing you want to do is tell me that every person who learns Japanese, the last thing you can tell me here is every person who learns the Japanese wants to be a native speaker. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I'm the one in 100,000. It's like 300,000 people outside of Japan that want to learn Japanese but have less desire to be a native speaker. Like, that goal is fantastic. I totally get it. Like, I watched an interview with some of the more popular people, right? Watched the interview. Lots of people mentioned like Matt versus Japan and Dogen and stuff. It's like, those are very admirable traits, and I totally get that. And then they were talking about interviews about what are effective learning strategies and whatnot, and they made this comment where they talked about, yeah, you know, it's almost undisputable that one must have native speakers must surround themselves in order to sound native. It's like, yes, I agree. To me, respectfully, there are other things, in my opinion, that are far more satisfactory and emotionally prevalent and relevant to a person learning a language than simply aiming for that lofty goal of being a native speaker. So one of the comments that they both agreed on was the idea that, it's not the same. Like, you shouldn't surround yourself with other language learners, because then if you surround yourself with other language learners, like secondary language learners, you're never going to sound native. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. What do you gain by surrounding yourself with other language learners? You become a collective that has a very realistic goal, a collective that has very reinforcing positive feed forward, like, process of learning together. If you can become a collective before you even get to become a collective. So it's ironic, in my opinion, that there's people, respectfully, that are spend so much time learning language and trying to be something, and they even admit that it is a lofty goal. Is it even possible? It's debatable, and what all that stuff, to be like native after like 8 or 10 years. But meanwhile, yes, that's a great goal-oriented kind of situation where you can keep yourself motivated. But for me, dude, I'm gonna channel the current anime that I'm watching, and I can't spell it properly. This character has experienced endpoint, and still be able to appreciate the journey. And this appreciation came from people who have shortness of time. Personally, for me, if you are still upset and you're focusing on goals like becoming a native speaker for second language, good luck. I hope you stay happy. For me, because of the shortness of most things, especially life, enjoy the process. Enjoy the process. And hope you get there. Hope you get there. But really, I want to leave this on a positive note. Why, echoing with some of the characters in Severin, why make it harder and not enjoy the process while you're at it? I honestly do feel like, okay, sure, does become a native speaker or like native like make me happier than collecting all the people who also share my aspirations and people who sound like me, who want to learn another language together, and we sound like something that's different? Is that more rewarding or less rewarding than spending time advising people to say, oh yeah, you gotta surround yourself, and then feel uncomfortable and stuff, and then you'll make a great friends? Yeah, but you can also make friends while you're not doing that. So, the question is, which one are you? Or where are you on this continuum? Because my continuum is that life's too short to be worried, in my opinion, of lofty goals. I see what I am doing now, and I make the best of it right here, right now. So when someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, you got to go to Japan, like you got to surround yourself with native speakers, like that's the only way you can become native, I'm like, okay, that's great. But there are a lot of people who love talking about language, and sure enough, even if we all sound like pepperoni Duolingo speakers, there are many pepperoni Duolingo speakers that constitute an entire population of very happy people that can help each other and talk to each other. So, all right, well, what if the country doesn't respect you? It's like, all right, then I won't go to the country. The idea is your journey, when you focus on the journey, it takes you to places that you can't expect. And it's a balance. I understand that some people prefer to be goal-oriented. Kudos. I have a mix of them, but in terms of language learning, I think one of the big sticking points that I have come to disagree substantially with the irony, self-contradiction of language learners, as in people who are standing for language learning, like they are encouraging language learning, and the thing that they constantly like concede and reinforce is the idea that you need an environment that is void of language learners to learn language. That's kind of like asking someone, hey, do you know how to make money? Have money. I've heard myself say that before as a joke, and now I feel a little uncomfortable in saying that. A lot of times, like, oh yeah, how do you get fluent? Be around fluent people. Like, okay, great. Like, that's awesome. So your goal is to make the journey as uncomfortable as possible versus not. So here's my 2 cents. If being around other language learners make you feel like you're learning the language, and if those people are truly the ones that are around you, there's no amount of native speakers that can discourage you from learning the language in the first place. I'm just saying, you're built on the foundations of the people who support you. So if you're saying that the only way to get appreciated is surround yourself by people until they can appreciate you, that's not an environment that I prefer, right? So as a counter argument, respectfully so, that I would argue, and I often offer this advice far more than the counter advice, which is the idea that it's not the goal of sounding native, but is a goal of learning something with the context of that's most relevant to you, because you create sentimentalism, emotional investments, and constant motivation. If you care about someone, like say you speak Spanish and you want to learn Japanese, find a Spanish speaker who learned Japanese or is learning Japanese. In my opinion, being able to do that to the process is far more efficient, or far more consistent is the word I would use, than surrounding yourself by native speakers hoping to sound native. In fact, I think that person that happens to be a Spanish speaker who also learned Japanese while you're doing the same would probably be a fantastic friend that can resonate with you both emotionally and intellectually, more likely than some lost in translation relationship that was forced upon you by conditioning yourself to relate to a native speaker before you became a native speaker, or if you can become a native speaker. So instead of delving into the incredible, far-fetched, long-term goal that is fluency, enjoy the journey while you can, and find someone you resonate with. There's no more powerful motivator to be not concerned about fluency and naturally pick up a language, in my opinion. I think there are enough stressors, enough nihilism to go around to have someone to say to you, oh, you can't sound native because you have to be around native people. Good luck with English. Really, truly. Good luck with English. Who do you choose to be your native reference? I mean, personally, I would totally pick Scottish people. I'm sorry, not biased at all, but I probably pick Scottish people because, boy, their accent, heckin' charming. I'm sorry to everyone else. I kind of like the Norwegian accent. They're very soft-spoken. Anyways, just my 2 cents. I think that's one of the things that crop up a lot. The whole idea is, do I have to be around native speakers to sound native? It's like, That sounds logical. If you're asking me for my advice, you want to learn Japanese? Is it worth your time to be around native speakers? Well, ask yourself, do you want to sound native? I suppose. For me, surround yourself with people who are learning with you. I don't care if it gives you an accent or not. The process is so enriching. It's so sentimental. Like, it's so sentimental to the point that I could ask someone to say, what did you learn today in Japanese? Because we're both learning at the same time, and that person is almost immediately or unequivocally going to retain more. I would not sacrifice that for the incredible discomfort that you have to go through and potential emotional damage from surrounding yourself being ostracized by native speakers. It is great, much like tools. It is great, much like tools, if humans don't have a human condition, to feel so unattached to people. So for example, it is hard for me, like if someone says, I want to learn English, and they want to come to me for English, right? It will be very, very cold in the long run because I don't remember what it's like. Like even for me, who tried my best, because I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned about, like, can I feel like I don't know English anymore? How can I do that, right? And that's a human condition. I think sometimes linguistics become very dehumanizing. It makes language mechanical. So mechanical that it fails, in my opinion, sometimes. It's not necessary to know this, but it fails the human condition, where if you're learning English and you go up to someone who's a native English speaker, in no way, you better hope that you, the person that's learning English, has all the self-motivation, all the security, all the confidence of learning a second language. Because inherently, that native speaker will find it incredibly difficult to be able to tell you it at that moment, to give you feedback on how you feel and all the things like that. That's the human condition. The option you can have, and that's what I'm doing this, is that I can record myself doing this. So one day when someone comes up to me and asks me, how'd you learn Japanese from Duolingo? Or what did Duolingo do for you? And I can honestly tell them that, hey, you know what? I don't remember how I feel anymore. It's been 5 years and I've started down my journey for a really long time. But you know what? I did do this review about my feelings and stuff and all the little things that I've noticed about Duolingo in some videos. If you want, I can go look back on my videos and try to see if I can remind myself of what it is that I encounter, right? And what has changed. So that is one way to circumvent the human condition. I think it's very unfeeling from a perspective of an expert who is native-like to suggest to their audience that you should go and seek not being in the audience of language learners. That camaraderie is unequivocally one of the successes of having a classroom environment and university. What's absent a lot of times when people say, in my opinion, here's a hot take. So we're going kind of in lightning round. This is kind of like lightning round material now. So one of the hot takes about college is almost the immediate departure from high school, leaving the nest, and reinventing oneself, right? And this reinvention is something that constantly happens in college. And what happens also in college is that there are collectives with you. The most successful individuals, in my opinion, the most consistent people are when they feel like a collective. As in, there's an exchange of ideas, there's a recognition of one's identity and whatnot, and a sense of belonging. So every experience becomes incredibly vivid. So if your advice is to remove that stimuli, then you're probably one person who did not benefit from college education or high school education, even that matter. My learning in high school was so restricted. It was completely restricted because I didn't get to learn from my peers at all. I barely interact with them intellectually. It's usually everything else outside of school. Like, think about all the comments you say to yourself. Like group projects. Man, I do all the work. Right? That's why I want to work alone. If you're those people, you're probably brilliant. You're probably brilliant, talented, independent, right? So you probably have no problems going and find a native speaker, surround yourself by native speaker, and sky's the limit. The question here is, if you are brilliant and you collectively educate yourself and other people or other language learners, what is that going to be like? What limit is this? Like, what is the limit in this? It's going to be a different sky. The sky will have different coloration. If you achieve this way, yeah. If you achieve it this way, then your perspective will be different. And my perspective, generally, is this way. So most of the things I've learned in my life is collective. As in, someone comes in, they give me their hot take, I try my best to take the best part of the hot take, or whatever, and I use it. I build upon it. If you're brilliant and you're a loner, and you think you have all the talent and independent, that's great. But what would your advice sound like? What your advice would sound like is, I can manage. So let's just go and find the most alienating situation I can, and I will learn super fast, super efficiently, and I'm so good at this. That's good for you as well. What you're trading off is, this is collective experience versus independent experience. And for those people who learn that, they will provide advice like that. They will provide advice that makes you alien, right? Make you a foreigner outside until you're not. For someone like myself, collective, use what you have now. Because not all of us, not everyone can be independent. So it's a different approach. They both have their hits and misses, because you can go big or go home using the loner approach, or you can go slow and go consistent with the collective approach. Those are, they're not mutually inclusive of each other. There's no like slow, the mentality that requires for this is not the slow, methodical, like collective heartwarming thing. The human condition dictates. The human condition dictates that if you're alone for too long, eventually you will quit. And this approach is assuming you will be alone long enough to not be alone anymore. But the collective is you will be around other people, and naturally they will slow you down, right? Because the collective is only as strong as the weakest member in that collective. So if you have a bunch of friends who wants to learn Japanese together, all your friends, if they're in it together, they will bring each other up together, but it will slow you down. Now, which process do you enjoy more? For me, my advice is, if you want to learn a language and you want to smile like me all the time and don't really care if a native Japanese speaker comes to you and is like, dude, you sound like a Eigo speaker who like wants to be Japanese. Like, that's great. But guess what? I have a collective of people who we can just chat back and forth with your language and you can still understand us, but hey, meet my friends that sound like this. But you know what? At least I'm not alone for the next 5 or 10 years. And you never know. When you have the foundations, it's, to me, the gap between this closes. The gap between a native speaker and a secondary collective gets smaller over time. Because when you hit the asymptote of native speaking, like that thing, you get there really fast. Then you hit this point where you asymptote, right? It's diminished returns. You get to a point and there will be diminished return. Well, while this person is doing that, they will have to collectively work on building a following and whatnot. Meanwhile, you could be a group of people, like a party group, and go up even slower towards this. But at some point, 5 or 10 years down the line, your journey is smooth sailing with a group of people versus the loner who got to the top and now you're trying to fit in as much as you can. So they're both journeys to the same point. And for me, I actually fundamentally, unless it's outdated or something, I fundamentally disagree with 2 or 3 of the most prominent Japanese people who focus on like technique and mechanics, and their passion is incredibly palpable. But the one thing that I would like to throw my 2 cents in is people are exponentially more consistent and happy when they feel like they belong to a collective. And that's what makes Duolingo divisive. Because even if you're a native speaker and you learn not to use Duolingo, these people can't understand, in my opinion, not yet. Not that they don't have the potential, but they currently, I'm not going to say understand. I think the word I want is they underestimate the parasocial strength of being part of a community. Even if it's superficial to the point where like, I use Duolingo, you use Duolingo, we all sound like Duolingo peps. Native speakers currently cannot, they often underestimate this power. So often it'd be like, oh, I don't get it. If Duolingo is so bad, I don't see why there's so many people doing this. Like, why are they using this so popularly? Birds of a flock fly together or something. I don't know what the idiom is. But the idea is the collective nature of having people in the similar experience is incredibly powerful. So I almost feel like being native is that goal too. However, this goal for these peeps are so far in the distance. But eventually they'll have that relief, that sigh, like, yes, the Japanese person said my Japanese was like super perfect or something instead of like the superficial meme, and that's their payout. Like, that's cool. For me, it's smooth sailing all the way up there. If I miss it, I can stop at any time. There's no failure along the road. I've already collectively have my journey. All the people that dislike me are part of my journey. All the people that are still here speaking, and I'm still going to say the same thing likely, because I already spent like 7 years for something else, right? I've done things in 5-year periods, so let's find out. In another 5 years, I'm almost convinced that I will have the same perspective, and it's going to be with a larger number of people, larger number of stories to tell, and all of them are either going to move on from Duolingo or not. But what connects everything is me using Duolingo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met them, right? So there you go. I think that's kind of why, in low key, the anime Severin or Frien, however people say it, Frien, is incredibly engrossing and popular right now. It demonstrates that life collectively does not have to be harsh in the moment. You can drink lemonade while making lemonade, as opposed to making making a lot of lemonade and hoping you can drink a decent cup of lemonade later on, or something like that. Like investing forward so far ahead that you can't even appreciate the things you're investing in. So choose your approach. It could be a mix of everything. But for me, language learning, hot take, sorry folks, but being native sounding is overrated. Being healthy and happy and always being passionate about learning language is number one. Learning is life. So if you're not having fun learning to become competent in a language, I really hope that there are other things in your life that makes you happy. Because language learning is a very, very long process. I don't expect to stop learning Japanese for another 5 years, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to like having friends or talking to other people, or every day getting up to see what is my next opponent. Who's the next person that's going to tell me that I'm wasting my time with Duolingo? I look forward to that, in my opinion. It doesn't help me with Japanese, but hey, I prefer it that way. How do you become more competent in talking about language learning? You encounter people who don't always agree with you, who don't always have the same idea as you. When you talk and speak and bootstrap the same ideas, you're no longer with the times, in my opinion. I think it's almost a professional duty if you are a person who is advertising as being a professional, someone who is an educator. Using echo chamber ideas is something that I would be very cautious about. Times change, people change, social norms and status quos change. So whenever someone says, oh, this is the time-tested truth, everyone finds this acceptable now, like this was how people are doing it all the time, that's when I start to worry. Obviously, I'm not even an expert, so I'm not even saying I'm an expert, and I don't offer that. When someone tells me that, though, I have more than enough suspicions that when someone is so generally hand-wavy about certain things, I'd be a little worried. And I would have to say, it's kind of funny, it's kind of interesting to see these people critique other people's like Japanese or other English. If I had a critique, one thing that's interesting about language learners or people who are learning language is oftentimes when they say they're very good at a specific language or they're native like, I like to see their baseline. So oftentimes when they speak in both languages, there are things that even I can't overlook. That's articulation, emotional expression, emotional intelligence even, That's another field of study, in my opinion. And I don't care, in my opinion, as much, like relatively speaking, if being native like makes you feel the world. That's great if you achieve it. I am more focused on the idea, how do you keep working on getting there? So before we break into like pitch accents and all that stuff, my question to you is, how do you feel when you tell yourself you got to learn 2 or 3 hours of Chinese every single day for the next 3 years? And then compare it to what I would say. I would tell you, hey, if you happen to have some time, 30 minutes tomorrow, learn something and share it with me. It's not about the long end goal, in my opinion. I think it's far more consistent to encourage someone and be there as a reinforcement. That's kind of like putting your money where your mouth is. So why am I spending 8 hours talking about this stuff? Because that's how I keep on doing this. Some people might be asking, what's my secret? What's my secret? How do I keep staying so fresh? How do I keep staying so fresh on talking about things over and over again? And Duolingo is so boring and stuff like that. It's like, this is what I do. I keep thinking about as many ways as possible to make someone excited about even the most mundane things. And arguably, nowadays, the most mundane thing about people's lives is all the things they do repeatedly. So how do you get to help them spice things up? Trying to show them how to spice things up that I would do. And then maybe one of the things are useful. Like, for example, rarely do I have anything that's not interesting. Because if it's not interesting, then I want to ask myself, how can I make it interesting for someone else? If it's not interesting to me, it's got to be somehow interesting to someone else. So how do I communicate that? So what I do, I log in, do Duolingo. It's certainly not interesting, the thing I'm doing on Duolingo, right? So you got to find ways. And I am most certainly much more specialized in finding ways. I might even say some of it's like gaslighting people, but it's largely, I would resort to gaslighting if this person is incredibly unmotivated, as in like they really want something but they can't get the thing, right? That would be maybe a strong case for gaslighting. However, most of the time, it's the answer's in the person. I think Sub-Zero, you should learn Chinese all the time. I'm just kidding, but yeah, that's a good positive spin. Like, if there's anything I can offer, my secret is all the things I've talked about. I just spent 8 hours talking about what I learned and how I feel and all that stuff in the first 53 days of Duolingo learning Japanese, and I am not even exhausted. What's the 2000 in the stream title? By coincidence, Jello, Blue, BJ. Oh no, wait, we're not gonna do BJ. BJ is, never mind. We can't use BJ. That's sus. Sorry, kids. So Jello, Jelly. I'm giving away 2,000 USDs. If only I had 2,000 USDs to give away. If Mr. Beast came onto my stream and say he wants me to give 2,000 USDs away, I would totally do that. I love giving away money if I could, right? I'm just really terrible at making money. So the 2,000 Blue, by coincidence, today is actually the 2,000th day since my first stream on Twitch. It wasn't planned that way. I only realized that today. So it's actually the 2000th day since I first streamed on Twitch. Yeah. So, if you want to know what the average is, I streamed over 85% of that time. So over the 2000 days, I streamed over 85% of those days. I think it's like 85 to 90% of those days. Long journey, man. Long journey. Have I burned out or become fatigued? Not really. Not really. Not the least bit. Have I got less wordy, less verbose, less eccentric? No, not really. Lots of things have changed, I suppose, but they're more context. So yeah, today's number 10. Let's do a lesson. Okay? So this is a wrap up. Thank you. I can't wait to get my Falstaff, by the way. I can't wait to get my Falstaff plushie. So hold up. Let's head out. I'm dumping all of this, right? I'm dumping all of this. Not a big deal. I can rewrite all of this all the time. I don't even save these things, by the way. I do this so often. It's kind of nice. Okay. So let's do a lesson at least. Okay. Let's do like the new lesson. Just to cap off the day. I have time to expose myself to a little bit. Oh, and I'm officially in the Obsidian lead, right? Hooray! Oh, yeah, I need to do this now. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we can learn today. We'll do 2 lessons. Negative verbs. I wonder what this is gonna be like.
木曜日
Mokuyobi. Which day of the week is this? Oh, wait, this is fire, right? So, Tuesday? I'm just kidding. I have no idea. But it's tree? No. Oh, yeah, it's tree. So what does a tree look like? What do you remember? What's it? Is it Tuesday? Oh, fire is that. One of the days is fire. Someone said one of the days is fire. So one of them has that. Tree day. What's tree day? Thursday? Tuesday and Thursday. Let's guess. Let's find out. Mokuyobi. Okay.
京都
Kyoto. Mokuyobi.
木曜日
Okay. 7月
7月
話しま。
話します
Okay. 日曜日。
木曜日
We're gonna find out soon.
木曜日
Oh, it's Thursday.
木曜日
Dang it. I was like torn between Thursday and Tuesday, but I was kind of favoring Tuesday. But alright, Thursday. Fair enough. 木曜日。
木曜日
Okay. Alright. Look at this guy. Okay.
木曜日
木曜日。
今暇ですか
今
暇
Free. Available. Board. I'll save this for another day. Dude,
暇
free, available, and bored. I could talk about this for like 8 hours. Free, available, and bored. That is a deep cut if I've ever seen one. Anyways. Ima hima desu ka? Are you free now? Interesting.
木曜日は暇ですか
Mokuyobi wa ima desu ka? My voice is a little harsh. Sorry. We're kind of reaching the end. You've been playing Pokemon Fire Red this whole time in the background? Oh, that's fine. I'm getting a bit nostalgic. I played, yeah, Fire Red is definitely the way to experience the OG Red. Actually, my first Game Freak Pokemon game was Blue, Pokemon Blue. And I did play the remakes or the re-releases, Fire Red, and I forgot what Blue was. Something Blue. Okay. Mokuyobi. Mokuyobi. Okay, okay. I don't think this is the same thing, but Moku, right? Mokuyobi. Since this is like the day, Moku, I know this is a tree and all, but Moku is also mushroom in Fujonese. So I don't know if there's a connection here, but I mean a fungus isn't a plant, but still it's a mushroom, right? So Moku, if you say with a different intonation like Moku, it's really close. Yeah, mushroom day. You know, speaking of Nintendo properties, right? Nintendo properties. Mushroom Day. Mario. Right. Sorry. Oops. I'm gonna get demonetized for this. Just kidding. I don't have anything that's monetized. But yeah, Moku. If you say Moku, like just like this, Moku, you got mushroom. It's so close. Yeah. That's all I thought about when I heard Moku. Mokuyobi. What are you doing? So are you free? Are you free on Thursday? Sumimasen. Mokuyobi wa isogashi. Yes. So they brought back isogashi. Busy.
何を作りましょうか
Tsukurimashou. Oh, so this is the volitional form of tsukurimasu. You think it comes from the Cantonese pronunciation of wood, which is moke. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And it means wood. I mean. I was reading some like difficulty lists, you know, because of it's always usually referring to the English speaker. How do you feel when a lot of the rating systems from an English speaker perspective, from like a native English speaker perspective, that they rank that Cantonese as one of the category five languages along with Japanese for an English speaker? Because if I think about it, Cantonese, it sounds, I don't know how to describe it, but it sounds very English, like Cantonese people feel like they always have an attitude, but not in a bad way, like a sassy attitude. Like if you have a Mandarin speaker next to a Cantonese, it always feels like the Cantonese person is being a little bit more sassy. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like if a cowboy is speaking next to like a city slicker, you get that cowboy vibe for Cantonese. I don't know. That's kind of always how I felt about Cantonese, but it might have changed recently. Anyways, nani o tsukurimashou ka? What are you making? What? Oh, what should we make? Never mind. I forgot. Like, Neikon Mewa? Is that Cantonese or did I just make that up? because it's 你说什么 as opposed to 你讲咩话. It's so sassy to me, in my opinion. Like, I think those phrases are equivalent. 你说什么 versus 你讲咩话. Like, it's so like I feel like it's kind of like a poppy. It feels a little bit more bouncy, in my opinion. So that's kind of how I separate. In my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, this person's a little sassy. Like, there's a chance I'm listening to Cantonese. I can't discern the two, by the way. I only know what they're saying, but sometimes I just reply. Like, if you shift from Cantonese to Mandarin, I wouldn't really know, but I would still know what you're saying. That's kind of how terrible my separation is. My languages blend together so often. Like, I don't, sometimes I would say like Spanish words because I just happen to wanted to think in Spanish. So sometimes like Spanish words, like I use Spanish pronunciation in certain words when I'm trying to be like improvisational. So I that's kind of how I feel about Cantonese and Mandarin. I can't tell when someone is speaking Cantonese or Mandarin. So I always ask, like, is that Cantonese or is that Mandarin? Did I say something in Mandarin or did I say something in Cantonese? It's a weird feeling. It just happens with immersion, I suppose. Oh, I swapped these. Dang it! What should we make? That's a pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza o sukurimashou ka? Should we make a pizza? Aww. So cute.
今晩何を作りましょうか
Konban nani o sukurimashou ka? So far we only got introduced to 2 things right now. Yeah. Mokuyobi. I'm not gonna end up forgetting Moku. Man, Moku. Like, I can't even say it differently. Like, what I mean is, Moku. If you say Moku, I cannot discern the difference between Moku and Moku. Like, it's right on top of each other. Man. So good. Konban. Okay. Nani o. What should we make this evening? Okay.
ナオミさん、月曜日は暇ですか
Getsuyobi. They're bringing in the days of the week. Are you free on Monday? Oh, what are you? Yeah, are you free on Monday? Hi. Hima. Oh, hi, Hima desu. I'm free. Nani o shimashou ka? What should we do? I do not. So we have Mokuyobi, Getsuyobi, Nichiyobi, Kinyobi, and Doyobi. So we're missing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday. I mean, not Sunday, sorry. Tuesday and Wednesday, sorry. We're missing Tuesday and Wednesday. I just said Nichiyobi. Yeah, we're missing 2 days of the week. We have 5 days now, along with the newest addition, Mokuyobi. So one of them is Fire Day. It's either Tuesday or Wednesday is Fire Day, because someone else already said it. And I remember, like, we had a discussion about Fire Day. And then Water Day? Wednesday is Water Day. Okay. So here's the thing. They probably are gonna introduce that because it uses the same kanji. So I'm guessing Wednesday is next. And then they're gonna do like a combination of mitsu and stuff too in the kanji section. So Fire Day is Tuesday and Water Day is Wednesday. Okay. There we go. We have all the days of the week. Nice. Okay.
ピザを作りましょう。
We should make pizza. Nice. Soy sauce. By the way, pizza is still pizza. I don't know. Is there a Cantonese word for pizza? I don't think they tried, right? And it comes off as pizza as well. My parents say pizza. It's a little bit softer though. Like pizza. Wait, can I get you to say pizza?
ピザを作りましょ
So
う
like pizza is very sharp, but my parents like pizza because
Pizza.
Z's are kind of eh. Your parents just say pizza. Oh, pizza. Yeah. Okay. My parents say pizza, or like it comes off as a G because Z's are off limits. So like zipper, zebra, xylophone, pizza. So not like the za. It's more like pizza, or pizza, or pizza, or whichever one without the Z, with the buzzing Z. No buzzing Z's.
今晩カレーを作りましょう。今晩
Konban. Something. What?
今晩カレーを作りましょ
Kare o
う。作りましょう。
Ooh. Curry.
一緒に行きましょう
Isho. Interesting. Isho.
一緒に
Together. Aww. Ishoni. And I can get behind this. Where they group the particle with the word before it. Ishoni. It feels so natural to have ishoni ikimashou. Right? Ishoni ikimashou.
一緒に行きましょう
Ishoni ikimashou. Yeah. Supermarket. Okay. We should go together. Cute. Very cute. Oh, now I can say things like we can do it together. We should do it together. And we can, oh wow. Wow, together just opened up a whole world of stuff. It opened up so much that I've already forgotten what the phrase was. Isho. Yeah, ishoni. Yeah, that's great. What is that supposed to be? Okay. Ishoni. Ishoni. What are you guys? Okay.
晩ご飯
Bangohan o sukurimashou. We should make dinner together. Aww. Okay. I can get behind Isho. Okay.
名古屋
Nagoya. Donuts.
ドーナツ
La la la. Getsuyobi.
月曜日
Getsuyobi.
木
Mokuyobi.
曜日
And our newest, this is one of the newest verbs. Machimasu.
待ちます。
一緒にレストランに行きましょう一緒にレストランに行きましょう
I love this phrase. It's so good. It's so good. Sorry, I like repeated myself because I couldn't think of another fun way to say it's so good. 一緒にレストランに行きましょう Oh man, that's so good.
何を作りましょうか
Oh, what did I do here? Oh, I mixed up the thing. What should we make? 何を作りましょうか Or作りましょうか何を作りましょうか Level 10? Oh yeah, Obsidian League. Yeah. Let's keep going a little bit.
卵
Tamago. Really? You're gonna spend... I guess. Tamago. Eggs. Or egg. That's one of our kanji. Fair enough. Mokuyobi.
木曜日
Tamago. Why do you sound so weird? Yasumimasu.
休みます
Mizu.
水
Atarashi. Okay.
卵
Tamago.
卵
卵
Ooh, vegetable. Yasai. Yasai.
野菜
Yasai. Soy sauce is shoyu. Oh, this makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. It's called shoyu. 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 I'm sorry. For the longest time, I've always said like shoyu, shoyu ramen, right? Shoyu ramen. And I'm like, yeah, it's soy sauce based. And I'm like, wait a minute. It finally clicked. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm being a pep right now. It just dawned on me that whenever I say shoyu, like shoyu ramen, right? I always tell people, yeah, this is the ramen that's soy sauce based. And I'm like, I haven't ever connected the dots that shoyu is the word for soy sauce. Oh, okay. Sorry. I had a brain fart moment. It's one of those things. Yasai.
野菜はありません
Yasai wa arimasen. I don't have any vegetables? Come on. Kono yasai wa kai. Oh no. Yasai wa something desu ne. I was expecting kaimasu or something, or kaimasu or something. Kaimashou. What is this? Toai. Toi. Sorry, toi. No. Ayai. Oh, yes.
安い
Cheap. And I was gonna go for something like, how much is this, or yeah.
醤油
Shoyu.
安い醤油
Yasui doso shoyu. Wait, yes. Oh no. Yasui shoyu. Cheap. Wait. Oh, cheap soy sauce. Fair enough.
卵
Tomago.
おいしい卵
Oishi tomago. Wait,
卵
tamago. Sorry. I said tomago there.
卵
Okay.
卵はありますか
Tamago wa arimasu ka? Okay. Sumimasen. Tamago wa arimasen. I don't have any eggs. That's
いい
fine.
スーパ
Super. Wait, didn't someone say super? I think SoCal says super.
ースーパ
Super. I didn't even get super yet. I think it was during the location. SoCal said super instead of when I was saying Kombani and Dipato. We didn't get super yet, but now we have super. Yee super. Nice supermarket. Wait, hey, nice supermarket.
スーパー
Super.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょ
Oh. I'm gonna guess. I heard
う
something.
しょっぱい
Oh,
しょっぱい
shoppai. What the? I think maybe like
スープに行きましょう一緒に
let's go together. That's probably it.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょ
Isho ni super ni ikimashou. I can get behind these
もっ
things.
と紅茶を買いましょ
Motto. That's a familiar
う
phrase.
もっと
Yeah, motto. Moto. Sorry. Yeah, moto, more. All right, so we're learning not the most unfamiliar words. Moto, moto, culture, moto culture wa moto cultureを帰りましょう。買いましょう。Sorry, not 帰りましょう。買いましょう。moto culture を買いましょう。We should buy more black tea. Okay. We should buy more eggs. Moto tamago. Tamago? Tamago? Oh, I've been saying it wrong. I've been saying tamago. Tamago. Moto tamago を買いましょう。買いましょう。安い。醤油。Okay. Makes me want to say shoryuken, but that's a different story. Whoa. Fancy. Okay. Feel your confidence. It's a super thing. Okay. I can't do that. Tofu. 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 Really? Tofu.
豆腐
Tofu. Oh, they kind of accented the fu. I get it. Fine. Tofu.
おいしい豆腐。
Oishi tofu. Indeed. Where was my tofu earlier? Fish.
魚
Sakana? You didn't introduce this with the kana. Hold up. Oh, sakana? Someone already introduced this to me. I just wanted to make sure. Alright, let's go. Sakana?
高い魚
Akai sakana. Interesting. Expensive fish. It looks really... Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that kanji. Oh no.
卵は食べません
Tamago wa tabemasen. Oh. I didn't. I don't eat. Ooh, there's our
食べま
first
せ
one.
ん
I don't eat eggs. Who doesn't eat eggs? Come on. I'm just kidding. Sumimasen. Niku. Niku
肉
wa tabemasen.
豆腐は食べますか？
Do you eat tofu? Tofu. Tofu wa tabemasen.
安い牛丼
Gyudon. Oh.
牛丼
There we go. Gyudon. Another. Oh, there's so many food items, but I love it. Okay. Yasui gyudon, which is another familiar. Gyudon is another familiar term for me. Cheap beef. A cheap beef bowl. Oh my gosh, that's okay.
牛丼
Gyudon.
牛丼を作りましょうか。
Gyudon o sukurimashou ka? Should we make beef bowls? Okay.
アンドリューさん魚は食べますか
Andoryu-san. Sakana wa tabemasu ka? Ah, iie. Sakana wa tabemasen.
でも肉が好きです。
Demo.
でも
Dang. Demo is also something familiar to me. Oh, I forgot about during my recall. I totally forgot about Dare. Daredo. With whom? Demo. Demo. Interesting. Niku ga suki desu.
でも、
でも Though I like meat 肉が好きです。
でも、魚が好きです。
Oh, it can be reversed. I see.
でも、魚が好きです。魚
が好きです。
が好きです。
でも、魚が好きです。
魚
Oh, okay.
魚
Okay, we can see it. 魚
魚
Ooh, that's a little that so many understrokes. Tofu. Oh, I see. They want the tho at the end, and though. Okay, I see. I see what they were going for, as opposed to an interjection or a transitional word in the beginning, an introductory transitional word.
でも、
でも、豆腐
が好きです。
でも、
でも、
魚
魚
が
が好
好きで。
きですす。Okay. Not too bad so far. It's fine.
Introducing the Duolingo family.
Thank you, Duolingo. But not right now. Salt. 塩。
塩、
塩。Okay. 塩。
塩
え
とんかつ
とんかつ。Okay.
とんかつ
Interesting.
とんかつ
え
とんかつ
とんかつ。
とんかつを作りましょうか
Oh, miso katsu. Oh, I see. So it cuts off and modifies katsu. So miso katsu versus tonkatsu. Interesting. Huh.
とんかつを作りましょうか
Tonkatsuを作りましょうか? Should we make pork cutlets?
とんか
Delicious.
つを作りましょう
Okay. We should make pork cutlets. いいですね. Sounds good.
おいしいソース
おいしいソース
ソース
ソースOh no.
ソース
ソース Oh no.
生の卵は食べません
生の卵は食べません Okay.
生
I don't eat raw eggs. That's a deep cut. That's a culturalism. Eating raw eggs in Japan. 生の卵 Sorry. 生の卵は食べません Okay. 生の vegetables. Sorry. 生の野菜はどうですか
野菜いいえ生の野菜は食べません
いいえ、生の野菜は食べません。Oh. Really? No, I don't eat raw vegetables? Come on.
いいえ、生の魚は食べません。いいえ。生の魚
Wait.
は食べません。いいえ、生の魚は食べません。
Yep. Okay. Raw fish.
豆腐を使いましょう。
豆腐を使いましょう。
使いましょう。
We should use. Interesting. 使いましょう. So like Okay. 使いましょう。
使いましょ
We should use tofu
う。豆腐。
for cooking? Think? Yeah. もっと
ソース
ソースを使いましょう。Okay. 使いましょう。Yeah. Hello there. こんにちは。元気です。イシャーさん。もっとソース、もっとソースを使いましょう。使いましょう。Yeah. Okay.
醤油を使いましょう
醤油を使いましょう。いいですね。Just いいですね、everything. Sounds good? 短い is short,
短い、
right? Yeah, that's a word that I forgot. 短い I do remember you, Bishop. 短い木曜日
木曜日
ソース
ソース、
ソース甘い
甘い
白 We should use this sauce. このソースを
使いましょう
使いましょう。Oh, salt. 塩 Okay.
塩
塩を
使いましょ
Okay. Alright. Not too bad. Cola. I was expecting it. Cola.
コーラ
Cola. Cola. And ビール. There's ビール. Buta niku. Oh, buta niku. That's I'm gonna say pork meat or pork for eating, like not alive pork. Pork meat. Buta niku. Buta niku.
コーラ
Cola.
は飲みますか
Cola wa nomimasu ka? Nomimasu ka? Do you drink cola? どこに住んですか？アメリカ出身です。記者さん。もっとコーラを
コーラ、
飲みましょう。買いましょう ?Okay, buying? Okay, sure.
買いましょ
We should buy cola. We should buy more cola. That's fine. Pork. 豚肉。
う。豚肉、
豚肉。Botanic. It kind of sounds like botanic. Like botanic as in like botanic gardens. Botaniku.
豚肉
Botaniku. I guess just pork. That works. Botaniku wa tabemasen.
食べません
Fair enough. Biru.
ビール、
ビール
う。安いビール。
Yasui biru. I don't know about cheap beer.
しょっぱい
Shobai.
しょっぱい
Oh, okay. Shobai. Shio and 手拜. Did you review the lesson or not? I did. It took 8 hours to review the lesson. Did the review lesson. If you're talking about the review today.
しょっぱい。
しょっぱい。しょっぱい。
しょっぱい。
とんかつはしょっぱいですね。とんかつはしょっぱいですね。
とんかつ。とんかつ。とんかつはしょっぱいですね。
とんかつ
とんかつ
はしょっぱい
しょっぱい
です
です
ね。
ね。
お茶は飲みません。
お茶は飲みません。The negative of I don't drink green tea. What is this
いいえ、
blasphemous?
コーラは飲みません。
You just woke up? Oh yeah, no worries, Kishop. There's some juicy things in the review. It took me to roughly summarize. It took me I spent 5 hours reviewing, and I think I covered about 500 to 600 words ish if you collect all the permutations, wrote all the kana and all the kanji, the 51 kanji. And then I spent another hour, like 2.5 hours talking about psychology behind like learning and motivation stuff. So plenty of things for later.
いいえ、コーラは飲みません。
いいえ、
いいえ、
コーラ
コーラは
wait, 飲
飲みませ
みません。
ん。いいえ、コーラは飲みません。
Wait,
は
is it really wa? Wait,
いいえ、コーラは飲みません。
interesting. いいえ、コーラは飲みません。Oh, yeah. That's fine. Okay. 短い。
短い。
They really like 短い。ビール。
ビール
商売。
しょっぱい
しょっぱい。Well, that's a つ。しょっぱい。
塩。
塩。and 待ちます。
待ちま
待ちます。Okay. コーラは飲みません。お茶は飲みません。You don't know how I can learn for such long periods with dedication. I can only manage 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour during the day, and 1 hour at the night, roughly 3 hours a day. That sounds amazing. You're way above average. Way above average. I mean, to be fair, I'm really only learning like 3 hours a day. I'm usually talking and like talking about other things and reflecting on things. So it breaks it up a little. I make like random comments and random thoughts in my head while I'm learning. Really like 3-4 hours. Yesterday I kind of went overtime because I was trying to get all the review in before the actual review. Yeah. But 3 hours is amazing, and you know how to take breaks, right? So like you did 1 hour in the morning, then you do some other stuff and break. That's a great consolidation. And then you do another. That's fantastic. That's a lot of discipline, I would say. Sounds amazing. Where are you, by the way? I'm guessing Japanese still, right? So where are you on your Japanese? Okay. Let's complete this lesson. I feel like we can repeat this one. This one's not too bad. Although I do need to head off soon. It's a little late.
何を作りましょうか。
What did I do here? 何を作りましょうか? Oh, I mixed up the things. So, what should we make?
もっと醤油を使いましょう。
もっと醤油 Shoyu o tsukaimashou. We should use more soy sauce. Okay. Super de moto. Pan o kaimashou. Pan, where's pan?
パン、
ソースを作りましょうか。
ソース。ソースを作りましょう。作りましょうか? Really? Dude, making soy sauce sucks. I don't know. Oh, sauce. Oh, no, never mind. It's sauce. I'm just kidding. I was about to say, making soy sauce kind of sucks. Don't make soy sauce. But any sauce is fine, I suppose. Could be some. Super de tamako o kaimashou?
買いましょ
これはどんな醤油ですか？
これはどんな醤油醤油ですか? What kind of soy sauce is this?
う。とんかつはしょっぱいですね。
とんかつはしょっぱいですね。とんかつ
とんかつは
は
しょっぱい
しょっぱい
です
です
ね。
ね。
とんかつを作りましょ
とんかつを作りましょう。No. いいですね。いいですね。Just いいですね、everything.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょ
From the future, what I'm learning from the prompt is, if they say anything and it ends with a ka, いいですね. And then they end with a ka again, 大丈夫です。大丈夫です。Like, more ka, いいですね。That's the
う。
response.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょう。一緒にスーパーに行きましょう。
一緒
一緒に
スーパ
スーパ
ー
に
に行きましょ
ー行きましょ
う。
う。
We should go to the supermarket together. 一緒スーパーに行きましょう。
う。ケンさん、醤油はありますか？
ケンさん、醤油は、ありますか? Do you have, すみません。No. いいえ、醤油はありません。買いましょう。Yeah, we should buy. Yesterday, you watched a movie or anime called My Neighbor Totoro? My neighbor, you finally, yeah. 隣のトトロ without English subtitles. Nice! I haven't watched a Miyazaki film without subtitles yet. If they have Japanese subtitles, it would be pretty sweet too. I found it quite easy to understand. It's a beginner-friendly movie. I searched on Google and was happy to see that I understood many words. Nice. Okay, I'll have to consider that. eShop. I haven't seen a classic Miyazaki film without it. So thanks for the share. I might actually gonna have to hit up My Neighbor Totoro. That's one of my classics. I do quite enjoy My Neighbor Totoro. Next to Porco Rosso. Hey Victor. Hello Victor.
う。
What's up?
今晩牛丼を食べましょう。
Konban.
今晩
Konban gyudon.
牛丼
Gyudon
を
を
食べ
食べ
ましょう。
ましょう. Or do you not eat it?
今晩牛丼を食べましょう。
Okay. We should eat some gyudon. This
ス
evening.
ーパーでとんかつを買いましょう。スーパー
Wait. Super de. What are we buying?
スーパーでとんかつを買いましょう。
Okay. Wait, what?
スーパーでとんかつを買いましょ
That's. I didn't think you
う。とん
can.
かつ
I didn't think you can get that.
を買いましょう。
That's kind of cool. Super de. I don't really associate supermarket with that tonkatsu, but I guess Japan does. Super. スーパーでとんかつを買いましょう。Okay, cool. Dang. Yeah, we might as well, right? I'm
木
feeling
曜
pretty
日
energized. 木曜日
木曜日
木曜日は暇です。は
は暇です。
暇です。
Are you free? I mean, I'm free on Thursdays. Bye for now. You're gonna go watch the beginner. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I will have it up at some point. Take care, Keisha. The big Asian supermarket here have a food section. Oh. Hot food section. Oh. That sounds delicious. 木曜日. Okay.
木曜日
What in the... That's spoilers. 木曜日は、暇です。
木曜日は暇です。
木曜日は暇ですか？
一緒に晩ご飯を作りましょう。一緒に
一緒に
一緒に晩ご飯を作りましょう。
晩ご飯
晩ご飯を
を
作りましょう。
作りましょう。一緒晩ご飯を作りましょ
ラーメンは美味しいですね。
う。一緒に。
一緒にラーメンを作りましょう。
Okay, meal plans. ラーメンは美味しいですね。一緒にラーメン No, yeah? Oh, okay, not a place. Oh, it's we should make. Okay. 一緒にラーメンを作りましょう。Yeah, making ramen as opposed to getting ramen or going to a ramen shop. A day is fine. 土曜日は今ですか？
毎週木曜日に弟と晩ご飯を作ります。今週何を作りましょうか？
Doesn't know what to make. Yeah. Doesn't know what to make. So 毎週 I think 毎週木曜日に弟と晩ご飯を作ります。今週何を作りましょうか？ What am I gonna make this week? How many days of the week do you know? I know all of them. Well, technically I don't. I know 5 of them. But I know that Fire Day and Water Day is the last 2. Fire Day being Tuesday and Water Day being Wednesday. Whatever they sound like. But we did get today we got 木曜日 and that's it. We got 木曜日. But we got the other 4 days. So, okay.
木曜日に何を作りましょうか？
木曜日何を作りましょうか？ What should we make on Thursday? 金曜日 best day? I don't know about that. I feel like 土曜日 is like do it. 土曜日 do it, man. Do it. Oh, it's payday? Oh, you get paid on Fridays? And that's interesting. Uh,
一緒に
弁当
弁
弁
当
当を作りましょう。Sometimes I feel like something keeps refreshing on the side of my eyes, on the side of my vision.
一緒にコーヒーを飲みましょう。
一緒にコーヒーを飲みましょう。We should drink coffee every together, sorry.
一緒に
一緒に
コーヒー
を飲みましょう。
ピザを作りましょ
ピザを作りましょう。We should make pizza. Okay. 話します。
話します。
京都、
京都、
日曜日、
日曜日、
木曜日、
木曜日、
7月。
7月。
Are you free now? 今は暇ですか？
今は暇
暇
で
ですす
か
か？ Wait,
かですか
wait,
か
wait. Hold. Wait.
ですはか
Okay, I didn't need the particle. I was like, I don't need the particle. We should, what should we make this evening? Konban何を作りましょうか？
今晩。何を作りましょうか。
木曜日何を木曜日に何を作りましょうか？
木曜日に何を作りましょうか。
Okay. Oh, wow. Wait, what is this? Ooh. We got some saucy people. Saucy, huh? Wow, look at all these peeps. Okay. Wait, did I get it in more? They went back to 4. I was incorrect. They went back to overdriving kanji. Oh, there's fire. Okay, so we're getting Tuesday. We're at least getting Tuesday. And we're there's Mizu. So we're getting Tuesday and Wednesday. Because Mizu would have to be used for Wednesday. And that's fire. So we'll have Tuesday as well. Probably. The Tanaka. The Tanaka thing. Yama is getting used again. And so is Nani. Interesting. Spoilers. Yes. I'm sorry we don't have any vegetables.
すみません。野菜
ありません。
ありません。は
any?
は
Yeah, that's fine.
もっと紅茶を買いましょ
もっと、
う。でも
oops.
も
も
っと
っとお茶
紅茶を
を
もっと紅茶を買いましょう。
買いましょう。We should buy some more, we should buy more black tea. Okay. もっと
もっと
Shoyu.
野球
That's
野球
not, that's baseball.
醤油
Shoyu
お
を買いましょう。
買いましょう。
もっと野菜を買いましょう。もっと
もっと。What?
もっと野菜を買いましょ
野菜を
う。買いましょう。
卵
卵。
卵
え
卵
Oh, this looks so cursed.
もっと卵を買いましょう。
Tamago is so cursed. もっと卵を買いましょう。We should buy more eggs. Okay. スーパ
スーパーで
ーで醤油
醤油を
を買いましょ
買いましょう。
野菜と卵を買いましょう。スーパーに行きましょう。
う。Okay? They don't have enough food. Or actually, yes, food. I guess it's considered food. For a moment there, I was like, well, condiments if they said condiments, but いいえ、野菜と卵を買いましょう。スーパーに行きましょう。Right? Food. 醤油はありません。We don't have any
ス
soy
ー
sauce.
パーは近いですか？
スーパーは近いですか？近い、close. Is the supermarket close? Okay. 卵はありません。Sure. We don't have any eggs. We don't have eggs. いいえ。卵はありません。卵を買いましょう。We should buy eggs. 新しい。休みます。Sorry.
卵
木曜日水 Okay. いいえ。野菜はありません。野菜を買いましょう。It's showing that ありません is using wa, which a lot of times ありません was ga as well. So it's kind of like doing that type of contextual thing again. What kind of soy sauce is this? どんな醤油醤油これ
ですか？
Whoa. Yeah? Oh, it's reversed. I meant これは yeah. This done me dirty yesterday. I got done dirty by this yesterday. I don't want to hear about it. Sub-Zero was here to witness the dirty dunning. I don't like that phrasing. I got done dirty again. Is the market close?
スーパーは近いですか？
I have to think about that for a moment. What kind of soy sauce is this? I hate you. これは醤油
ですか？
Have I not learned from the errors of my ways? I have not. Oh, I've got Dona. Whoops. It's Dona. Oh.
これは
Dona.
どんな醤油
Oh.
ですか
Okay. Okay. Ah, that phrasing is so terrible. I don't even like the English phrasing. All right. It's all hearts or bus today.
毎日豆腐を食べます。
毎日豆腐を食べます。Okay. I eat tofu every day.
パンは食べません。パン
パンは食べません。
食べません。
Okay. You don't eat bread? Okay. 高い
高い
魚。
でも豆腐が好きです。で
で
も
も豆腐が好き
が好
です。
きです。
安い
安い
牛丼
牛丼魚
でも野菜が好きです。
でも
野菜
野菜好きです
が好きです。
でも魚が好きです。
でも魚が好きです。I like fish though. 牛丼はどうですか？
牛丼はどうですか？
魚
すみません。肉は食べません。豆腐はどうですか？豆腐と野菜を作りましょ
Okay. Okay. Looks like this person's a vegetarian. They don't eat meat, so you know. には魚。金曜日。
金曜日
There you go. 金曜日。名古屋。
名古屋ド
ドー
ーナツ
ナツ。ドーナツ。
そのレストランの魚はとても美味しいです。でも今日は牛丼を食べましょう。
Okay. They will eat beef bowls, but also had a restaurant with very tasty fish as well.
安い牛丼
安い牛丼。blah, cheap beef bowl. Oh. A cheap beef bowl. That's fine. いいえ。いいえ。豆腐は食べません。
いいえ
いいえ。魚は
食べ
食べません。豆
豆腐
腐は
食べません。
食べません。Alright. Okay. 豚骨 or とんかつ。
とんかつ美味しいソース
おいしいソース。Okay. 塩。
この肉を使いましょう。こ
こ
の
の
肉
肉
を
を
使いましょう。
使いましょう。
この肉を使いましょう。
使いましょ
今日の晩ご飯はとんかつです。一緒にソースを作りましょ
う。Okay. What are they making? A sauce for tonkatsu? Tonkatsu? What is it? We have 今日の晩ご飯は晩ご飯は
とんかつ
tonkatsu. Oh, it just said okay. Tonkatsu.
です。
Tonkatsu です。Yeah. And then いように、一緒に、一緒にソース、ソースを作りましょう。Yeah, making sauce for とんかつ。
豆腐を使いましょう。豆腐を使いましょう。
使いましょう。We should use 豆腐。Oh, interesting.
生の
生の魚。生の魚は食べません。この魚は生ですか？ If it's raw, yeah, fair enough. 生の卵を使いましょう。その肉は生ですか？ Is it raw? Is the meat raw?
生の
肉は食べません。Yeah, they're kind of showing that niku requires a no in different situations. I mean, not niku, sorry. Nama. Okay. すみません。生の魚は食べません。
もっとソースを作りましょう。
もっとソースを
作りましょう。
We
も
should
っ
use
と
more
ソースを
sauce.
作りましょう。
Use more sauce. Oh, we should make more sauce. Or we should use more sauce. 作りましょう。Right. Oh no. We should make more sauce. 作りましょう。Not使いましょう。I feel like I'm missing a comment, but that's fine. サンドイッチ。
カップケーキ。
カップケーキ。I don't know why I thought サンドイッチ。カップケーキ。
卵。
mono stuff.
もの。
And man, they really like 短い
ソース
とんかつはいくらですか？
とんかつはいくらですか？ How much are the pork cutlets?
白。甘い。
塩
卵。
カップケーキ
We should buy pork cutlets at the supermarket. So, スーパーでとんかつを
買いましょう。
買いましょう。We should use salt. Oh, it is 使いましょう。Okay. 塩を
使いましょう。
I don't have any salt.
塩
はありません。
ありません。
Wow. This unit was like this few were really fast. Holy heck. And then let's do this one last one and save it. So this is a half day. I wasn't expecting to go this much, but this is very short.
コーラ
コーラは
飲みません。
飲みません。
ビールはちょっと
ビール
はちょっと
しょっぱい。
しょっぱい salty しょっぱい
豚肉
pork meat しょっぱいビール塩
魚
Oh, I think I've been saying that incorrectly. I think I've been saying sanaka instead of sakana. Sakana.
コーラ。
コーラ。
豚肉は食べません。
豚肉。
豚肉
は
食べません。豚肉は食べません。
いいえ、ビールは飲みません。
いいえ、ビールは飲みません。商売。
しょっぱい。
商売。
すみません、ビールは飲みません。コーラを買いましょう。
Okay. What are they doing? Buying drinks. Okay. コーラはありません。飲みません。
この豚肉はしょっぱいです。水をください。
How's the pork? Too salty. この right? この豚肉は商売です。水をください。Yeah, it's too salty. すみません。すみません。ビールは飲みません。Don't drink beer. コーラは飲みません。何を飲みましょうか？ What should we drink? Okay. しょっぱい。
しょっぱい。
短い。
卵。
卵。
コーラ。
もの。Okay. 少し。これは少ししょっぱい
です。
Okay. 豚肉は美味しいですね。
ですね。
I don't eat pork.
豚肉
は
食べません。
Alright, we did it. We did it. We even got the lesson in, even though we spent like 8 hours talking about stuff. Alright, that's a wrap, folks. Ooh, my hand's a little stiff from all the writing today. Alright, that's the first time a little stiffness. Okay, there you have it. We did our review and we also learned a ton of new vocab. So that's nice. Alright, that's the end of 53. Day 53. Review day. Had 8 to 9 hours of review. Or actually, probably like 8.5 hours. It's 2 hours longer than I planned. That's okay. Alright, folks. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. You know, work on that net positive lifestyle. And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Mata ashita. じゃあね。